It's a photo of a photograph. There's another fucking photograph. Because I photographed a photograph. So many photographs. Makes me want to take a photograph. I should probably hang that photograph next to my photo of a photograph.
New perspective gain from all the pain and stress. And when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before.
Hey, come here. Look at me. Hey, look at me. What'd I say? No. Come here. Look at me. Hey, look at me. No.
How dare you photograph me? Very first thing, chat. Okay, that's better. That's better. Yeah, that's better. I'll take that. I'll take that. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to another VTuber review. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Wake the fuck up. I know, I can't believe I got rickrolled, photographed, and fucking lava chicken. And Buddy Holly! I hate to hear so much. How are you guys doing? Good morning, happy...
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Happy Sunday, question mark? Hope you guys are doing good today. Guys, I did my best yesterday, but... we still lost. Viva! Take away the pain, people. I'm sorry, chap. I blew it yesterday. We didn't win the statue, guys. I'm sorry. Hold it together. Why is he holding together the milk that hard? The milk explosion behind him was absolutely insane. What the fuck was that? Oh my god. Holding the stream together. Well, today, chat, I hope you're well because we are going to be exploding. Exploding. We're also going to be going through Adora's response document. Wow, I am so glad that we went through Radius first. Because holy gracious, this is going to be a full stream of just Adora's document, guys. It's pretty long. There's some stuff that is including Booba that we're going to talk about. We like Booba. Why are you cricketing the Booba? Remember cricketing Booba? You're fired. You clearly hate Booba. Everybody target this person and point at them and say that they're Booba haters. Just make sure we, target them in a nice way. Move invincible, but hope you guys are doing great. I'm ready for some chaos as well. And again, as we talk about this very crazy situation. But first, guys, get your milk.
Why should I? I hate it.
You're going to be small and spending forever if you keep using that stupid excuse! Shut up! I don't have to drink it if I don't wanna!
Do you like frozen milk? Icy milk is gross, dude. Who the fuck drinks icy milk? Not ew, icy milk. No, that's ice cream. No. You know when you get like milk, you have like a gallon of milk and you gotta like pour it out and it's like slightly icy. Oh no, I hate that. The ice floating in your milk. Nah, bro, that's weird. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Anyway, guys, I've been doing amazing. Happy Sunday. Goodness gracious. I'm sorry we didn't win yesterday. I blew it, guys. I blew it. But we did our best, so that's all that matters. So I think Cyrope's team won. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cyrope's team won. So congratulations to them. But today, guys, we are gonna dive into all of the news with Adora Bunny and the follow-up to Friday's stream. Lazy, you know, I saw that. Apparently, it's not actually made with breast milk, though. Your consolation prize. Another Google Docky. Let's go! Can I give it back? I don't want this. Can I give it back? So, we're going to dive into that today, chat. That is what today's news is going to be about. I'm not going to be covering anything else other than the Adora stuff because it is so long. We do need to look and listen to some pretty long calls as well, guys. So I do just want to give you a little bit of a warning on that one. A little bit of a warning on that one that we are indeed, of course, going to be diving into that with everything else as well. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. There's an hour-long call we're going to listen to. Basically, if I can give you the TLDR, its response, it's not that great. And then on top of that, chat, I don't know if this has been, like, out there yet, but this morning I actually decided to go, unfriend, Adora. I was going to unfriend Adora, close DMs, etc. Right? And I noticed that their account had changed, chat. So I don't know if they're trying to already rebrand, but they're under a different name now, chat. So I'm gonna show you that. I was very surprised by that. I was like, wait a second, what? Yeah, I do want to mention that about the Discord as well. Their Discord exploded, so I don't know. They're trying to rebrand. What's going on with that? I thought that was pretty strange. But I will show you that. And everything else tied into kind of surrounding stuff. I will talk about Alicia very briefly at the end. Just talk about kind of her role in it. I do want to remind all of you that we're still waiting on Fenari and Pomeda Masters. Stuff in this, right? They do want to talk about what happened and weigh in on all this. So we will be waiting for their stuff. And of course, I will cover that when we actually get all of that on hand. So be patient. I know Fenari, we covered their statement on Friday, Calvin, as well as Pomeda Master, because they all are on vacation right now. But as soon as we get a follow-up, I'll let you know. What's up, Dank Days? What's up, Junko? What's up, Demon Slayer? Nah, I don't think Lily's gonna get canceled anytime soon. She hasn't done anything. She's just gonna try to avoid responsibility. To the power of public domain. Alicia really did not agree. I mean, like, I understand why she wanted to address the part that she was in about it. I mean, like, that's fine, You want to talk about your part of it. I feel like we do need to put that part on the shelf. It's not the most important part, right, chat? We're here to talk about Adora and Radia and this call and everything like that, right? So, yeah, so I know Fenari already said what she had to say. On Discord, we're just kind of waiting for her bigger statement as far as everything else. So, guys, just be patient as we, get that information, right? So, yeah, I gotta say, this document was not a good look. I don't know. I'll ask you guys. For anybody that's already looked at the document, do you feel like it made Adora look worse? If you think it made her look worse, type 1. If you feel like it didn't do anything, type 2. I think it's a 1, chat. I don't think it made her look any better at all. It really did not make her look better at all. What's that, Vampy? How are you even? Vampy is like, yeah, no, that did make you look very good, Adora. We are going to listen to a call. Yeah, we are going to listen to a call that is part of the document. It is very important, chat, that we listen to it. It has a lot of very relevant information. It does weigh into the situation as a whole as well. So, but I did want to take a moment. I forgot to say this, guys. Thank you so much for yesterday. Y'all were absolutely insane. I really appreciate all of you for all of the subs. I owe you a measly small 22 wheel spins. Oh, only 22. Only 22 wheel spins, chat. Nothing that major. Nothing that major. Thank you, Walk, and Sue you for all of those subs yesterday. I'm sorry I couldn't do my wheel spins. I'm being very honest with you guys. Between practicing with everybody and everything going on, and just like getting bears remains and stuff like that, I just I've been very tired, guys. I've been very, very tired. So I kind of let things shorter yesterday. I'm feeling better. I'm gonna rest after stream today. Also, ASMR, here you go. Oh, did Sylvie point it out? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I like what Shadow said here. Like, you know, even when Sylvie Spark points out Adora's dog makes her look bad, you know what's bad. Yeah. If Sylvie is, you know, weighing in on it and it's like, hey, you know, this and that, and you're like, yeah, I agree with you. You probably know it's pretty bad. I won't hit my mic, I promise. I won't hit my mic today, guys, I promise. What was I trying to light a fire with flint and steel? Yeah, if you get a little bit, give him time, guys. You just run around and you get a little bit of flint and steel. I didn't punch it! Oh, HR time. Yeah, baby, hit me one more time. What the fuck? HR Chan, I am so sorry. I wanted to give you your peace. I want everybody to have their peace in this particular situation. I hope that you were doing okay. I'm really, really sorry about all that. I don't know if you guys remember one of my earlier friends. She since doesn't really stream as much, but you guys remember Lalia? Does anybody remember Lalia? She is longtime friend of Adora. Even she tweeted out. All she tweeted out was "bro," like ... Yeah, I think a lot of us knew Adora for a long time. However, we never really expected this type of things to happen. So, I mean, if a Laura Paper Pup turns out evil, it turns out bad, I'm gonna turn to be so sad. Thank days, I will do my best not to fuck up anything, I swear. I'll do my part, okay? I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's not that hard to, you know, I don't know, not dox people or just be a shitty person, but that's neither here nor there. So, never expect to see this version of Dora. Yeah, Skull, I had no idea either. I mean, I know some people were like, Red was like, oh, I kind of saw it coming. I'm like, I'll be real, I didn't. I didn't really like know Adora that well. You know, we went back and forth sometimes. Like, you know, I know she said she was gonna hate us and she had something bad happen to her. You know, I messaged her and it's like, I'm really sorry, but you know, we just had like friendly talks. It was nothing like we were super close or anything like that. So I didn't really know her, but yeah, I didn't even have an inkling. I had no idea. Yeah, I exactly, like you cannot explain doxing. You know what I mean? Like there's just no reason for that, period. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you. I need to message Lolly. I miss her. She's awesome. I love her so much. She's so sweet. She was one of my earliest VTubing friends. I hope she's doing really well. I was close to her until Opka, and then I took a last U-turn. Yeah, you know, HR Chan, I kind of the only inkling of stuff I got was during TwitchCon, something happened. And this is between other people and other parties. I'm not gonna say because it's not my place to say it, but some stuff happened and I was like, holy shit, like that's crazy. And then Off Guy came up and I started to hear the whispers, the grapevine of people talking badly about Radia, and I was like, where's this coming from? And then I heard it, and I'm like, what? I was very confused. But you know, it wasn't my business. So I just kind of, I don't insert myself in unless I need to, right? And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? And then all that stuff happened. Off Guy, and I was like, well, there we go. There was some. Holly is busy, a VTuber. Laura said she has a job. She only streams. Yeah, she doesn't really stream as much anymore, but I assume because of what's it seeing, but it's involved them. It's possibly nothing but I respect it. Right, exactly. Like, you know, guys, as a news/drama VTuber, right? I hear things about a lot of people that 99.9% of the time turn out to be absolutely nothing, chat. I want you to know that. People will DM me and be like, oh, well, did you hear that Kinro is, he has a big nose? I'm like, what? What? Like, what does that have to do with anything? But I do occasionally get stuff where people pass things along and they see some really, really crazy stuff. And I'm like, there's no way that's true, right? So I do just hold on to it. You know, I store it away. I don't bring it out. I don't think that's the right way to do things, you know? You shouldn't just be like, saying all that kind of stuff. Holy shit, I'm tall? And finally, my dream came true. I prayed. I prayed. After all of these years, it finally happened. I'm tall, chat. Yes. I've waited for so long. Every day, I prayed to the dear gods to make me 1 inch taller. I can't believe it. I thought it was just all going to my titties. Oh, wow. Damn it. I thought it was all going to my titties. I was like, wait a second. No, I want to be taller. And I'm like, why did my cup size go up? Like, what's going on? Oh, no. W Music. Heck yes. We love some Kingdom Hearts around here. Starts untalling you. How do you even do that? How do you untall somebody? Did you hear Alara's not a deer? Did you hear that Alvin is, I don't know, PNG, like, yeah, I don't know. I know Laura's 7 foot finally. My height will match my booba size. I know procedures to shorten people. Why would you even suggest that? That's a horrible thing. Why do I need to be shorter? Y'all are fucked up, bro. Y'all are horrible people. Why are you trying to short me, ma'am? I'm 5'2". I'm getting a sip of my drink. I'm getting a sip of my drink. Yeah, that's entirely untrue, so y'all know you're talking about. Okay, quick question, chat. Do you want to do as many big wheel spins as possible, or do you want to only do small wheel spins, chat? I owe you 22 wheel spins. Otherwise, I think you'll get 4 big wheel spins and 2 small ones. What do you think, chat? Bigger or smaller? Bigger or smaller? I died, sorry, I had to get the phlegm out. Yo, what's up, Tal? How are you? Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 1 small wheel spin times 2, and then we're gonna do 4 big wheel spins, okay? So here is your wheel spin times 2. Let's see what we get. Please no whammies. Please no whammies. Please! No fucking Bean Boozled or some shit like that. Let's go, please. Please not Arby's. 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 Please not Arby's! No! Bro, I was so upset. Alright, you got a minute, chat. You got a minute off me. A 30-second times 2. I'll take that. Alright, here we go. Here's the real one. These are the big wheel spins that you need to focus. So here you go, chat. You get 4 of them. At minimum, even if you don't get the 4 hours, you get 10 minutes per wheel spin. So now there is a small chance, chat, to land on 4 hours. That is what you guys are going for, to add time to the timer. But currently, even if you miss it, you get 10 minutes. That's not bad, right? All right, there's your wheel spin number 1. Please, no 4 hours. Do you guys remember we related on it twice? That was crazy. That was so crazy. No, the subathon timer must go down. The timer must go down. So, meaning I got a bunch of subs yesterday. We were wheel spinning for those. So every 5 subs, you get a wheel spin. Every 25 subs, you get a really, 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 really big wheel spin. All right, not bad. We're halfway there, chat. We're halfway there to not adding 4 hours. Why must it go down when it can go up? Wait, when you can go up? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. All right, here we go, chat. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I want to. I know you're 10 minutes in. Oh, my God. Oh, that was close. That was close. That was close. All right, here's your last wheel spin, chat. Here you go, guys. Final wheel spin. Here you go. Officially gone old. What are you, 25? Like, let's go. Let's go. Yes! You love to see it. You love to see it. Oh, my goodness. I mean, in Adora's defense, she did at least include evidence. I would say it is better than Cinder's in the fact that she included evidence. And evidence certainly made her look worse. I don't know about that, JJ, but let's go! Another date. Another not adding 4 hours. You love to see it. Aw, darn, chat. So sad. So sad. Maybe next time. What's up, lady? How are you? Good morning. The eyes of Booba are upon us. Oh my God, they actually are. Look. The eyes of Booba are upon me. We should change the redeem to the eyes of Booba. Honestly, she could have said nothing. It would have been better. Yeah, that's true. That's true, actually. His response was very yeah, it was like, what in the fucking heartless was that? His response really did not make her, did not help. You know what I mean? I think that she thought it was gonna help. It did not help. And now the sharks are circling in the water over on Twitter, ready to bite. For anybody that has anything for a bad take to say about it. I always want us to look in your eyes. Yeah, exactly. My eyes are down here. Yeah, like I've told you a million times. Look at my rack. Look at my rack, chat. It's not hard. Look at my rack. It's very easy. It's big. You can't miss it. Just look at my rack. I made her look worse and hope she never recovers. Now, I will say this, Kelvin. I do genuinely hope that she gets help. And I do genuinely hope the best for her future as far as, like, for moving outside the VTuber space. She needs to get some help and better her life. You know what I mean? Because to do stuff like this is horrible. I don't wish horrible things upon anybody. I don't think that any of us should, but I think that we should remember, chat, that sometimes people do horrible things, and that doesn't mean that we should wish the same upon them, right? Barely said 10-point rack. Yeah, at least 10 points. Wait, how many points is my rack? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. At least 16-point rack, chat. I actually, you gotta actually put an image of a rack in the background to make the joke even better. Like a coat rack, yeah. Exactly. What's up, Mia? How are you? Yeah, they were summoning the shark. We're not even on the beach, but they're throwing the shark out here, so. But HR John, I hope you're doing well. Again, I'm really sorry to have yet to deal with that as well. I know that you were friends with her, so I don't know, obviously, your relationship, but I'm so sorry about that. Kirby, I feel you on that. I need my monster right now. I got you. Hopefully, she can fix herself. You know, again, I don't wish any harm or any ill will towards anybody. I even Radia said, like, she just wanted an apology and to move on, right, chat? But unfortunately, I don't think we got an apology in this one. So, Ben has already previously apologized to Radia, though. Yeah, I was going to say, leave Fenari and Tomato out of this right now. We really don't know. I mean, they've already said they're on vacation and they need time to respond. So that should be enough for all of you to chill the fuck out about it. Like, I keep seeing people go like, oh, Alicia, oh, Finn, oh, Tomato. Guys, chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like, number one, the stuff that Alicia y'all can complain about, but at least put it up on the shelf. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what we're here to talk about. Yeah, she said something. Yeah, she was slightly involved. But, like, guys, that's not the main focus of what we're here to talk about. And same with Fenari and Tomato. You haven't given them time to respond. So, like, give them time to respond. Like, they're on vacation. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's wrong to already try to bring down a hammer on them when they haven't even had time to respond. They have things that they should respond about, Absolutely, but you gotta be patient, give them time, guys. So everybody always wants to like jump the gun and like bring the hammer down. Like, guys, have patience, have understanding, have some grace when stuff like this happens, chat. Just be patient. Things happen, you know. Yeah, totally understand where you're coming from, Peace Poet. Absolutely understand where you're coming from. I don't know Palm or Finn as well as Alicia. Dora, I know Alicia's a major fight over little things. Yeah, sometimes that's true. Oh, sorry, I had no phlegm. After sending the later evidence, I learned not to jump the gun. What do you mean later evidence? Oh God, please don't tell me you're talking about Outer's document. Oh no. Please don't tell me you're talking about like Powder's document. Oh no. Radia dropped a Google Doc about how she was mistreated by Dora. Yeah, if you were out of the loop, to remind all of you, on Friday I covered the document. The later evidence was that so many more people came forward that corroborated the accounts. I hope that's what they're talking about. Because I've seen some people naysay what happened, and I'm like, oh, brother, please. Like, I've read them. It doesn't add anything. It literally doesn't. You were like, oh, well, it really put everything into a new order, right? Like, bro, you can look at the dates on the original document. Yeah, exactly. Like, at the end of the day, like, I already said this once, Sean. I'll say it again, because I'm really done talking about Cinder, but Cinder already admitted to her doing it. That's it. In the story, she already admitted to doing it. What else do you want? You know what I mean? Like, she already admitted to doing it. It's a done deal, you know? So, we're here to talk about Adora and Radia and what happened with that situation. So, without further ado, guys, I guess it's time. Everybody do me a favor, just type news, and we're gonna hop right into it, okay? What I want to do today, again, is just, I want to go through the document. I want to mention, some stuff around it, things surrounding it, etc. So just gonna keep that in mind as we go through today's news, okay, chat? I do ask all of you, please be patient for everybody to come forward with their accounts. And don't jump to conclusions until we go through Adora's stuff. And then we can make our final assessment for now until we get more, you know, obviously added into it. So also bear in mind some of the people that are brought up in Adora's talk. Yeah, be gone after. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. I'll just say this about Alicia. That's it. Responsive to Adora's talk job. Be neutral was to make me a follower. I know she's inconsequential in the grand scheme, but what would happen to Radia? Alicia not defending but condemning Adora damaged my view of her virtues. I think one thing to remember is when you get mentioned in a document, you kind of want to address what's about you. And I think maybe she was also waiting for Adora's account. I don't know. I can't speak for her, right? But again, that's your decision. You do what you want with that. I'm just telling you what I think. I think that she saw her name was in the document. She addressed that part because it was pertinent about her. And that was kind of it. Alicia was never even mentioned. No, yes, she was. Yeah, Kelvin, she was 100% mentioned in the original document. Yeah, there's literally a section about her. Did you not read the first document? Yeah, if you did not read the first document, or you didn't actually show up to Friday's stream, don't throw things in there like that, Kelvin, because there was a whole section where she was mentioned. Yeah, please, let's not misinform. Yeah, you missed that part then because there's a whole ass fucking section. Let me go see if I can find it. Yeah, guys, for anybody that was here, can you just back me on that there was a section? Oh, goodness. Where's the find function? It's under tools. Oh, that's stupid. Is it Control F? There it is. Later that day, Radio was informed that fellow streamer in front of Adora, Alicia Life, had pinged her entire Discord to disparage Radio for her comments in an immature and accusatory fashion. It's literally right here, bro. Yeah, I don't want to call you out too heavily, but bro, you can't say that something's not in a document and then it be in the document, you know? Like, if you're going to say something about it, make sure you're 100%. We don't want to misinform. It's very important that we are 100% on our facts when we talk about this particular thing. I mean, you can see 12 mentions of her name. Guys, it's very important we do not misinform each other. Very important in a situation like this. So, I'm sorry to have to correct you, Flying Kelvin, and I told me to call you out, but please don't misinform people. I mean, it's fine. That's fine that you weren't here, right? But at the same time, if you're gonna say, "Oh yeah, you know, they weren't in the document," let me look at your words again. I'm sorry. Let me go back and see what you said exactly. Alicia was never even mentioned, though. That's just entirely untrue. So if you don't know, that's totally okay. But if that's the case, just don't say anything. Don't misinform people, right? You can ask. You can just like, hey, you know, I didn't know. I didn't know that, right? Exactly. So instead of saying, like, let's say that when I said, oh, Alicia was in the document, you said, oh, you know, I didn't know that, right? Instead, just be like, hey, why not just ask a question, you know? I'm telling the streamer how to live their life, but yeah, Bunny, excuse you. You're right, Alarm. No, I'm always right to varying degrees, except when I'm wrong. Nah, it's all good, guys. But really important that, again, guys, we got to be very careful on misinforming people. Okay, very serious, very serious bit of information. So yeah, we got to make sure that we get it all straight. So I'd have to correct you, but it's important, guys. So I would say I'm surprised when considering Adora seemingly known for changing her story. Oh, what happened every single time she's asked? I'm not surprised. I mean, that was one thing, but also, I think what's very disappointing to me is there's no apology. At least from what I remember. This is my second time going through Adora stuff. So maybe I missed it. Your only wrong opinion is dunking on Arby's. Well, my opinion about Arby's is 100% correct. Like, I'm just telling you, just because you don't have taste buds, that's not my fault. That's not my fault. Has there been anyone else been mentioned? Aside from Alicia, of course, a ton of people, J-Meister. Again, if you ever need any type of follow-up or anything, feel free to ask me any questions. I've been through this document 2.5 times as far as radius. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have. Feel free to ask me in chat. If you don't know, you don't know. Just don't make a statement that's not true, right? Arby's is banging. What? Where are they banging it? Behind a jail cell? Like, Aki, what are they banging? The fucking, like, chains because they're so disgusting? They should be locked up? Like, oh my god. Alara has great tits and correct opinions. Thank you. We should get a t-shirt of that. So the same right and you disagree, your taste sucks. Alara 2025, so. Oh my god. Me bitch are banging me. I have the meats. Oh, wait. You have the meats. Well, let me ask you a question, Aki. If Arby's has the meats, why do they have no customers? Can you explain that? You would explain that? I want to say since everything this argument dropped into people question the validity of Takahata's things, or since about the same group of people that just tried to spread rumors, just wonder how that'll play out. McDonald's, I'm going to tell you, as somebody that knows stuff that cannot say anything, here's what I'm going to tell you about the Taka stuff. The Taka stuff has things surrounding it that do not allow it to be talked about. That's it. There's legality involved, so, oh my god, Alara, why did I put, we didn't put a door, what? Oh no, wait, oh my god, are you telling me that Arby's is auto-correcting to Adora? Well, I guess they know bad things when they see them, huh? Even your autocorrect is like, did you mean Adora? You type Barbies. Did you mean Adora? Oh, shit. Oh, no, bro. Oh, no, bro. Oh, that's bad. Oh, FML, actually. Now, there are no updates about Taka. And I can't tell you anything about that. Don't even ask me. I know nothing. And I don't even know that. I know nothing. I cannot help you with the Taka stuff. You're going to have to... you're not going to get any information about that, guys. Yeah, you're going to have to... nobody is allowed to talk anything about that kind of stuff, right? So you're just going to have to wait for more information on that one. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about what happened here with Adora. So let's go take a look here. I do want to lead you up with just a few things. So number one, just want to mention to you that Adora's Discord got nuked. Yeah, Adora's Discord is gone, chat. It's absolutely nuked. By the way, does my mic sound okay, chat? Can y'all hear everything okay? My voice is a little dead, so I have it like super close to my face. So I hope that sounds okay for you. I hope it's not killing you. Okay, yeah, sorry. I just have it really close to my face today. Anyway, Adora's Discord did get nuked. I didn't want to let you all know that. It is gone. It's absolutely gone. You will not find it anymore. You know, it was basically like, I don't know, the end of the Ugly Barnacle. Everybody died. The end. You know, so it's gone. It's gone. I also want to mention to you, this was, I believe, when was this? Last night? I don't know. Everything's a blur. I went to go unfriend Adora. And I unfriended Adora, and I closed her DMs. And so when I was on my Discord this morning, I was scrolling through my Discord and I was about to message somebody, and an account came up in which I had never seen before. And I was like, what? That's very weird. What is this account? Because I know who I talk with my DMs. I keep my DMs very locked up. I don't talk with like random people. You know, I keep it very, very tight. So anyway, I was like, what's going on? And I saw this person, so I clicked on their name. And my same DMs from Adora popped up. And that is right, chat. It looks like Adora has already rebranded under this account named Rose Rave. Yeah, this was one that popped up, and it was like a recent, you know, interaction, right? And I'm like, wait, what? So it seems like, I don't know if they're just doing this just you know, step away from the drama. I don't know if they're trying to rebrand already. I have no idea. I don't want to, you know, spread the rumor mill, right? But I just want to let you know this might be a future thing, right? Obviously, it's very, very pertinent for what is going on right now. And again, I just want to let you all know. I don't know exactly what this means or anything like that. But I saw this in my stuff today, and I was like, it was my exact same, you know, stuff with Adora. I can confirm my DMs. Obviously, I'm not going to leak those, because I don't really be doing that unless it's extreme, but, yeah, there you go. So, just be on the lookout. There you go. I don't know. I don't know how, if they're actually going to go forward with it. I have no idea. We'll see, though. Anyway, chat, let's go take a look here. Adora did release yesterday, or I'm sorry, 2 days ago, their response to Radius allegations. Now, we can go look through the comments. I'll just scroll through. You know, it's definitely, most everybody agrees this is not a good look. I also found that she sent a VC to my debut and tore it apart. That was fun. Really awkward. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Killer Saw obviously dropping that. Even Static Tokyo, guys. I often look when I look on Twitter. I often look to Static Tokyo as kind of like a voice of reason. I really feel like Static has like a good head on his shoulders. And this is like his like opinion on it. It's probably not good. You know, Trua says, you do realize the intervention call literally was 90% of you yelling at radio, barely allowing her to speak for herself. That's not what friends do. When Akira, this is sad. I feel so bad for Radio. I like Static as well. You know, people say it's worse than Cinder. Obviously, Arundel, another fellow news tuber saying, Big Pages is just judging her how she spends, how she's stressed about money. Bro, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? You doxed her. Just feels like you've added it in to make her look bad, etc. So, anyway, guys, we are going to go take a look here at this document. We're going to dive in. There is a call in here that is very, very important that we're going to listen to. It's about an hour and 10 minutes. I am going to speed it up, just, you know, get through it a little bit quicker. But anyway, we are going to take a look at this. Anybody? Let's go take a look. And Dira, you know, take it away, sweetie. Tell us what is going on. I am going to let Dira read again. Again, my voice is not 100% yet, guys. I am still kind of trying to rest a little bit. So, all right, let's do it.
Hi everyone, I first want to start off by saying this response is going to go into heavy personal information on my side of the situation.
Oh, I am,
including my past suicide attempt and my past sexual assault. Please be warned before proceeding. Heads up, this document is predominantly so long because of screenshots taking up space. The document is in timeline order, so please read it from start to finish and not skip around or you will miss important context. This should never
like
have
with any
gone
Google
public,
docu.
because ultimately, it was a fallout between two best friends that no longer trusted each other, hurt each other, and one side decided to make it the world's business. I don't know why she needed to win over the past 6 weeks since I took my hiatus after my suicide attempt. I have never spoken her name to a soul first and had moved on with my life. I'm glad to still be here and hoping to move on finally after all of this. However,
so I want to stop it here, guys, because we need to look at these statements here. No longer trust each other, hurt each other, and one side decided to make it the world's business. Okay, then number one, I'm still looking for the proof, even from the last document where Radiant did something to hurt you, Adora. I'm still looking for that, by the way. So, what does this mean? Always like hurt each other and one side decided to make it the world's business. You literally doxed her and shared her personal information. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yes, one side did make the world's business. You. Then when one side decided to make it the world's business, I don't know why she needed to. For the past 6 weeks, I took hiatus after my unaliving attempt. I never spoken a name to a soul first and it moved on with my life. That's entirely untrue. Because I can tell you that I know you talk shit at Offkai. I know you talk shit at Offkai. 1 bajillion%. Makes no sense, chat. Makes no sense.
I'm glad to still be here and hoping to move on
I'm glad you're here
after
too.
all of this.
I'm very glad you're
However,
still here, Adora.
She continued to spiral and refused to take any extended olive branch through neutral third parties, so now we are here, and I am going to show you every single shred of evidence I have, including recordings and screenshots with her I have, and recount my side of the situation. I want to start off by saying that Radia has deleted every single DM she has ever sent to me on Discord. If not for the fact I had backed several of them up for fear she would attempt to cancel me publicly and to protect myself, I would have nothing anymore and only her curated screenshots to paint me in the worst picture imaginable. Here is proof of her removing all messages to me.
So, number one, chat, I do want to discuss something that's really important here. So, including recordings. So, that is right, guys. There are multiple voice recordings inside this document we are going to take a listen to that Adora, without Radia's consent, recorded several calls. Now, I did check on the legality of this. Legally, Adora was allowed to record these recordings. She lives in a one-party area or whatever, right? So she was allowed legally to record these. However, there's kind of two sides to that coin, right? Because at the same time, even though you're legally allowed to do that, there's also the moral side of it, right? Just because there's one party consent, somebody else didn't consent to it. Number one, that's supposed to be your friend, right? You definitely don't look morally good by recording your friend in a call, right? That definitely doesn't make you look good as a friend. And then number two, there are other TOSs like with Discord, where it's by certain things, you are not allowed to record without somebody's consent. So I think it like best she broke Discord TOS and morally, was fucked up, and then at worst, did something illegal. But I don't think it was illegal. She apparently is in a one party consent area, so it does look like everything was legal. The second thing I want to point out here, my monster is finally kicking in. I'm waking up. So the second thing I want to point out is I want to start out by saying that ready to delete every single DM she ever sent to me on Discord. Good. I know this might be controversial, but I will 100% say I think that was the best thing that Radio could have done. Why is that? Because when you have somebody that's very manipulative, allowing any type of messages to still be there allows for them to twist things. As you said, Samurai, took the words out of my mouth, blackmail. There's a lot of things that can be left in there that could hurt the victim even more, right? So honestly, I know this might be controversial, but I'll tell you, I agree with that decision. And unfortunately, because now DMs are getting leaked, DMs are no longer sacred as they used to be. I don't blame you guys. If you need to delete your DMs, so be it. You know what I mean? Now, if you're a really shitty person trying to hide stuff, well, that's different, right? But I would argue in this case, this is more for protection and private information. Well, do y'all agree with that statement before we continue on? I wrote that down in my notes because, again, I know some people might disagree, and it's always based off every situation, but in this situation, I think that this was the best choice. So here's proof that, of course, DMs are deleted, just to show, they are not there anymore. So, anyway, let's go take a look here at what was going on in the beginning. So they're talking about Project STEM. So remember, Radio was talking about for years this had been going on. So we're kind of picking up after in a Project STEM. Project STEM is, again, Adora, Radio, Pomeda Master, and Fenari. Then Radio left. Yeah, the sharks are coming in on this one. Adora, take it away.
In Project STEM, myself, Pomado Master, and Fenari Mori had begun to have issues over the previous months with Radioactive's behavior. She had spoken to us about several issues over things such as being ungrateful towards her community for not giving her enough money, while saying this before us, while myself, Pomado Master, and Fenari had to deal with our own financial issues. This happened multiple times, including during the Project STEM debut stream on her channel that we all agreed to do together. During this stream, she ended up yelling at a chat member for saying "I won't feel sorry for you" to one of Alice IX Life's community members when the conversation at hand was about giving money to the members of Project STEM and our friends.
Okay, can I stop here for a second, chat? And I have a question. How does this justify you doxing her? How does this justify you doxing her? Literally, chat. I want you to think about this. This is your opening document to protect your brand, your well-being, who you are, defend yourself against a huge document, and you start out with this. That's like coming up for an opening speech and be like, "All right, Army, I want to tell you that I'm going to be fundraising money because I'm going through a really hard time. But by the way, I hate all of you and you're really stinky." Like, that's like being like, "Okay, guys, so I want to audition for American Idol, but when I get into the room, I throw tomatoes at the judges." Like, this isn't how you start. This isn't how you start addressing all of the issues and all of the things that have been dropped on you. You know what I mean? How dare you call out my lack of ID? So anyway, let's continue to listen here. I want to point out the first sentence in this. which you will see. I do not have possession of this
I
clip.
do not have possession of this clip, and hope
Well, there
one
you go.
can come forward by an involved party that has the clip.
I don't have the
Below
clip.
is another one
Awesome.
of the conversations we had in the past in regards to her not wanting to stream because she isn't making enough money. An unrelated
Okay.
party has been censored as they are not a member of Project STEM.
Okay.
But this was not the first or last conversation we had ever had with Radia about money or her telling us she did not feel supported by her community. Here is one that was discussed over text.
I mean, but again, so guys, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of us have money issues, right? It happens to the best of us. A lot of us are maybe not comfortable. A lot of us in this current climate, economic climate, are not doing well. And I can understand wanting to talk about that, right? However, the thing is why is this such a huge problem to you that you had to go to these extreme lengths to try and control her, bring down this criticism on her? Guys, I'm going to tell you, somebody venting to their friends about money issues is literally not that big of a deal. Because I have the clip because I didn't happen during their Steam debut, happened during the Radius birthday stream, but even still, that's not a reason for her to get involved at all. Exactly. Like, we push past personal boundaries at this point. I guess I'm going to ask this question over and over, Chad, as we continue through. Why did you feel this was important enough to try to cause an issue, right? And I also want to ask the question, is this worth really getting upset about? So, Chad, I have a question for you. If this was your friend and they were talking about this, would you get really upset about it? I'm hoping it is that, yeah, I've just had they had a good account of mine. I've had a really jank luck this year. I told my community I wouldn't take a hiatus, but the return on putting myself out there for 4 hours is not worth it at the moment, like emotionally or physically. I mean, bro, that doesn't mean that you don't thank your community, you're not grateful for your community. You're just saying, dude, it's hard to get out there and it's hard to spend time because the return on investment isn't there. And when you're worried about money and your well-being, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, they're annoyed by that fact. They're just talking about my financial situation is not the best. It's hard for me to stream because the return on it isn't there. That doesn't mean that you're not thankful for your community, right? I'm always 100% the belief that it's not worth to push through and burn out. Long run, it hurts you and your content more. I feel like they just drew that conclusion on their own. You know what I mean? Closer mentioning streaming isn't worth it. She only makes $50 a stream. This was an issue that we had to deal with. And when I had to talk her down multiple times, often in voice. However, this time was in text. I'm able to share this now. Absolutely take the break. Also, but they get fixed. Just a weird hiccup. Fuck healthcare regardless. So, is it worth for the net game maybe 50 a stream? Is it really? It really isn't. In cost is unfortunately a big factor in if I do this or not. Because if it doesn't generate enough, I can't justify the excess electricity or energy, even if it's something I enjoy. Where is Radia saying that she's not thankful for her community? What did Funky say? Community members even pressured Radia to put some of her medical things on throat so we can voluntarily help. Thank you for your corroborating that. I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. Multiple chat members corroborating that, by the way, for my YouTube friends. So she's not complaining about her community. She's just saying, like, look, shit's hard right now, and it's hard for me to justify streaming. Guys, that happens, whether it's fiscally, medically, mentally, physically. The physical issue just also impedes my ability. I cannot do what I used to do with these even 6 months ago, again, talking about their medical issues, chat. So I just don't. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Can you ban for that? Yeah, how dare you say shit like that? Absolutely not. Yeah, you're out of here. No way. Yeah, absolutely not. We do not wish death upon anybody. Yeah, get the fuck out of my chat. That's horrible. I don't know if all of you saw that, but yeah, Rip Boso. What the fuck, dude? That's horrible. Some people, I swear. All right, anyway, let's continue. Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry for the little distraction there, but that ain't cool. Anyway, gamer streams aren't a consistent guaranteed income. Like you enjoy doing it. 100 people show up, but if you get this mentality, you'll keep making less because it will show an air of ingratitude. I mean, again, this is your assumption. This is your opinion, right? But you're taking something that's opinionated and letting it guide your entirety of who you are and your decisions, right? This is your opinion that she is ungrateful, right? I don't view it that way. I hope you're okay. I trust we understand your health. Since your health is a nightmare to navigate with us, the healthcare part of it, I'm going to have to evaluate it based on time put in and what I get out of it. If I just do it without a weight over my head, I would. Look, guys, that is a consideration. I even do that. I'm a full-time streamer. I have to evaluate what streams I put my time into, what streams I don't put my time into. Guys, if I went and streamed, I don't know, watching paint dry live on stream, that's probably not going to do that well compared to, I don't know, playing Elden Ring or something, right? So that's just a consideration for your business, for streaming. Like, saying she's ungrateful based on that really doesn't make much sense, in my opinion. Yeah, it really just feels like an overreaction to whatever their opinion was. They're like, oh, you're hurting us and you're ungrateful. Like, no, that's not the case. You go live and streaming the app for 3 to 4 hours. You don't need to edit yourself or do extensive promo. Already have a well-sized viewer base that brings some more. I mean, as a civil engineer, it's just a low period. Having more things on my shoulders made that incredibly difficult. Probably talking about their physical well-being, right? You'll be fine, get from emotional standpoint because the health stuff does really suck. But I don't make $50 per stream right now. Ain't a valid reason. Stream income is random and highly variable and part of the business, okay? And that's true. I completely understand you take time away due to health concerns or stress, especially due to the testing and emotionally taking time. Big good, but money being a deciding factor on whether or not to stream just makes you so much more stress. And to me, it's a healthy mindset, especially because I know how much you love streaming. Well, which is a great point, right? But when you have health and all kinds of other stuff, there's a lot of considerations, chat. You know, we're very I'm very lucky, even though I have some health issues. I'm very lucky that I'm able to stream every day, right? I'm very lucky that you guys wanted to go to someone on 248. You know, not everybody's in the same boat, and we should be appreciative for what we have, regardless. Our radio says it's more of a trade-off. Do I benefit more from the hours there, more from other work efforts? I'm essentially forced to evaluate it that way currently, which is fair, you know? Is it worth the mental boost if I physically hurt after? Exactly, and I get that, right? It sucks to have that business talk, right? Because you might be passionate about content creation, but maybe she was just burned out or just hurting, you know? You're literally the largest streamer in this group and one of the biggest I'm with. I wish I could say feel embarrassed over 400 viewers and your civil engineer income. It's not embarrassing. Your healthcare suffering because of the American system failing you and your day job being psychopaths is a valid thing to feel awful over and need support, though. It feels like also that they don't really the door doesn't understand where radio is coming from as far as like, hey, like I'm having financial problems, I'm having health problems, and they're just like, well, but streaming good. Yeah, streaming is good, don't get me wrong, but like, guys, you gotta understand there's more to it. Like, be realistic, chat. Let's say realistically, I am no longer able to make money on streaming anymore, right? Would I continue streaming because I love it? Absolutely. But would I go find a job? Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, there's just circumstances that surround everybody's life, you know? What work, LOL, your day job won't pay you more. What you're going to do in that time that's more productive really should not value income over self-worth and success as a streamer. I mean, that's true, but maybe they could get a second job. They could do stuff online. I mean, who knows, right? Certification work or dedicating time towards refining my professional career more. That's always opportunity cost you have to make, right? I'm at least on stream. You have a supportive community. I mean, if you want to use that time to find a new job, sure. You need to end your time out 3 to 4 hours, 3 times a week. And it prints money traditionally for you. It's just a low period right now. I really have a limited energy and time pool. I find myself struggling to provide quality content even on good days. So I have zero reason to lie to you on this. You're already providing quality content for what you do, which is mentally exhausting in its own way. When I don't feel physically well, I compare yourself to others and just look at the numbers, how good they are.
Adora
For
seems to
fuck's
be
sake.
showing some jealousy in her statement. You are the largest streamer in this
Maybe,
group.
maybe. I don't want to assume, but what I do want to say is that I look at this conversation, I'm just like, Radio's going through a hard time. He's questioning she should keep streaming for financial reasons, and they are upset with her because of that. Not the fact that she's not listening, but for the fact that we're even having this conversation in the first place. This is a very normal conversation to me. I'm gonna be honest, like, this is something that everybody considers sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I've had this conversation before with Aya behind closed doors, you know, like, you don't have the DMs for it, but I've had this conversation with her when I first started going full time. I'm like, is it worth it? You know, this is a natural conversation. So using this as evidence to support, oh, she's complaining about money and she doesn't care about her community. I do not derive from these screenshots that at all. How about you, chat? But now I goes on to see chatter subs income fluctuates so wildly in space. You may never know how it's going to turn out. It's maybe one thing your chatter gets a wild hair or something ends up being super kind. People don't always show up for certain types of content. People generally like you as you are. Energy content or low. Your CCP is really the highest it's ever been. I'm just really distraught over the medical issues, rightfully so. You have cool friends that collapsed. And that's fair, it's super valid. You can be angry, it's okay to be sad on it. But don't end productive things you enjoyed when you're not in an emotionally bad headspace from your health and day job. Don't really dive into it all. It's so saddening when I can't play a game because my hands hurt so badly, and I get that. I want to, but I just, randomly can't. Not comfortably, and that doesn't even make good content because I'm distracted and in pain. That's okay to feel. I get it. Love not being able to play something with your health sucks, but you often play or at least talk. So it's good to savor when you can. I don't even feel like I had to handle my mind. I did, which is actively distressing in front of people. It's maybe afraid to stream, honestly. If I'll be actually frank, everything is secondary but far easier to bring up than the fact I don't feel I can actively participate in something I enjoy. So there you go. Give it to us, dear arm.
Radia knew my finances as well as Fenaris and bombs.
Okay.
I had only recently, as of the end of last year, finally made enough money to feel comfortable to no longer need SNAP benefits to work as a creator full-time as I pursued my career in content. We had genuinely been worried about her lack of gratitude towards her community, and this is important as it leads up to the intervention and why we did it.
We've been worried about her lack of gratitude to her community. If your proof is these screenshots, as Mina said, I call BS. I'm sorry, I call BS. If this is your proof as to her being ungrateful, no, she's in a dire situation talking about her issues. That's it. There's no lack of gratitude. That is your opinion. You followed through on something that was your opinion. It went wrong. You got called out for it, and you chose to double down. Unfortunately, chat, I really hate to draw this conclusion, but based off what I've seen, I'm going to call it as it is. You guys know I'm not going to bullshit you. This all comes down to ego. You fucked up. You made a mistake. You know you made a mistake. You tried to justify it. You got called out for it, and you didn't take the out. You had a third party come in. You stuck to your ego too much, and now this happened. I'm sorry. This is all about ego. And you had many chances, and you let it get to your head there, Adora. That sucks. That sucks. You had many ways out. Many ways out. You could have just said you're sorry. Yeah, you're right, Rookie. I don't want to assume anything about anybody, but I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? I don't like to go off assumptions. I want facts. I want screenshots. I want testimonies. You know what I mean? So, but looking at all this, the narrative it's there. It's there, chat. It spells it out itself.
During our Project STEM announcement, Radia had
Right.
used the event for all 4 of us to promote her off-Kai throne gift to raise $2,000 so she could attend with us. She did
Gotcha.
not talk to us on this before that, and then began to say that she had wanted all of us to go attend off-Kai as Project STEM. This was never a
Okay.
plan, as we were not invited as guests to off-Kai as Project STEM, as we had just
Okay.
announced our group. Myself and Pomato Master had planned to go together, and Pomato Master offered an affordable room to me months prior due to my income, and Fenrimori had her own plans with her friends as well, unrelated to mine and Pom's. We were attending as ourselves, and Radia had never
Right.
told us originally she had interest in going until around a month or so before we announced Project STEM.
Yeah, I mean, number one, I want the proof on that, right? You could easily provide screenshots of that, right, or clips from stream, if that is true. But on the other side of that coin, like if that is true, and I want to make sure I say this, hypothetically, chat, if that is true, hypothetically, I swear, if somebody clips me out of context, I'm gonna lose my mind. Hypothetically, if that was true, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying hypothetically. Yeah, Radio should have talked to them about that. But again, where's the proof? Where's the proof? So we can just throw this out the window. You can literally provide you can provide screenshots, you can provide clips in this part to prove that. But they didn't. You know what I mean? So anyway, let's continue. Thank you, Dira. Everybody give claps to Dira. She is doing great. Protecting my voice. Thank you, Dira. We love you. Oh, Project STEM is their group that they had. For anybody missed that.
During Anime North, while all 4 of us were staying together in the hotel
That is
room,
Abadora's case
a
anyway.
situation arose after dinner at a steakhouse.
Okay.
While myself and Fenrimori were sleeping, Pomato Master had noticed Radia had gone live while in the bathroom. Confused, Palm realized Digital Vagrant had gone live on Radia's channel. Now while we didn't know Radia had planned for her boyfriend to go live, and there is nothing wrong with that.
Right.
However,
Yeah, go live.
she also proceeded to never tell us about this. During this stream, Radia had been in her own chat and began to speak on having food poisoning.
Why? Radia begun to, wait. She also proceeded never tells about us. Why does she need to tell you? It's her stream. Like, why does she need to tell you? Even as a group member, let's say you're in a group together, why does she need to disclose that she's going to go live? You know what I mean? Yeah, and again, like, to back this up just a little bit, this doesn't take away from the fact that Adora went through some of her own personal stuff, as she mentioned at the top of the document. We're not here to dispel or take away from that at all, but we are here to hold her accountable for the bad things that she did, right?
Radia had claimed on her stream from her chat logs that myself, Fenari, and Pomato implied that she had wanted Chinese food, when she never had. Before we had left for the steakhouse after the day, we asked if anyone had any dietary restrictions, as we were open to go anywhere, as well as were fine with anywhere. She did not object. As well, during this stream, she then spoke on saying she had food poisoning to her community while in our room. Her community proceeded to donate thousands of dollars generously to her. This is important for context for later. She never told any of us of this food poisoning, and during this time we were incredibly confused as community members had spoken to us showing concern when she had never told us anything while there with her in person. The next day after I woke up, I drove her to the aquarium so she could swim with the stingrays for an experience by herself. She then ate a breakfast.
She did eat breakfast sandwich later, frozen yogurt in front of me, having no idea that she'd been sick the night prior. So, number one, oh my god. So, number one, guys, I believe Adora's applying her the food poisoning is a lie to garner donuts. Yes. So, here's the thing, number one. Where is the clip? Where is the clip of her, or the screenshot of her saying that, right? I don't want the proof behind that. Number two, if she had food poisoning, food food poisoning can happen though, right? Like shit happens, right? Everybody presents differently, right? And number three, she could have been downplaying it, that maybe she actually had like issues, like other issues that Rydia has shown, all of her medical issues, right? Maybe she called it food poisoning, but it was something else, right? She didn't want to worry her friends, etc., etc. There's a billion reasons why this can be explained away. A million and a half. You know what I mean? Again, to look at a document where you are trying to refute as evidence, you have done these things to other people, and you're talking about this situation. Number one, where's the proof? And number two, how does this help your argument? Exactly. Like, she's not entitled to, exactly, Kelvin. She's not entitled to Rydia's personal matters anyway. And even then, exactly. Thank you, Nid. That's the word I was looking for. Hyperfixated on this very small detail that doesn't matter. She could have easily been like, hey, I got food poisoning. And it was like her actual other problems or something, right? Some people present really quickly. Some people get over it really quickly. It happens, right? Just because she didn't mention it to you doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? I mean, I would love to hear from Rydia her thoughts on this part. And maybe we'll get that in the future, but I don't think that she's literally was doing it to get a bunch of money from her community. She was just telling what was going on. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's kind of a tunnel vision a little bit. But let's say hypothetically, again, hypothetically, let's say that this is true. How does this, putting this in your document, prove that Rydia is, I guess, lying about everything else? It doesn't. And again, that's a hypothetical. You're trying to basically almost take away from her credibility in any way that you possibly can, right? In any way, shape, or form that you can. And it's just not working, homie. It's not working.
The evening of Sunday, while we were in the room, I was booking my flight to Ofkai.
Yeah, absolutely. You downplay them.
Sad that my flight's price had increased by $150 since I waited until after Anime North to book it.
Right.
And that it sucked since I'd need to tap my savings in order to make up the difference because I waited too long. Rydia then responded to me by saying, oh, I should book my hotel room, I guess, angrily, while then proceeded to book herself a suite while complaining she did not have the money. She then went, I guess I might as well upgrade to a suite as it will only be $50 more. I responded with a night or the whole stay, being confused as at this point I did not know she had been generously donated thousands of dollars the night prior and was confused why she was spending more if she didn't have it. She responded with no the entire stay. I dropped the subject after that, confused.
You're not entitled to her financial well-being. What is this paragraph? This does not help you at all. Oh my God. This doesn't help you. Oh my God. You're literally just like, you're talking about money, you're upsetting stuff up. Dude, you don't know her financial situation. Like, again, why is this a problem? I had to save as well and ask for donations from our community to go as well as make plans with Palm to save to make Offkai possible. So circle to your complaint about booking a nice room you could afford while I was dealing with my own financial situation. I mean, okay. And that is your personal feelings, right? That is your personal feelings. I can get where maybe you're coming from on that, but to go as far as you did, based on your feelings, doesn't mean it should be something justified, right? Remember, guys, we talk a lot about emotional intelligence, being able to control your emotions, talk about stuff in a very thoughtful, forward, and transparent way. If you are this upset about this and go immediately to talking shit about them behind people's back, you have absolutely no emotional intelligence. Let's continue.
After all this had happened, and realizing a lot of actions were not adding up from Rydia, there was no luring, because we wanted to talk to her as concerned friends and as soon as possible.
So when a bunch of nothing happened, I was concerned about nothing.
Myself, Pomato Master, and Fenari decided we needed to talk to her about these issues as soon as possible. The altered document was in fact the original list we used in reference to talk to her about during the intervention because we were worried about her. Myself, Pomato Master, and Fenrimori all wrote this document together because we wanted to make sure before we talked to Radia.
Okay.
Many of these points come up in the intervention, as you will hear in the recording below. However, the document was also not meant to ever be sent to anyone, which is ultimately my fault. Because we wanted to
there's
keep
at least one bit of
lines
accountability.
open, and after the intervention, I was asked by Fen to send a bulletin point list of what the intervention covered since we wanted to make sure Radia's local support network was involved. In my rush and stupidity, I instead tried to edit down the intervention list we wrote together, and did this poorly and without Fen or Palm's approval. The intervention list had points in it written rather poorly, and while the three of us were hurt, and should never have been shared after the intervention was done.
At least there is that bit of accountability, right, chat? A little bit of accountability there. That's better than nothing.
This was not done
a small
in malice.
nugget.
It was done in stupidity and me trying to help make things better because I at this point still wanted to fix my friendship with Radia and was being lazy.
There was no
I
friendship to
genuinely
fix.
regret
Everything
making the
was
situation
fine.
worse in this regard, when all I wanted to do was try to communicate, but failed to do so, causing stress for
small
everyone
nugget.
involved on all sides. Ultimately, myself, Pomato, and Fenari were hurt by Radia at this point. Below is the entire recording between us and this intervention. Because we already were beginning to not trust Radia at this point and were concerned for ourselves as well that this might turn into more than what it was, the three of us agreed to record it for our own safety.
So number one, at least there is a bit of accountability, but I want to point this sentence out here. Ultimately, myself, Pomato, and Fenari were hurt by Radia at this point. There was no problems. Like if it was more emotional, like you're like, well, I felt hurt by the fact that, it was her fault to complain about booking a nice room in Michigan for one while I was doing my own financial issues. If this was the whole reason for doing an intervention, well, you had no reason to, and we already knew the way you went about it was really, really poor, right? But the other part I want to point about this is myself, Pomato, and Fenari were hurt by Radium. I need to make sure that we put this part on the shelf. We do not know any confirmation yet that Pomato and Fenari were hurt by these statements or these things, right? And even then, well, hypothetically, even if that is true, that doesn't justify this meeting and the way it went down, right? I also want to point out the three of us agreed to record it for our own safety. Why would you need to record an intervention with somebody for your own safety? What in this intervention did you need to have for your safety, quote unquote? I would love an explanation of that. Please continue to read when you listen for context. Important note for the call, the first 20 minutes of the calls in regards to the event was the final straw for us, giving a benefit of the doubt. I would ask the reader and listener to keep this in mind for context, as it's the most recent event and fresh in everybody's memories, leading us circling back to the other more important events that led to this confrontation further into the call. So here are the important, quote-unquote, timestamps. We are going to listen to this call in its entirety, okay, chat?
Up until 1730 we lead with emotions because of our hurt, where it is then brought back and Radia comes off alluding to the fact that Fen, Bomb, and myself were not looking out for Radia at the convention despite asking everyone including her what they wanted to eat and keeping dietary restrictions in mind. At 1945,
yeah, I'm gonna play it at 1.5
Radia
speed.
discusses the rare steak she ate.
That's
and
important.
Fen asks about it in relation to our feelings on Radia not thinking we cared about her. At 25:20 is when we mention issues with Radia not reaching out to creators for Anime North meet and greets, as well as lying to us over doing this. Below is a screenshot in reference to her saying she had done something, when in fact she never had reached out to Juniper in the first place. Afterwards we confront Radia on lies related to food poisoning and the hotel room.
Where is the proof on this? You've never reached out to Juniper in the first place. What? Where's the proof? I mean, again, this is such a small detail. This is such a big just nothing. You know what I mean? Like, this is just a big just fucking nothing burger. Like, okay, maybe she was like, I'm gonna reach out to Juniper. Maybe she forgot. Maybe she had some stuff going on. And she's like, you know what? Fuck, I'll poke again, right? Maybe she forgot. This is nothing. And even still, how do you know that? Where's the proof? You know what I mean? Like, this is just it's a bunch of just words on a page with no screenshots, no like support, no reputable people backing your story. You need at least one of those three things.
At 40:08 we discuss the moment Radio made poor comments towards Alicia's community member. I do not have the clip, however another party involved does, and it is ultimately their decision on whether they would like to release it. At 49:00 is when Fen tells Radio she should take a break. As well, Pomado and myself agree due to our worry about her unhealthy connection with content.
I'm gonna crash the fuck out, chat. I'm gonna crash the fuck out. I'm losing it right now. I'm losing it right now. I'm literally about to get a migraine. I don't have the clip, however, another party involved does it. It's ultimately their decision whether they would like to release it. You can release a clip. It's on Twitch/YouTube. It's literally public content. What do you mean you don't need permission to release it? Just release it. Put the evidence with your fucking document. Oh my God. I have to stand up a second. I'm sorry. I have to stand up a second. I cannot read this in good faith. Makes no sense. No sense. I didn't punch my mic. That's why I'm standing up. Oh my God, dude. Constant dodging of accountability. This might be my last straw, chat, but this is why I clap now. This is why I clap a lot, so I do something with my hands. This might be my last straw. Why would you not include that? It's public. It's literally completely accessible information. You're not including it because you're either lazy or you know it's not going to help your stuff. You're hoping that by this ambiguity of, oh, well, it's going to get released, that somebody's going to believe you. Bro, own up to your shit. Release the evidence that's behind it. If you have evidence to it, if you fucked up, own it up. And all you're doing this whole time is you take accountability for the smallest little thing and not everything else. I'm sorry, chat. I literally, this really upsets me. This makes me so mad. I'm just like...
I enjoy your content. I don't need permission.
Exactly. Like, you just watch it, you know? You just watch it. It's crazy. So anyway, guys, we are going to listen to the audio behind this. I do have a little spectrometer, whatever it's called here. So I way the call will not look so boring as the audio void, because I know that we're just going to have it up. So, but I did at least want to give you something that you could hold on to and, you know, wasn't just nothing, right? At least it looks pretty. Oh, thank you for being here, Radio. I want to state that Finn was the only one who ever came to me and told me she realized the manipulation lies. We're still good friends. And I'm really, really glad to hear that. I do have one question for you, Radio. About this, the food poisoning part. Were you downplaying that? Just been like, oh yeah, like, you know, I had food poisoning, or were you, or did you actually just have food poisoning and it passed pretty quick? Again, you don't have to answer. It literally doesn't change the argument at all. I'm just curious for me. Literally doesn't change the argument though, by the way. At all. Okay, chat, let me get, I want to get this up for you guys so you can, Yeah, then we gotta look something pretty to look at while we go through this audio. So, here we go, guys. This is the audio that is in the cult that is mentioned right here. Of course, it says the intervention cult. We are gonna listen to all of this, okay, guys? So, it is about 1 hour and 10 minutes. I'm gonna play it on 1.5 speed, just so it goes a little bit quicker, okay, guys? So just you know, at least give it to you. So, I'll be like the pretty you know, equalizer. I just want to give you something so it didn't look so bland, but here we go, guys. Let me know if the volume's good.
Yeah.
So what's on?
Yeah, no,
So
I
we're
think
paying
you
for
were telling
Pog a
us
slight
radio.
bit because it is something that involves her. So we all need to be here together. So give her a minute or two to finish it. Okay. What's my necklace? It is.
Oh, I was muted.
There you are.
Hey.
Hey, everybody here?
Yeah.
Present.
Right, stop the fucking band-aid. We all need to sit down and have a very serious talk.
Incredible.
Is the audio volume okay for you guys? Is it good? Also, starting out the call, we need to have a serious fucking talk. Oh, that's not a good start. You know what I mean? Like that's not a good
Pretty
start.
serious.
What's going on? A lot.
A lot.
Who wants to spearhead?
I think I should probably spearhead it, unfortunately.
All right.
Radio, there's a big issue that unfortunately came up during the convention. And, And to start, there was a Saturday night stream, question mark?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. I just want to know in that situation, why were you overemphasizing food poisoning during that moment when we had no idea anything was going on?
Radio goes on to say, it very much was something I was unwell with all night that didn't eat until late the next day. Okay, well, there you go, chat. Like, something goes wrong with her stomach. She literally just confirmed it. Like, at the end of the day, it's not their business, you know? Thank you for that, Radio. I appreciate that, because, again, that dispels one of their issues, right?
In the room.
I didn't think it was a big deal because it was just towards me, and I didn't feel.
Unfortunately, Rissy, it was legal. They were in a one-party consent area.
Radio.
So it was legal.
To the people around you, i.e., me, Adora, and Palm, you are immunocompromised. You are on a lot of medication. When you get sick, it is extremely important. And to wake up to find out that you had apparently had food poisoning, when I had food poisoning like last month, I know how serious it can be. And to find out on top of that, there was a stream that it felt like you.
Yeah, no, Radio, please. Like, I 100% understand, girl. Please step away. Do not listen to this again, please. I really would prefer you step away, in my opinion, because this is, yeah, please go, girl. Like, don't put yourself through this again. The reason that we're watching this, Chaz, because it's very important. It's very important that you hear all of this and how it went down. No, don't apologize. Thank you for even being here, you know? So, please, go have a good rest of your day. Go get your mind out stuff. You don't focus on this, please.
Were hiding from us. It's not it doesn't affect everyone else because it does.
Huh?
I mean, you came back to the room after going to the jacuzzi. Everyone was asleep except me.
And I didn't feel too good.
Well, I asked you, how was everything? You're like, oh, it was good. And then you went to the bathroom, and then a stream started. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Okay. And it was obviously a takeover stream, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know why this was, I was like, I don't know why we never heard about this. Because, like, I don't know. I thought, like, it's not a big deal to do something like that. Like, Digi's your partner. Of course, he's going to, like, take over for you and do something for you. Like, that's great for him to do that. But it felt like it was done very quietly. And then no mention of it happened the next day at all. And all I woke up, because I went to sleep in the middle of that, right? I think I messaged, Radio, you're streaming? Question.
Again, it doesn't matter if somebody wants to do this, chat. It's their stream, right? It's their content. And they said it's not a big deal, but It kind of feels like they're implying it, but I'll put that up on the shelf for now.
Mark, and you saw that, and then I passed out.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm in the bathroom.
Yeah. I passed out, and then I woke up to a message in my Discord from someone being like, "Is radio okay?" I'm like, "What?" And at the time, like, you woke up, you got up, you went about your business, you left the room before I did. You didn't have any issues eating that day. That doesn't sound like food poisoning to me. Like, I'm not saying that your stomach didn't feel poorly, right? Like, as someone who has stomach issues, I know stomachs can get fucked up, but
Why? This is such a nothing burger, dude. Why are you so concerned about somebody else's body? Like, why are you so concerned about their body? Like, I don't get it.
when I looked back at the stream, because I was like, what the fuck happened when someone said you had food poisoning? There's multiple mentions about being on the bathroom floor.
I was on the floor in the toilet because I kept like, violently releasing my bowels, and I was like, this has to be the meat. Like, I have to be sick from the meat.
Releasing the bowels upwards or down?
I spit up whatever was in my stomach, and then it was just like a lot of like really watery stool.
Right, and I understand that you had some issues, but food poisoning is a very big deal, and people were concerned about you, and it seemed like it was being very hammed up in that stream, only for the next day to have no mention of it. Like, I'm not saying that people with chronic illnesses can't hide stuff. Like, you kind of just get over it, but even when I have a bad lactose attack, I can't eat properly the next day.
I mean, to kind of play like devil's advocate here, maybe it wasn't food poisoning, right? Maybe it was something less serious. Maybe they thought it was food poisoning, and that was the concern. But like, again, like, why is it so like feel like so aggressive, right? It could have just been a question, but like, hey, you said food poisoning. I don't think it was food poisoning. Like, was it? And they could be like, maybe it wasn't food poisoning, or maybe it was. I don't know. Just again, this is literally a big nothing burger.
And from what I've heard, you were eating just fine.
Yeah, I felt fine after like I voided my body. I felt fine.
Yeah, just tell me issues.
That's not how that works.
I got food poisoning last month. I wasn't able to eat properly for 2 days. I couldn't hold down a cracker because my body rejected everything so bad. I was throwing up from 6 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, nonstop, and I was not able to eat solid food until the evening of the very next day, where it was a thing of soup.
I will say, when I got food poisoning, I was down for like 2 days, right? But it was very serious.
Yeah, I just thought it was food poisoning from eating the meat.
It was not.
So if you I don't understand to this day why it's such a big
food
deal.
Poisoning ever in your life, you know what food poisoning is, and you know what food poisoning isn't.
Like, I've gotten over food poisoning quickly, like when I've eaten bad lettuce.
You don't get over food poisoning in under 12 hours. That's just not a thing that happens, especially if you're immunocompromised. And I guess the issue here is that you're allowed to feel bad. No one's saying that you didn't feel bad after, but you presented a certain situation to your community to make money, and it was not true.
Well, I didn't. I thought I had. That's what I thought I had, because I was like, it was far past any medication I had taken. So
this literally just sounds like they're upset that they had like a really good stream night. They were like, oh my god, like my stomach hurts. I think I have food poisoning. People were really kind that night. And it feels like this is stemming from a place of jealousy. I really hope this is not the case, but it really feels that way. It really feels that way.
The only logic was I am sick from the meat, because that's what it's felt like when I'm just violently going to the bathroom without medication. Like, that's not. So
then if overnight and if the next morning you felt fine enough to eat, why still push the food poisoning in your Discord talking about how you had food poisoning the next day? If you wake up feeling fine, you know it's not food poisoning, but you kept the narrative up.
That's not. I thought I had it. I'm gonna be honest. That's what I thought I had, because I've gotten sick from food before, and it's not lasted like multiple days. It's been bad.
Let's say they're ready like fucked it up, like really was just like, oh god, I feel so bad, like I've had food poisoning, everything's so like bad, everything's going dark, I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Why does it matter? Like, that's what I just don't. Why does it matter? Like, I understand you're in a group with this person, but like, bro, this is way too much. This is way too controlling. Way too controlling. I was in the Discord. She did not talk it up. Interesting. Thank you for adding that in, Dynamaster. I was wondering when she talked about it. Yeah, again, like, even in a group together, like, why does it matter, dude? Just, I feel like you're trying to be so, like, involved with everything in this person's life. Like, unfortunately, chat, this is also the downside of VTuber groups, right? When you are in a VTuber group, This is like worst case scenario.
But it doesn't last under 12 hours. I made sure to look into this because I'm like, well, maybe I'm wrong. It literally lasts at least usually over 12 hours, right?
Because I didn't eat until later that afternoon.
That's not
so
true.
the rest...
That's not true. That's not true. We talked about this. It's not true. Adora, were you in the car
Yes,
with Radia
and she
on
was
the way to the
eating.
aquarium?
She was eating a Tim Hortons breakfast sandwich on the way to the aquarium, which was only 11 hours after you had gone to bed or gone and done the streaming portion. You were still.
Oh yeah, so symptoms are 12 hours, but you ate it 11 hours, so you're a liar. Well, when you're... Listen. Yeah. When your stomach hurts, and you eat something, and you're like, oh, this is bad, and you start to feel really bad, and your stomach is like ejecting everything, you're probably like, what's the first thing you think it is? Probably food poisoning, right, chat? You're like, yeah, it's probably food poisoning. That's not very good. So for you to be like, oh, well, technically this and that, like, dude, they just thought that they had food poisoning. It's not that big of a deal. You're just like nitpicking. Like, why are you? Oh my gosh. This is hard to listen to.
12 hours over. You then proceeded to, as someone who says they are lactose intolerant, eat yogurt in front of me. The entire bit of it. You took
I can eat that. I can eat a bit of it. I can't eat a lot of it. Like, I can't eat like heavy fat ice cream, but yogurt is a fine thing for me to eat. It doesn't upset my stomach. Like, I've been
And she already said she has pills for that too.
okay with yogurt. Mine is not.
And a creamy Alfredo pasta with seafood shortly after
or
at the rec
medication.
room, after you have said you had food poisoning and then did not tell us anything about this the next day. I never heard anything about this at all after you said you were sick to your community while we were in the room in a hotel. You know how hard that is to know your friend is saying they are sick, only to and hear from a chatter, a community member, that you feel sick first and not you.
I'm gonna tell you that's very normal. I don't want to concern my friends, especially when they're in person, right? So this is you getting tilted about something that is easily explainable away. Like we're hyper fixating on this tiny little thing that even if it's true, that doesn't excuse you for all the things that you did, Yeah, exactly. It's not that deep. There really is nothing to go on and to be pulling something like this, sure. I can understand if it was something serious, but it's like food poisoning, not that deep. Exactly, Phoenix. Like, okay, hypothetical world. Let's say that Radio was lying about it. Why do you feel like that you need to go to this extent to dunk on them? You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, it's not even that big of a deal. But you literally could just like, yeah, we don't want to be in a group with you because we found out stuff. Wash your hands of it and move on. This is an attack, not an intervention, chat.
Alone.
So to do a small summary, it feels like you're not being entirely honest with us.
Or your community. Or your community.
I'm being honest. Like, that's what I thought I had to. Like, that steak was red and raw.
It was not raw. It was red. And you did not have that much of it. And I'm not saying that did not upset your stomach a little bit. I'm saying that you did not have food poisoning. You did not act like you had food poisoning the next day in any capacity. But you kept this up with your community while never mentioning it to us. And also just never bringing up the stream that happened, which I find to be very just weird, right? Because that stream was incredibly successful for you.
Well, because I said it was going to happen.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
None of us knew.
You never
I
said
mentioned
anything.
Nobody.
I mentioned that they were going to take over for me for the.
No, you did not.
You did not.
You did not.
Never.
You did not tell any of us that. You didn't mention it the day after. When we woke up the next day, all I remember hearing from you is, oh, I stayed up a little late last night because I wasn't feeling super well. That's all I heard. There was no mention of that stream once, which is very cagey and very strange.
And to be fair there, it was probably poor communication on Radio's part, right? Probably was. And, people fuck up. We made mistakes, right? I'm not going to say, like, I do want to play devil's advocate a little bit when I can, but again, this is just making a mountain out of a molehill,
And I'm trying to figure out why that was the case.
I just didn't think about talking about the stream that happened because I thought I had told you all that they were going to take over for the weekend, at least for one of the days. And it had been delayed. I didn't expect it to happen that late. And I told him, you don't need to do it that late. But he went and did it anyways.
Gotcha.
But it's not, the problem isn't that they had to do a stream for you. It's not that. It's that there seems to be a kind of purposeful omission of telling us at any point, either before or after, even though it went very well for you, right? And there was a...
Why did she owe you that information? That would be my ask. Why does she owe you that information at all?
Complaining about finances the day after, a day after that you did very well. It seems like a purposeful omission.
No,
Because
I
we
wasn't.
don't care if you stream. We don't care if you make
No.
money. We don't care if you stream. That's not at all what we care about. But to find out you had a stream that you hid from us, which we don't care. Again, we do not care if you stream. We do not care if you make money.
Right,
But
absolutely.
it feels like you purposefully hid it from us. You never mentioned anything. It just like Mom said, it felt very cagey. And the very next day, after making a few $1,000s on that stream, you were booking a hotel and you were saying, I can't afford it. Radia, you just made thousands of dollars on the stream the night before. What do you mean you can't afford it?
I don't think I.
You are complaining to two people who have to save up year round to afford something that I can't afford it. The morning after you made thousands of dollars on a stream that, no one knew about.
This is so easily explainable, Wayne. And again, if they were concerned about all this could have all gone into a text instead of a call. It could have all gone into a text, a small paragraph. Why are you monitoring her financials again? Let's say the other day, chat. Let's say that just to pretend I'm be radio for a second. And a week ago, I had to go to the hospital and I had to pay a bunch of money. And I put in my credit card and I was in $2,000 debt. And in my community gives me $1,000, right? Am I still in debt? Yes, I'm still in debt and I still don't have money. You know what I mean? That's so easily explainable, Wayne. Like, they don't know her finances, so why would you make a statement like that? Be like, oh, you got a bunch of money yesterday, so you can do whatever you want with it and pay for your stuff. You have no right to complain about money. Like, that's not true. Just because you have one good day doesn't account for all the bad other days, right? And someone very upset about stomach, sometimes the stomach problems is before the night of sleep. It can happen. I will tell you, Ken, when my stomach gets upset, I take medicine, and normally the next day I feel fine. Do I think I have food poisoning all the time? Maybe not, but still, it makes no sense. We're jumping to conclusions the entire time.
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to do that.
Do you understand why we're feeling this way?
No,
It feels like you are purposefully being secretive and you're hiding stuff from us and you're trying. It feels like you're making it seem like you're way worse off than you are.
We're your friends,
No.
Radia. I am your best friend. You can be honest with me. You can tell me these things. That's okay. I just need you to talk to me on these subjects and not be cagey or secretive or hide it from me, especially things that don't matter, like streaming, having your boyfriend stream while you're there.
The ownership that they're trying to create of this theme, the sense of responsibility to them that they owe them that information is unacceptable. You do not owe anybody any information. I don't care if you're my best friend. I don't care if you're my mom. I don't care if you're my dad. I don't care if you're the spirit of bear. I do not owe you any information that I don't want to tell you, period. End of story. I don't care who you are. I don't have to tell you shit. All right, chat.
Disgusting!
I'm going to tell you how it is. I don't have to tell you anything, chat. I don't have to tell you nothing. I don't have to tell you that I don't actually have deer antlers IRL. Shit. I mean, I totally have deer antlers IRL and elf ears. Totally, chat. Thank you very much. But you get what I mean? Like, nobody owes you any information, right, chat? Thank you for the hype train, guys. I appreciate you. Nobody owes you any information, period. End of story. That's it. I don't understand why they feel like that. They're like, oh, like, you're trying to hide from us and this and that. And even if they were, maybe there's a reason. Always ask for understanding before. If I could redo this call for them, I'd say like, hey, so Radia, I noticed that, you went to the stream, you said you had food poisoning, and, the next day you were fine.
I can't believe Elara is an Adora Lady Earl. This is so sad.
I can't believe
Can we
it.
get 5 gifted subs?
Literally, the first thing they should have said, hey, so I saw that you said, I heard yesterday from a chat member, you had food poisoning, right? And I didn't think anything was wrong with you. Are you okay? Are you okay? Do you actually have food poisoning? Are you all right? You're doing better today? That's great. Hey, I heard yesterday you made a bunch of money. That is amazing. I'm so happy for you.
Elara,
I know that you said
100,
that.
I don't have to tell Elara that I'm a goober. Oh shit.
I'm so happy for you. I heard you made a bunch of money. That is amazing. Congratulations. You know, I hope that it helps you, you know, with your problems, and I hope that we can all go to Offguide and have a great time together. But why couldn't it be that, chat? It could have been such a nice conversation instead of just an allegation, you know? Why do we always assume the worst? I sincerely dislike, as human beings, that we always assume the worst. This just comes across as jealousy, and I really hope that that is not the case. But you mean you want them to be actual friends? I mean, that's what I would expect. If somebody is going to call me up and have this conversation, I would expect for them to ask me questions instead of alleging. Ask me a question. Ask me a question and help you understand. That's what a conversation is. That is how you help somebody when they're actually having a problem. You ask them questions to understand. If E and I are having a fight, I don't sit there and just get all mean about it. I ask her, I'm like, hey girl, well, what's upsetting you? Like, where is this coming from, right? Or maybe if I'm upset, she's gonna come to me and be like, hey Laura, like, well, what's going on? Like, why are you upset today? And I'll be like, I'm sorry, I'm lashing out. Maybe I'm upset because I covered something in the news that made me upset, or something like that, right? Just hypothetically. But the point is you ask a question, communicate with each other. You don't need to sit there and just go after people like that. That's so dark. I hate that so much, guys. Please, if there's any message I can give you today that you walk away with, please, guys, communicate. Just ask questions before you allege stuff. Please ask questions.
Or whatever. I didn't know about that. You didn't tell us you had a successful stream. Like, it never came up. You could just talk about these things. You're allowed to.
And she's also allowed not to as well.
I just didn't think about mentioning it the next day because my mind wasn't on that. I'm going to be honest. I didn't think of it the next day.
But you said something like, I stayed up late because I wasn't feeling well. Not, I stayed up late because I wasn't feeling well and I was watching my stream. It was like a weird, like, you know what I mean? It's like this is...
I wasn't trying to omit anything.
You can do both. You know, like, guys, when I have, like, issues, like, if my stomach hurts or, you know, maybe, like, my body's kind of hurting, I lay down, right? And you know what the first thing I do? I go on YouTube or TikTok. So, like, it makes sense, like, if you're in pain or you're sitting there on the toilet for hours on end, that you would load up a stream, like, that your partner is streaming. They're like, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. I just don't, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know, chat.
I don't have to tell you crap about myself unless I feel like telling you.
Right.
It's my decision and it's mine alone. This seriously
Exactly.
feels like people are literally choking me out for an answer.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, maybe you felt like you're entitled to this information, but I will say this with volume up, but Dora always throws accusations out and you must comply until she is satisfied she was and is jealous to a degree. Yeah, it feels that way. I know she's muted, so I just want to type it. Thanks for the hype, Jen, y'all. I really do appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Sound. The concern.
Well, here's the thing. You have health issues. That's fine, right?
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Like
You're emphasizing health issues to make money because I could see, I looked at those logs because I didn't want this to be the case, Radio. I really did not. I'm not looking to do this. It makes me feel disgusting even thinking about it. But I was looking at chat and I was seeing message after message of, I am on the floor. I feel so bad. Like, and people were worried enough about you that one of them went to my Discord and asked about it.
Yeah, I just
They
was
wanted to
trying
check
to, like,
on you.
Yeah, I was just...
If this was a genuine concern, right? If they actually felt that way, right? There's a right and wrong way to do it. You know, there's a right and wrong way to address it, right? And I hope in the future that we hear from Pomato. I know Fanari has also apologized a bunch, but I hope we hear from Pomato be like, yeah, you know, I really did. I shouldn't have treated it that way. And you know what? I'd be like, all right, yeah, I agree that you didn't, but you know, it's okay. You made a mistake.
Trying to have a good outlook, I guess, as I'm like shitting my brains out.
But yeah, they had chat came to us because they were worried about you and needed and wanted us to check on you when we are in the room with you. Do you know how weird it is that we do not know anything about you being sick when we are in the room with you to where chatters are asking us to check up on you?
Again, she probably didn't want to bother
Just
them.
looking from an outside point, do you that's not right. You know how much we care about you. We know how much we worry about you. But to chat, we don't give a fuck apparently. To chat, we don't care enough that you're feeling well to check up on you. To chat, they have to be the ones to ask us to check up on you or mention it publicly so we can check up on you because to them, we don't care about you.
And I can see how that reflectively could be a concern, right? As a friend, other people going to you like, well, why do you not know about this, etc. Right? So I do get that. But again, the way that it was the communication method, right? It just wasn't there. It just wasn't there. I can see that could reflect poorly on them. I do get where they're coming from in that point. But at the same time, like, you're the one that is putting that guilt on yourself, right? You're like, oh my God, I don't care. And it makes me look bad, right? Which is kind of its own subset of problems. But I do kind of get that point. And again, that could have been communicated in a much more positive way instead of how it came down the pipeline like this.
Because we're not paying attention to the fact that you're sick. We don't care that you're sick. They do. But we don't. Yeah. When we don't even know because you're hiding it from us. It's not something to hide, Radia.
And it wasn't, and you hid the whole thing that happened the night before, but then you were totally fine the next day. To the point where it's very clearly, like, it was very clearly not food poisoning. So what do we do now when we have chatters come up to us like, how's Radia doing? Because if we didn't figure this all out, it would have been chatters coming to us being like, how's Radia doing? And we would have been like, what?
What do you mean? She wasn't sick. How do you think chat's going to look at you when you have this whole dramatic moment of being sick in a stream? They come to us and they say, oh, is she feeling better? What do you mean? She was never sick. Do you understand why that's not okay?
I do. I'm like, I'm sorry for not
really.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Kat, like, I do get where you're coming from, how they look shouldn't matter at all, but it could also reflect badly on radio. And I do, to a point, to a degree, understand where they're coming from a little bit with that, right? And maybe they were coming right there from a place where they wanted to protect Radia's image, because they're like, oh, sick on the floor, and a bunch of people are like, wait, you weren't sick? Like, that can look bad, right? But, again, the way that the message is communicated was not done in a productive or a safe environment. And that's the biggest problem here, because if this was your feedback to somebody, you could add a conversation, right? You could have been like, hey, let's talk about this, but in a calm and safe environment. Just like, hey, you know, do you understand how this could look bad? Aradia said she understands. Okay, awesome. We're concerned and we want to let you know. That's it. Bada bing, you're good to go. That's all they had to do. Yeah, instead it's very heated. It's very heated.
Really bad look. And like, I guess the thing is, it's like, I have minor health issues comparatively, right?
Yeah.
But I never ham that shit up. I have IBS, yeah. I am shitting, whatever, I'm having a bad time. I never ham up my health. You never ham up your health and your health situation to make more money.
It's
that
like,
was not my, like,
in mind. You don't profit off of an illness.
That wasn't my objective at all.
The timing of when things were said, it very much comes off like that. I don't know what to tell you besides the timing of when things were said.
Okay.
Very much comes off like that, right?
I get that.
I want to mention another thing that was said during that stream in the chat that hurts me very personally. Is you said, trust me, I didn't choose it. Trust me, I wanted Chinese food. We offered, and the walk there, before we even left, does anyone have any requests or needs for dietary concerns? That is something we always talk about before we go out anywhere to make sure that people can be taken care of. And you are saying this in front of your community like we don't care by saying that.
We mentioned other places. We mentioned, yeah, we can go, like, we're not going to go to K-barbecue because we've been doing that too much. We mentioned Chinese before. We mentioned Italian. We mentioned a lot of different options. You never said anything about, you said, yeah, no, those are safe options. Chinese food is usually a safe option. You never said, oh, I want to go to Chinese. You never wanted to go. You just said that it was a safe option, just like how I was saying Italian is a safe option.
This is such a nothing burger, dude. This is such a bunch of just nothing burger that is getting nitpicked apart back and forth, man.
And coming across that we don't care about you. Again, coming across that, oh, you wanted something? Fuck you. We're going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, that was not, again, I was not trying to appear like that. And
It's throwing people under the bus.
Yeah, yeah. I understand. That was not my, like, objective at the end of the day. Like, I was fine with doing something with for the larger group, that was like convenient.
I have a question. At this point in time, would you be comfortable just telling your community, hey, no, I was never sick. I had a little bit of a tummy trouble. I didn't actually have food poisoning. Would you feel comfortable doing that? Or would you feel like you would be putting yourself at risk?
No, I'd be comfortable telling them that because I thought at the time it was legitimately food poisoning because the only thing I could think of is I ate the steak that was very, very, very red. You're like,
Look, we could have got to this conclusion or this agreement in a much calmer and more productive way than how it ultimately ended up.
Raw. It had like
question.
Play-Doh texture.
As a question, as someone who is immunocompromised, are you supposed to eat rare meat?
It's okay for me to eat rare meat. I'm not supposed to eat like raw steak, but I can eat rare meat.
You shouldn't though.
I shouldn't?
Rare meat because I'm me.
If it's pink, it's fine. Like, I've been told it's okay if I can eat rare. I'm
but
not
rare, not pink. Rare is red. Every restaurant you will ever go to, rare is red.
Everybody's body's different. Again, it's a nitpick. It's just nitpicky, bro. Why? It's just nitpicky.
It's medium rare. Pink is medium rare.
Is it?
Yes.
Yep.
Red is red.
Okay.
Raw. Yeah.
And I have had overcooked steak, I guess, because it's been like pink when I've asked for it. Because I asked rare more towards like medium rare. I just said rare. I didn't think about it. Usually they overcook steak. So I didn't think, but I can have steak. I just can't eat like tartar or raw meat. I'm not supposed to eat raw meats like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like they did not need to like group up on it, right? The biggest gripe that I have about this whole thing, right, is like this. They could have communicated this, and they could have done it in a positive way. This could have been a paragraph, easily explainable, move on. And now it blew up into this big thing, and they're like, "Oh well, I'm hurt, so it justifies me to do this." Like, okay, listen. Just because you were hurt by your own decision, by the way, your own decision making on being hurt doesn't justify particular behaviors anyway.
We're starting to get off track. Do we want to start getting back on?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't have anything that helps me.
The concern, one of our major concerns here, is the over flourishing of health
What's up,
situations.
Pegasus? How are you?
Whether it be for money, whether it be for attention, whether it be for whatever, it's a bad look.
Yeah.
And it's happened more than once, from what I can tell.
And it gives us another issue where it feels dishonest. It feels like you're not being truthful. And that, unfortunately, being untruthful about one or two things can make it seem to where we're stuck wondering, okay, so what were you truthful about? What else were you not truthful about? What else were you hiding? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like you were hiding stuff from us. Because then now we're stuck thinking, okay, so what else is hidden? What else is being hidden from us? What else is not being told to us?
Okay. I wasn't trying to hide any of this. I didn't actively think about it.
But you knew you had a very successful stream night, and for some reason that never came up. In addition to you supposedly telling your entire community you were on the ground with food poisoning and never rolling that back at any point.
I didn't think of it. I'm going to be honest. I didn't think about it.
But you did
Correct.
think about complaining about the price of the hotel room. And you did mention that you had stayed up late.
Bro, what? Oh my god. We would just keep it's nothing burger. You do not know her financial situation. Why do you feel like you need to break this apart? You know, a lot of assumptions. Yeah, exactly, Celine.
But with very limited information about that on the front of streaming or the food poisoning.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it doesn't add up.
No
That's
worries,
the problem. It
baby,
doesn't
you're
add
good.
up, right? Like, I don't really know. Like, if you put yourself in our shoes and you saw this, how we're seeing this, it's like, what? The question is, what? Why? Right?
I understand.
Here's a small one.
I just don't-
Here's
yeah.
a small one related to this. When you were discussing the hotel that you were booking for Offkai, you mentioned it would only cost $50 more for an entire stay to upgrade to a suite.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Not how hotels work. As
That's what it said. Like, that's what it said. It literally had a difference of
Can you show us?
$50.
Can you show us?
Show us the receipt.
Please.
Sure. Let me find.
What? But why are you so hyper fixated on the fact that they want to spend $50 extra? Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why are you so hyper fixated? It literally does not matter, bro. It's crazy.
Because when I was comparing prices, it had a like 1-bedroom king, and then it was like, here's the booking confirmed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
there you go.
upgrades can be like super cheap. I mean, it depends, right? But why are you? What if she misread? You know, what if she misread or something, right? Like, oh my, it's just like it feels like it's all for control. Like, well, do you remember that time that you said you know, your favorite color is red, but then the next day you said it was pink? Ha, gotcha. You know, like, I can't do this, man. The drill out's an interrogation now. It's handled, it hits home, and I'm fudge, I'm furious. I'm so sorry to hear that, Yumi. I will tell you, when you have a problem with somebody, right? And you want to call it out and you want to talk to them, you need to come from a place of compassion, understanding, and empathy. Not sympathy, empathy. Yeah, it feels very just jealous, controlling, etc.
I told you it was about $1,200 for the entire weekend, which there it is.
Okay. Can you show us what a non-suite would be then? That is only $50 more a night. Is it $50 more a night, or is it $50 more an entire stay?
Why does it matter? Oh my god, bro! This is right here very textbook controlling, manipulative behavior. You know what I mean? Like, oh, so you don't have proof, or you got it wrong. Oh well, guess what? That just allows them to put more power over you because of the fact that you were wrong about this one tiny itty bitty little detail.
$50 more a night.
You told us to stay multiple times, both me and
Excuse me. It's a stay. I'm sorry. I'm being bombarded by 3 people trying to like pull things.
I'm not saying anything right now.
Can you show us the DM you made with Juniper, please? Asking her for the meet and greet.
Oh fuck! I never sent it.
You said to us.
Did you send it to
sent
Spite?
Did you send one to Spite?
I did
You
send
said,
one.
can you show us that one then? Because you told us you sent multiple reminders to Juniper as well.
No, I sent. This is what I sent to Spite, and I sent the thing to Juniper, and I was going to go remind people, and I fucking forgot. I must have.
I'm happy that you sent the message to Spite. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Again, very explainable, as I mentioned earlier. You know, hey, just I sent this. I forgot. You know. Yeah, I forgot, and that's okay. Shit happens, right? But again, you're like, hey, did you send a message? I'm like, she said I'll poke her again. It should end right there. Why do you be like, oh, well, let me see it? You know, it's too much. It's too much, guys. It's just you're coming down on this poor girl way too hard, way too hard. Let alone this is your friend. You know what I mean? Like, have some grace and understanding for each other.
Thank you for showing that to us. That makes me feel better.
Because that was the copy that I had used in the DMs, and I never pressed send to Juniper on my phone, and I thought I did, and I thought I just never heard anything back because she was.
Then, when you said that you sent a reminder to Juniper, because we even asked, did you not see that then?
I said I was going to send a reminder, and I never sent a reminder.
You told me you did send a reminder because I offered to reach out myself. You told me specifically that you did send a reminder.
I don't remember that. I thought I said I will send her. I
No,
thought I
so
said I
you
will
did.
send
You
her.
said for both Juniper and Spite, as far
To add to this, we've not seen that screenshot, by the way. They said this and this was happening, but I've not seen the screenshot to support that.
as I can tell, you said you sent reminders, as in an action that was done, as opposed
So
to an action
maybe
that you
they
planned to do.
misremembered too. Who knows?
I thought I did. I'm sorry. I
So
thought I said
the
that.
problem with this is that we found out that Juniper never got a message, despite the fact that you told us that she had gotten a message. So
multiple.
Again, multiple. So again, it's like, well, this was something that wasn't true that was told to us, right? And
I'm sorry.
I've always been of the perspective. I've even had this talk with Adora. If there's a lot going on in your life that you just do not have the mental bandwidth to deal with something, I'd rather you tell me that so that we can figure it out, as opposed to telling me it's happening when it isn't, because then there's no way to compensate for that, right? Did we not have this conversation, Adora, between the two of us about the trailer?
We did.
Right.
I had stated with the trailer basically that I was not in the mental wherewithal to do it, and me and Palm then started reaching out to editors shortly thereafter after I had said that to her, and that's how we got Sun.
And maybe if this meeting was, or the meet and greet setup was super important, maybe radio should have communicated, hey, I got a lot going on, you know, blah, 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 right? But how does that have any, like, put it on the shelf. How does that have anything to do with the fact of this call? Let alone it still being, we're listening to it recorded. You know what I mean? Like, this was just meant to be nitpicking, attacking. It wasn't meant to actually benefit her in any way or give her feedback that would benefit them as a group, right?
One, I'd also reach out like to Gob or whatever.
The problem is, if you tell me,
This is between, this call is between Fenari, Pomato, Adora, and Radium. So there's 4 of them.
the truth of I'm dealing with a lot right now, I don't have the bandwidth to really deal with this or whatever.
Right.
It can be compensated for. If you tell me something that isn't true, then I never know to compensate for it, right? And I don't know if we ever would have gotten Juniper or Spite or whatever, right? But we weren't even really given the chance because one ping in Spite's direction with all the shit she's doing right now is not enough to get her attention. And to not send anything to Juniper, again, we're obviously never going to get her attention. And that's a lost opportunity.
And then they're upset about the lost opportunity, right? And again, you know, doing these important things where we're doing meet and greets and stuff like that can be beneficial to use the content creators. So I understand why they might be upset on a business side why that didn't happen. But at the same time, you're not giving her a constructive feedback in a constructive way to help her. You came to attack. You didn't come to support her or your group. You know what I mean? All this recording does is just prove that they dogpiled and they did not try to actually communicate with her in a positive way.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah, you can hold people accountable, but in a kind way, in a productive way, in a learning way, right? And that's not what this is. It's not.
We want to talk on the next thing that we have issue with.
I'm going to be very upfront about this. This has been a building of issues, and unfortunately, some of this is just because I think a lot of us, like all of us, have been trying. You've been going through a lot, and we've been hearing from you how much you've been going through, and we've wanted to protect you, right? So when there's been weird things that have come up that were questionable, it's like, well, we don't bring it up.
Yeah, exactly, Wooster, exactly.
That's just going to make matters worse right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then it's led to the breaking point, which is the Saturday situation, right? Because that was a breaking point. The only reason I knew that stream even happened was because I happened to be staying up a little bit later. And then when I mentioned it to Fen and Adora, they had no clue. No clue. Right? And then I had to hear from them about this issue with the tournament. I think I'm gonna start with that because I think it's a good place to start because it's relevant to everything and then we can cover the rest of the stuff. But Anime North was an opportunity that came about because of my efforts that I was incredibly happy to share with you guys, right? And I couldn't have done it at least without Stoneforge, right? It was an opportunity given to me that I could share, right? You got a free badge, you got a free hotel room. Like, you might have to pay a little bit, but it's fundamentally free, right? It was a free opportunity.
I'm here to say harbor these problems for so long, yeah.
That's the problem. Never came across that way, right? And anytime we were working on this opportunity, something that came up constantly was off-Kai. I had a room with Adora. We had planned this out months in advance, right? We had planned this out months in advance, months in advance, before I knew that I was getting a cheaper hotel room. And we were rooming together because our finances aren't the strongest, right?
Yeah.
And when I got a cheaper hotel room, it's like, our finances aren't the strongest, we're rooming together, this is perfect for us, right?
I want to reread this again, a really quick chat, because I think this was pretty solid. Hold on, let me find it again. Yeah, so they harbor the problems for so long instead of talking things out, and because of that, instead of talking to each other without radio like high school group, it exploded. So, yeah. And to be fair, from what Radio said as well, this might have been Adora pushing stuff behind the scenes a little bit, try to rile them up, etc. So,
and I have another friend, Mero Maris, who also doesn't have a great really doesn't have a great financial situation. So of course they can crash on my couch. But when we brought that up, I felt like you, on multiple occasions, were trying to pressure your way into this room, which was unfair. And then you even went as far as to say that you felt like you were left out because we did not invite you to our room, when there was no way for us to know that you had no plans prior.
It was not an insinuation to join the room. That isn't what I wanted. I felt like I just wasn't invited to.
To what? What wasn't invited to what?
To Off-Kai in general.
By who?
By who? None of us were invited. None of us were invited to Off-Kai.
We all
chose
to go on our own.
Yeah.
Don't be invited to a convention.
I was being very stupid about it. I just felt left out.
But it's hurtful. You have to understand how hurtful it is, because it's like, I know you're about to be able to attend a convention for free, but all I'm hearing is that you're upset with me because I'm not giving you room in my hotel and I have left you out.
Yeah, that was not.
Right?
Again, I was not trying to do that. That was not my insinuation, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the problem is that for one reason or another, there seems to be an overall trend of a lack of consideration or gratitude for what people around you are doing. I'm not asking for my dick to be sucked. I never want my dick to be sucked. That is not something I am looking for, right? But I also, there has to be some sort of recognition of Ayo, this person just gave me something. I'm not going to then literally try do something that makes them feel like shit for no reason, right? You know, like I'm not asking for dick sucking, but I'm also not asking to be kind of like piled on.
No.
And have extra stress on my back, right? Like this entire opportunity, I know that you're the only one with a full-time job. I never asked anything of like I tried to keep my requests of you very minimal because I know you have the least time of any of us, right?
Yeah, I know.
Right?
And
that was intentional. That was an intentional choice. And
I felt like I just kept fucking up. Or just I've
it's
been
only
way
a
more
fuck up.
overwhelmed.
It's only a fuck up when you don't show the gratitude, like any sort of gratitude. It's not a fuck up when you aren't able to do something because you're working and dealing with stuff. That's not the fuck up. The fuck up is not recognizing what people are doing for you, because it's not just this. I'm gonna stop ranting now because there's other people in this call. It's not just about me, obviously, but
I understand.
Like Fen, Adora, do you want to bring up?
I'll talk about the next one. It's Radio. I have known, and I've hinted at this before in the past, but I have known in the past 1.5 to 2 years of knowing you that you have spoken in private with Kona.
Oh my goodness! BB! What's up, BB? How are you, sir? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. My name is Lauren Heavymanoff. And today we are going through the call here with the recent bit of drama with Radio and of course with Adora. So thank you for being here. How are you, BB? How was the rest of your stream? What'd you do, Kitty? Yeah, we're going through a little bit of a dive into this document here. Yes, this call is 1 hour and 10 minutes. So let's all take a little bit of a break, guys, because this is a very heavy topic. So how was your stream, Kitty? Yes, she already rebranded her. I don't know her intention, but I'll at least show you. This is the other name. So I went actually to go like unfriend and close my DM, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? That's Adora. There it is. There it is. So let's see. I was always more of a fan of Finn and Radio than I was Adora. Let's I said the close members of group are still friends. Sure. Yep. Literally stole her. I mean, I went to my message and I was like, you know, I defriended stuff and it popped up on my like recent, and I was like, what? You know, like it surprised me a lot. You know. Yeah. So, well, thank you for being here, Vivi. I really do appreciate your raid. I hope you're doing fantastic. We're going to continue this call right here. We've been listening to it. Basically, to give you a little bit of a nutshell of what's going on. Adora, or Radio had to release a document about Adora, talking about how Adora had doxed her, talked a bunch of crap behind her back, basically attacking them over big nothing burgers. This call came out. Adora responded to allegations in her own document. Her document is not really supporting her claims at all, and by that I mean Adora. And now we're listening to this call here that Adora released, which is again not helping their case at all. So here we go.
1.5 to 2 years of knowing you that you have spoken in private with Kono about how I do not help you enough. And
hi, Vora, how are you?
Hurts a lot, but because I love you and you are my friend, I saw that as she has brainworms. I get it. It's fine. She'll be better. She doesn't actually believe these things. She's just saying it with Kono. It's whatever. And I let it move on there. But it hurts a lot to hear these things. And Kono was not happy about telling me these things either.
Kono talking yesterday about how he did just about everything for Steam, especially legally, and how they didn't have Kono sign an NDA. That's kind of crazy.
And it's frustrating when you talk to me about Dobson, who is a dedicated clipper for you that has helped you grow so much without you having to do anything other than stream, and then tell me that you don't think he did enough for you when he never had to do anything for you at that time. It's a lack of gratitude, Radia. We have to be grateful to the people who help us and do good things for us.
I am incredibly grateful, and
show it, please. Show it.
You're making assumptions. You know what I mean? You're making assumptions and telling them that they have to do this stuff on your assumption that they're ungrateful. You know, like there was nowhere in the screenshots you provided that showed that Radio was ungrateful.
And stop saying these things to me, to Kono, to others. It's not helpful to you. It's not helpful to anyone to show that. It doesn't show any
it is
gratitude.
wild. She thought this call would help her. I agree.
Sorry, I genuinely did not Really
That's crazy,
But this
Drax.
circles back to another.
That's
it's the same thing,
crazy.
right? We've had this conversation before, in text, in call, about the lack of gratitude towards even your own community, right?
Wasn't she one of the ones that vaguely babbled about Takahata? Yet so far to my knowledge, nothing more has been revealed. Battle, the only thing I can say about that is there is, nobody is allowed to talk about it because there's legal stuff involved. So that's it. Yeah, there's legal stuff, and that's really it. But yes, they did.
And, well, no, this has been an issue where
Multiple
I have
times.
been concerned if this kept going.
Exactly,
it would end
Jesse.
you. I'm
That's
gonna
what my
be so
dad says.
fucking transparent about that. It has happened 3 times that I know of, where someone has said like, you have mentioned your lack of gratitude for the amount of money people are giving you, even though they do it
the kindness
out
of
of
their
the goodness of the kindness of their hearts. The economy's in fucking.
Look, dude, I the screenshots you provided, there was no. I disagree with you entirely. If there were other screenshots that prove that, please provide them. Please provide them. That I would love to see them. Don't get me wrong, but for the things that we have seen, there is nowhere that Rydia said she's not appreciative of what she has. This feels like a personal jealousy event session. There's so much anger here. How this can help her change anything? Thank you so much, Ness. Thank you for fucking saying that. Can we get a shout out for Ness, please? Ness, I keep preaching this over and fucking over. When you come to a conversation with friends, it's supposed to help, to benefit them, to incite positive conversation and change. This is not what this was at all, period.
Shambles, right? So I heard that there was one situation in DMs with someone who usually gives you, like, who donates a lot of money to you and other people, who told you that they couldn't because of tax season, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you got angry at them about that.
I never got angry at Sobek. I can show you my DMs.
You got angry about them with us.
I never got angry about Sobek. I said I was upset that someone had tried to use Sobek. I've never been angry at Sobek.
We're not talking about Nemes. That is
like-
not a conversation where Sobek was being used by someone like Nemes. No, this is completely unrelated to that.
I've never been angry with
Lovers Nest.
Sobek in my DMs. I have
Was this
never.
Sobek? I thought this was someone else.
No.
Well,
Why
Rover
would I
was
be,
I thought
this,
this, yeah.
angry. The only time I was upset with Rover is because like I just
That's what I'm
felt
talking
hurt.
about, is that one. But why
Yeah,
did you feel hurt?
I felt hurt because it had been a constant line that had been brought up, and it just felt like I didn't matter. It wasn't the money; it was the feeling that I was somehow. It was okay to hurt me. I felt like that was.
It's Rover. Rover would never do anything to hurt you on purpose. You know him.
Well,
You
giving
know
you a lot of money.
I know, and I said I understood. Like he was like, I didn't mean it to come off that way. And I'm like, I know, and I appreciate.
Bro, and that's just between them. Just let them solve it themselves. Why are you are you so concerned about what's going on between those two? Like, just let them solve it themselves.
He's telling you that, like, I have ideas, but I wasn't upset at him. I was upset at the fact that that just is something that it seemed like people felt was okay to do. It wasn't about the
What
money.
they were it wasn't that it was okay to do, because again, this seems to be like a perfect replica of what happened when we were all on stream together. It was them trying to explain why at this moment they cannot give as much as they would want.
Exactly.
That's all that
right.
is. It's not about not wanting to give money to you or whatever. The only reason they're reaching out is because they feel like they aren't going to be able to give as much as they want. They want to provide context for that. So I'm assuming they were worried you were going to be left high and dry on your birthday.
I just think I fundamentally misunderstand that, because it's felt like it's directed to hurt me.
It's not directed to hurt you. Why would they hurt? Why would they try to hurt you when they're giving you all this fucking money? They're trying to explain themselves. They're trying to give you a reason and a context for why you aren't about to make as much money as they would have liked, because too much happened beforehand. And if you had said, and I quote, "Don't worry about it, man. I can promise you that in like a month they would have returned that kindness in spades," because that's how this works, right?
I just didn't fundamentally understand that.
But
Like, to me,
this is the sort of understanding that will get you canceled. Like, I don't know how to be more blunt about this. Or if not canceled, you will lose a lot of the people in your community that want to support you. Because it also happened while we were on stream together during the Project STEM announcement, right? Someone came into chat. This is an entirely different problem, putting a lot of emphasis on your throne thing for Offkai, which is like, okay, right? But someone said they couldn't give money because they already gave a bunch to their rat queen. Now their rat queen, is Alicia. Alicia, who's supposed to be your friend, who has done tons for you. They're just saying they give a lot of money to her, right? And you could be like, maybe it's not appropriate for you to say this in chat, right? But all they were doing was generally providing a context where they want to give you money, but they can't, and here's why. Should they be doing that? Maybe not. But your response shouldn't be, I am upset with you. This makes me mad. Because I had to jump on a grenade during that stream.
You also tried us in.
I still have not seen that stream or this clip. You know what I mean? Like, I keep hearing about this like thing, right? But like, where is it? Does somebody out there have a clip of this mythical moment that she went off on this person? Like, number one. I want to see the clip. But number two, at the same time, even if Radia fucked that up, then tell her in a nice way, be like, hey, you know, I gotta point this out to you. This wasn't your best moment, Radia. You might want to go talk to Alicia and try to resolve it, right? That's it. It doesn't have to be so angry. Gosh.
I am not going to feel sorry for you. Those were the words you used. It's not going to make me feel sorry for you.
And you put those words onto me and Fen and Palm when you said that by saying, check the
You
body
can look back, because we've looked back at it, you can see the expressions on our faces.
Yeah.
And then that made me go into fight or flight, because the problem is we stand by when you're doing that, because that's just such a fucking bad look, right? It makes you look ungrateful. It makes you look mean-spirited, right? And then if we stand by and we don't say anything as you do that, it makes us look like we support that. And then...
I mean, that is true, right? If you're put in a comparable situation and somebody says something, it does make you look bad. It absolutely does. But again, there needs to be that mentality of, if you fuck up, we're going to have a conversation with you, but it can be nice. It doesn't need to be like this. This is not the setup, you know?
It hurts us as well, because that's going to hurt you, but then it's also going to hurt us. And I don't want you to be hurting yourself doing stuff
I
like this, which is
appreciate
why
your
we brought
insight,
up
Bunny.
at least 1 or 2 times that this is not a good thing to be doing. But to also include us in this, it's like a mass damage, right?
No, I understand. I do. Like, I'm not.
And yeah, and it was, there's messages in the I watched this. Adora was the one that handled it, where you talked about how like it doesn't, like, if you don't make, like, if you're only making $50 a stream, then it's not worth it. Only making $50. To some people, that money they're giving you is like all they have for like fun stuff, and they're choosing to give it to you because they like you and they want to support you. But if they ever heard anything like this, that it wasn't enough, right?
You know, Radia, that's
not
not...
gonna stick around.
No. You're making the wrong assumption about what Radia is saying. And that's their opinion, right? That is their opinion of what they thought it was. But and look, we looked at his messages earlier. This could have easily been explained away. All you had to do was ask what she meant. Literally, we could have dispelled all of that part had they just asked what she meant by that. Because I don't think that how Radia took or said it at all. Radia was just simply concerned about her financial well-being. That's it. All they had to do was just ask her, you know, ask her a few questions. It's like, hey, why did you say that? Or, you know, do you feel like you're not grateful? This or that. Just ask questions. It didn't need to be all this.
Do you remember the meme of the streamer who said, it's only $5? That's what that sounds like. Right then and there. You cannot do that. That's not gratitude. It's not.
No, I disagree. I disagree.
It's just not.
You gotta remember,
I disagree.
Like, I don't know what your financial situation is, right?
Yeah, just ask. Just like bother to ask a question or two. That's it. If we did more of that in our world, we would resolve a lot more problems. Just ask a question or two. Ask what people mean by stuff. It will help you a lot.
Or it's not even that. It's been a mental thing, because my inherent, and it's really hard to decouple, and it's something I am working on a lot. But my inherent value has been tied to like how much I bring or give or make for people.
And it comes off that way. It is coming off that way.
Yeah, and I don't mean for it too, but like my self-worth and my I guess usefulness as a person gets tied to numbers. It's
Radia.
It happens to the best of us, chat. It really does. You get that brain rot. So I know exactly where she's coming from saying that. And some of the responses that they had in the messages were kind of like, we're trying to support you, and that's great, but this call should have been done a long time ago. This is not it. It's like, imagine that I want to call out a streamer. Let's say that, you know, Chunky is, I think Chunky is just too blue. He's got too much blue on her beautiful dragon body. And so I take her into the middle of New York City, where it is loud as fuck, and there's, honk honk, and there's people walking by, and a giant crowd, and try to have a conversation with her. There's a right place and there's a right time. And this was not the right place nor the right time.
So I don't...
You have a full-time job along with Twitch. I know it's hard not to see it that way, but you shouldn't tie your self-worth to only what you make on Twitch. You are a homeowner in Seattle with a full-time job.
And a tenant. You have a tenant as well. Like, you're doing really well. Things are going well in that regard. And
if you want to tie value to numbers, tie that value to how expensive your house is. Tie that value to how much you make through your full-time job. Tie that value to the numbers that none of us in this call could ever dream of having. I live in a house that is technically, there are rooms that are falling apart. I live in the back rooms because I can't afford a house.
Like, you have to understand where this money is coming from, right? And why it's also, on top of that, even more harmful when certain situations are emphasized when it's not the case. Some people will give money when they don't have that money if they think you're in a bad situation, right?
Yeah.
I think we can tie this back to a previous thing that happened with me, right, Palm? Like, that we talked about in the past. When Kono had been trying to tell me to ham up my living situation, and Palm approached me about it and told me.
I reamed you out about it.
Yep.
I reamed you out about it. I got really upset because it was in December, right? It was in December, and people were giving a lot of money in December. And you came to me and you were talking about how it doesn't hurt. You know, it's so great that, I just made all this money and it doesn't hurt anyone. And then I'm like, okay, but you do realize, and we all know this, when we have a mutual community member that gives a lot of money, if they give a lot of money towards one person, it's likely, it's not always the case, but it's likely they're going to give less all the way around. And that's fine if it's based on truth. If it's
you gotta understand too that everybody's situation is different, right? If I make let's say the Alara won, you know what, even better, I'll give you a better situation here, chat. Let's do this. Let's say that Hirara makes $5,000, right? And Daria's, oh my god, I make $5,000 a month, I got my own place to live, I'm killing it, oh my goodness. And let's say I make $10,000 a month, but I have $7,000 in medical expenses. Well, you might be like, well, Alara makes more money, so everything's better for her, right? No, because I might have costs and things that are associated with me that might cost a lot more that you don't know about and affect my living situation. So she already admitted she doesn't know her finances. So how can you make an assumption based off all that, right?
predicated on lies, then I get upset. And the lie here, or the kind of emphasis on something that wasn't entirely true, was Adora saying she was on food stamps, right?
I am
Because
on
she was
food
on food
stamps,
stamps.
but I
She
didn't
was
have
on
to
food stamps,
Didn't have
but that was her choice.
I chose
right?
to. I didn't go and get a job. I could have tried to, at least if I was at least looking for a job, then it'd be different, right? But I wasn't looking for a full-time job at the time, right?
Yeah,
just you don't know each other's financial situation. Why would you make it an assumption about it?
Part of, I didn't really think about that much either. I just thought that was part of your state benefits, that because of your income.
When someone says I'm on food stamps, it makes people assume a certain living situation that is dire. So they will give more money.
Yeah.
Right?
I have a
I am
mortgage.
incredibly happy
that's
when my
probably
friends make
true.
fuck tons of money, right? I am very happy, but I am not happy when it's based off of lies, because then I feel like people are getting taken advantage of.
Sure.
No, I understand.
I completely understand that. I think that their concern is that what you're going to approach incorrectly is their concern is they think that Radius hamming it up for revenue and money, right? And I don't necessarily think that's the case. If they wanted to approach this and say, hey, we think this is going on, this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to do it, If they were really, really concerned about how that looked or something like that, if they wanted to tell their friend they thought this was going on, it should come from a place of understanding and compassion and want to, again, conversation. This wasn't it. This was an attack.
Right. Yeah. And it's also something that will come back to bite you in one way or another.
Yeah, I'll go talk about the, food poisoning in my Discord, because I did think that's what I had. But obviously, if I'm feeling fine by noon, 1 p.m., it was probably just a not great reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
I mean, I'm not gonna comment on the food stamps part. I would say maybe that would, but I don't want anybody. I do agree with what they were saying. I don't want anybody to feel taken advantage of, and I don't really share with you my problems or a lot of the things that are going on with me, because I don't want you to feel taken advantage of. And also, it's just not your business. I'll tell you if I want you to know.
You cannot tell me this is true friendship.
No, it's not. It's
Adora
not.
Overreaching is not the answer here. You cannot guilt trip her for people choosing to donate or
Right,
not.
I agree with
I
that
might not be
100%.
always able to sub to many of the
Sure.
vtubers I champion, but none of them, including Elara, have pressured me to contribute. This is beyond agitating.
Yeah,
They should have
I agree.
communicated earlier about
agree.
grievances. Don't get it twisted. I support Radio
I agree.
110%.
I mean, they're diving into this thing where they just think Radio is trying to ham it up to get donations and stuff like that. I don't personally think that is the case. I don't necessarily think that's the case. But that is what they're implying, right? So let's say, hypothetically, chat, that you guys think I'm hamming it up or for views or something. I don't know. And one of my friends wants to tell me that. the best way to approach that is nothing like this call. Literally absolute opposite. This is not the way to help somebody who you consider a friend, who you are concerned about. And this is just if I can wrap up this call into one thing, to tell you all, this was the wrong place, wrong time, wrong message. And they really did jab at her. They didn't come from a place to help her improve, help her be better for the group, whatever their outcome was. I would argue their message was completely lost. Their whole focus or wanting to communicate whatever it was, I don't know what that was, their final intention. But, you know, all I can say, chat, is in this situation, you should really just, you know, live and learn. But no, this is actually one of the situations where there was really no particular outcome that they were looking for. They just wanted jab. They just wanted a jab there and weren't looking for an actual helpful resolution. Bro, I want the Wendy's Wednesday meal. I want that.
Not anything, you know, that was like that. But that's just, if I get sick from food like that, it's been food poisoning.
Exactly. And if today, Alex, if today Pomato released a document that said, you know, yeah, we got in this call and we fucked up and, you know, we didn't do what we set out to do and we messed up, I'd be like, you know what, yeah, you did, but I'm glad that you admitted it, you know? But it's not my place to forgive any of them. That's Radia's place, not mine. Only Radia can do that. Radia's only just saying she's having money issues. Right, no, exactly. That's what I agree with. Like, Radia's just like talking to them and venting. It's not like, he's not trying to put any of them down. And again, they assumed the worst. They assumed the worst about Radia in that. When they could have just asked a few questions.
I just assumed. I really did assume that. But that's not correct of me to do so. And I should have handled that with like more tact, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Ask a question. You know, when Yomi comes to me and it's like, you know, Alara, I'm really concerned my milk sales are really down. You know, I'm just not selling as much milk. Why did you make fun of my milk? I'm gonna be like, well, you know, Yomi, I need to tell you my intention, so I'm not trying to take away from your blue milk sales at all. That is not my intention, so I'll tell you what. I'll talk less about my milk and talk about your Smurf piss. Absolutely. And then we high-five each other and we're happy about it. Yomi and I just resolved all our problems.
And that's on me. And it's also my fault for not really managing my mental space, because that adversely affects all of you and leaches out in
It's that easy, chat. It's that easy.
really spiteful ways that aren't meant to be directed at anyone. It's meant to be directed at myself, but obviously it's not. You know, that's not how it goes. It affects other people in turn.
Radio,
Fenari has already talked to Radio. Radio said that he's accepted Fenari's apology, stuff like that. So I think Fenari is, as far as I understand, even coming directly from Radio, she is basically exonerated.
Unhealthy relationship you have with money and
Is
streaming.
that correct, chat?
That is not
Is that correct?
conducive to you. It's not healthy for you to have this connection.
I know, and I'm really actively decoupling that.
But you haven't really given yourself the time to do so.
I'm trying.
But
You need to take a break.
Yeah, I have therapy like every week, but I'm
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a break,
Mhm.
like a proper break. And I want you to know this is not. If I didn't give a shit about you, you know I would disappear.
Yeah,
And
thank
never
you,
hear from me
Dino.
again.
Thank
This
you.
is me trying to hope that you can mend this. Like you have a toxic relationship with streaming. It's not good, right? And it's only been getting worse. And I think you know that as well, right? It's in part because of the job you have, but it's also streaming. You can't just like, take streaming out of this equation. I really do think you need to take a break from streaming.
He's on
yeah,
vacation.
I
Same
don't have
with
anything
Tomato.
like concrete planned until Sunday, so
I don't really know how to feel about Pomato yet. I'm gonna wait to see what she has to say. You know, like I think we should all give her the second to speak her side. You know, so keep that up on the shelf for now. Let's see what Pomato has to say before we jump to any conclusion.
At the point where us as a group, I do not think we can continue as a group if you do not take a break, right? Because I don't see this getting better. I do not want to see you in a situation where your toxic mindset drags you down to the point where everything explodes, right? I think we're at a critical point.
Yeah, that's what I thought they said, Alex.
You know you've been dealing with burnout. We know this. We've talked about this before, right? We've talked about this before. But there's all this other, like, just
Well, one thing I want to mention too, chat, is you are the master of your own mental health, and you are the master of your own health in general, physical, mental, spiritual, whatever. You are the only person in charge of that. So to try to force somebody to do that is never the best outcome. Only you, as an individual, can say, I need to take a break and decide that. It's almost like therapy, right? You can't make somebody go to therapy. They have to decide that they want therapy and they want to go through that. It's the exact same thing with almost any decision, but very much so with a break as well. You need to decide that for yourself. So putting that pressure on her is not going to set her up for success.
The healthy shit that is just going on that hurts you and it hurts others. It's hurting everyone, right?
It is. It's not healthy for anybody. It's not healthy for me. I'm not enjoying it. I don't like feeling that way. I don't like.
And it's fine that they're having a candid discussion about, my view is you should take a break. They can have that discussion, right? But, maybe you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink. The thing is that you really have to have a healthy discussion around such sensitive topics. And that ain't happening.
Like, I forget.
I keep repeating myself, but it's absolutely true.
I'm exhausted or stressed.
And if you know this, you need to take a break. And you know you need to take a break. You need to take a break.
It's embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing.
Not embarrassing. I hate to say this right now, and I am going to have to say this because I called my mother last night, Radia, and I know I've talked to you about this in the past, but my father was a pathological liar throughout my life, and because of these pathological lies, would say these small white lies over time, even if it was for a noble purpose. And when I described the situation to my mother in this portion, she said it sounds like my father.
That's so wrong to say. I put a note here in my notes about this. This is so manipulative. To project, that's on your personal life to be like, oh, like, I'm not saying you're a pathological liar, but I'm going to imply it very heavily. Nah, bro. No, that's so wrong. That's so wrong.
And I fucking broke down crying, thinking about it like that, because it's hard. But here's the thing too. It may have come up like that in this situation, but my father and mother did mend. I have mended my relationship with my dad.
Yeah, you're just like my lying father, yikes.
And then went to
Exactly.
prison almost. Instead, he got put on probation essentially because he had to pay back the money. And it's these
Yeah,
small white
that's
lies,
manipulation.
the lies of absentia, the
Absolutely.
lies of forgetting, the thoughts of just, oh, I submitted a form. Great, you clearly didn't click the button if you submitted a Google form. We know that. Don't lie to it. Just say you didn't do it. It's not a big deal if you do that.
I did. He ended up finding me. Like, I did submit that. He's like, you put yourself under registration. That's why I couldn't find you. And I was like,
Okay.
I see. And you can go ask Michael, because he was like, oh, you put yourself for registration. I was like, okay, because I thought that's what we were going to volunteer with as staff at the con, was going to be registration help. So I put myself as registration.
Okay.
And that's why
Again, it's all like assumption. Like, ask discovery questions to get the answers you want.
Couldn't initially find me.
I think that's fine.
That's fine. That's fine. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Thank you. That makes you feel better. Thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, that's why it's.
Thanks,
he had to
Wolfhound.
go
I
into the other room
appreciate
to
you.
get me a badge, and that's why my badge said initially registration. He had to like write on there in pen, on the staff badge, like my info. But yeah,
I think again, just kind of, I think you recognize that it hasn't been good in more ways than one. We've been noticing it as well. It has led to situations that should not be happening, right? Just in general. And I don't think you want it. Like, this is us kind of giving you the push that we think that you need. Because I understand that you think it's embarrassing to take a step back, but we're telling you that you need it. And we're telling you need to do it. We might not be giving you a choice here, right? If that makes you feel better in taking that break, fucking good. Because you need it, right? It's not just your mental health, it's your content is suffering as well, right?
You can't decide that for somebody else. All you can do is offer, as a friend, your thoughts. That's all you can do. That's all you can do, guys. You cannot make somebody do something. And it's not your place to do that either. I don't know. Maybe I'm very one of those people where, and maybe this is because of my dad. My dad's like, look, you're either going to fly or you're going to fall. But it's on you. Like, I'm going to give you everything. I'm going to give you I'm going to feed you well. I'm going to put you up in the nest. I'm going to help train you. But when you're going to fly, it's on you. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why they feel this like unnecessary obligation to put this pressure on her to do this stuff. Like, just just let her do what she's gonna do, right? You can, as a friend, advise, but never force, never force. That's not friendship.
You haven't had time to work on anything, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
you haven't been. I've heard multiple times for you that you're not satisfied in the things that you're doing on stream because you haven't been able to work on them because there's so much going on and you're fucking overwhelmed. You've been going and going without really.
Yep, exactly. We keep saying that, Harak,
and it's
but
leading
it's
to toxicity all the way around, and it's making your content suffer. And I truly believe if you do take a break in any capacity, right, and come back, it will be better after that point, right? It will reframe things because that's what this sort of thing is supposed to do, you know.
You know what? One thing I do want to point out here is some of their concerns, right? They're like, hey, we think you're burned out. Hey, we think your content is suffering, etc., right? And a good friend will tell you, hey, you know, I know you, and I feel like maybe things are going downhill for you. You know, as a friend, I just want to tell you, like, you know, maybe a break would help you, right? I've seen that you're very tired. You know, you're worried about your money and stuff like that. Maybe stepping away would be best for you, but I just want you to know, I support you regardless of what you decide. As a friend, I want to tell you, not this, not this, not this. This ain't it. I'm from a place of helping and understanding. This is your friend. You want to see them succeed, right? Tell them you're concerned, but never force them. Never force them.
Yeah.
We're worried about you, okay? We're worried about this group right now because of these things. We just...
Why couldn't we start the call out that way? Hey, you know, Radio, we're concerned about you. We're concerned about the group. And we just want to talk about a few things and just make sure that you are okay. Why could we not have entered this call with the intention of making sure that your friend, your partner, your group member was okay? Why couldn't it have been that instead of attacking them? This hurts. This hurts to listen to. I genuinely get triggered from stuff like this. I really hate when people do this kind of stuff to each other. And I'm in a situation where people have done the same exact thing to me. I hate that so much.
When you have failings, it's okay to be honest about them because then we can work with that. That's what we did when I didn't get the trailer done. We've made it work and I took my responsibility and I paid for the trailer to be finished. Went for Sungwon's like rush to do that and Palm pulled the strings to get that like editor, right? Like we can work with these things. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're your friends and we have tied our wagons together by making projects stem together. And at the end of the day, we want what's best for all of us. We always want what's best for ourselves. We want it best for all because we're friends. You're my best friend.
Why didn't we start the call this way? From a place of love and understanding. Now, because of the way that this is framed now, is you said, attack, 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 stab, 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 attack, attack. Oh, we love you. Like, no, it's gone. Your good intention is flown out the window, bro. And that's so sad because by the time that you actually remembered to care and actually be like, hey, we're in this together, we want to support you, you already disintegrated your friendship.
I don't like the idea of having to question everything you do when I don't see an answer to it. That's a horrible feeling. I don't want that feeling in my life. I don't want that to feel that about my best friend.
It's made us not.
I mean, you kind of
it made us
decided
feel
that,
like we
but
can't trust what you say whenever you would act a certain way, and that's why we also are asking for clarification on a lot of this because
you didn't
we have been
ask.
feeling.
You did. Let me make this fucking clear right now. You did not ask. Yeah, I want to make that very clear. Chad, do you, in any point in this, do you feel like they asked and did discovery questions to better understand Radia's side? Yes or no? Do you think that they actually tried to ask questions?
Deceived in a lot of things.
Yeah.
And that's why we're asking for clarification. Not because we want to call you out or target you. It's specifically because we don't know what to believe anymore.
No, I understand. I hope the hotel and badge situation clarifies that.
Well, that's just one thing. That's relatively minor, honestly. I didn't care about that.
Yeah, no.
But it's like
I didn't mean to keep that stream a secret. I didn't really think about it. It was not on my mind,
right.
And I'm sorry if it seemed that way.
It's not even the stream that is a secret part to it either. It's the saying of food poisoning and then saying nothing to us about it when we have people worried about you coming to us later. And now we feel awful because we don't know what's happening. We would take you to the hospital. Palm knows the Canadian healthcare system.
Why did we not start the call? I know I keep saying that, but now we're like at a point where it's like a decently okay conversation. Why did we not start this way, dude? You rushed it, you jumped into this, and you went on the attack. without actually trying to help her with what was going on. Yeah, it only took 58 minutes of call to get here. Like,
we could take care of you. We could help you. We would do whatever we can for you then, because you're our friend.
And I'm sorry. I didn't think that like alerting people.
God, that sucks,
alerting you all
dude.
that I was,
That
like, you know,
sucks.
having a time in the restroom.
You don't have to. I understand if you, as someone
Like,
who
you
has
know,
some
I
chronic
didn't-
health
I-
issues on my
I
own
don't wanna
end.
be like, hey, I'm like explosively shitting.
Well, I understand that,
you
but
know.
like, if I made a big deal about every time I explosively shit on stream to garner points, I could do that a lot, right?
But she's not. She's not. That's your opinion.
I want to freak out my fucking chat. And at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I'm just shitting. I know I'm just shitting. As long as I'm not like massively fucking vomiting with a fever, then I'm like, okay, we're Gucci.
And-
right? I might have to miss a stream and whatever. But it was
That's
like
your opinion.
it really it came across as if something was being hammed up.
As
was
a
a health
person who
situation.
has a nice demeanor, I know how it feels for people to assume that you do not have a backbone. It is always
Right.
important to never assume someone is weak-willed due to a calming aura surrounding them.
Yeah, sure.
Delicate people are
Absolutely.
more stronger than what narcissist people think.
Sure.
And you can ham up and other things. Veggie does it all the time, right? But health stuff, like the really stuff that matters, like health stuff, you worry people. And I literally, you can go through like the chat logs and you'll see that people were literally donating money because you were sick, right?
Yeah, I didn't. That was not my objective, and it was not something I noticed that it was even.
It's this thing where it's something you cannot do.
And I just need to be conscious of it. It's, you know, not something that needs to be talked about. Yeah.
That could have been it. Literally could have been the conversation. Hey, guys, I want to lay this out for you. It's just something that might be a concern, and I want you to know about that. And I'm like, oh my god, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I can definitely see how that could come across that way. I'll be a little bit more careful in the future. Bada bing, bada boom. Shut off the stream. We finished the call. That was it. That's all it needed to be done. I have such a fucking headache thinking about how this call could have been literally avoided. Yeah, it'd have been like 2 minutes. But it said you attacked it.
It's not something that needs to be talked about.
But like,
so
people thought you
unnecessary.
were really like fucked up, like the entire night. Not that you went to hang out in the jacuzzi, came back, had your moment, and then went to sleep, woke up, and then went to the aquarium, ate all the food in the world. You know what I mean? Like, if
Yep, emergency meeting, by the way.
It's gonna make people look at you like, excuse me, but you told us this, right?
Yeah.
The image of I am on the bathroom floor with food poisoning is a very specific image where it makes people distressed, right?
And I didn't think of that. I'm sorry. I didn't really contemplate that image or what that means to other people.
Yeah.
And that comes back to the lack of gratitude and foresight. And this can be better. This can be better. This isn't the end, but we need help. And you need a break. You need to take care of yourself. You need to use that paid vacation that you have. You need to do it. You need to take time off for yourself. You need to refocus.
Yeah, this
You
is
need to
not
recenter, and
again.
you
I
need
said
to
this the other
detach
day.
unhealthy
You
connection
never
have before it takes everything away from you.
You never ever need to have an emergency meeting. There's like 1% where that's actually true, but I'm like, if you have a message to share me, you can type it out. There's never a reason I need to get in a call with you. ASAP unless it's like for a sponsor or something like super important, right? But if it's like, hey, we just need to talk, nah, that's an emergency, bro.
There is one more thing that we do, like, it needs to be brought up, and it's because of the off-kai thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had our announcement stream together. It was a really big moment for all of us, right? But a huge amount of that stream was dedicated to you bringing up your throne. I don't think that was appropriate. I want you to go to off-kai. I don't know if $2,000 is an appropriate amount of money to be. None of us asked for that much money, right? You can ask for whatever you want. That's up to you. But to bring it up when it was
Right,
it wasn't supposed to be about that. And then in your Discord, you did do a thing where you were very specifically like, I made a throne fund in hopes of attending as the full Project STEM group. We aren't attending as the Project STEM group. We're just attending as ourselves. It's misleading, right? It puts us in a position because, like, again, if you're on stream, you're talking about this, what I'm going to say, don't donate to. I'm not going to do that, right?
Miscommunication amongst the group members, right? Shit happens.
I'm stuck. I want you to come, but I also, again, it's making a moment that really shouldn't be about money, right?
Yeah. I just want to point out again, chat. Why the fuck do we have this call in the first place? Why did they record this? Why is this in this document? Like, it's wild, dude.
Again, I think that circles back to the unhealthy association between streaming and making money. Like having those two things being deeply interlinked when they shouldn't be all the time.
Like, I'm not thinking about it, and that's the problem.
Yeah. Like the problem
I'm
is
not thinking about it.
Like it's not like, yes, three of us here make a living off of this, and you make a significant amount of money, which I'm sure helps you out a ton. It is to some degree about money, but it's not all about money.
No.
Because in situations like that, it feels like we're being used, you know? We're happy to help out, but like when we don't, it's like a surprise, you know? It's like, oh, wait, what? And I thought, well, maybe, okay, so fine. She put $600, $700 there so she can come to Offkai, cool, whatever, right? But then I saw the amount of money it was, and I'm like, because you said you reached like 21%. I'm like, that's kind of surprisingly low, because I know how generous your community can be. And I'm like, oh, and then I saw how much money that actually was, because the total value was so high, right? And I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
oh.
like, that's just, maybe
Yeah, it makes no sense, like, to
You
do
are
all
allowed to
that.
ask as much as you want from your community, right? But it's the way that you frame it that matters. I don't give a shit what you ask your community for, as long as it's upfront, because that's, quite frankly, up to them whether or not they want to give money. They're adults, right? They're totally adults. But if it's framed as, oh, we want to attend as a group and that's why, or, you know, whatever, when the truth of the situation is, the only reason you're even considering paying that much is because you're paying for a suite, maybe, and also you didn't start planning this when everyone else did, right? That's why that's the case. It's a little, it's like, it's misleading and like.
But we have not really heard from Fenari at all during this call. It's mostly just been, this is Pomato. Yeah, we've only really heard from Pomato and Adora much. Fenari is not talking much at all.
Right? And then we're roped in on that without knowing, right? Like,
it's not my targeted intention to do that, but I understand the issues that it's causing, like fundamentally.
Yeah.
The lack of like ruminating on any of those decisions is causing a problem.
It was like this reoccurring theme about the quote unquote drama about the Offkai hotel room, and it's like, why does it have to be about this again?
I agree, Nate. I agree.
This is like the happy moment. And then it led to a conflict between you and the chatter that I had to jump on the grenade for, right? When that didn't even potentially have to happen in the first place.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
like if I truly gave a shit about who was making the money or whatever, there would have been like, oh, I want this to be on my channel or whatever. I didn't give a shit. Let it be on your channel, right? Cool. People give money.
I wonder how Pomato feels knowing this was recorded. Yeah, I'm very interested to know that. Because she said, in the document it says like, oh, we recorded for our safety, but did they actually know that?
That's great, fantastic. Like, we're having a great time. But then it was like, once you push it past a certain point, it's like, oh wait, right.
Yeah.
But I think that's the last point that I really wanted to bring up.
Yeah, just a combination of really poor like tunnel vision.
It's a a toxic association in my mind, in my viewpoint. It's a toxic association that has been formed between you and streaming, and what streaming is about.
I don't know,
because I don't think any of us started streaming because we wanted to do it because it was fun.
Yeah, and I have fun doing it. The problem is,
but you have less fun when you
make less
don't
money.
perform as you make less money, or your money, like your numbers. Like I'm imposing this on you because I understand that feeling of like when your numbers are lower and you're not making as much money, right?
Yeah,
it's like
I feel that. Yeah, chat number go down, brain go down.
You take it personally when you shouldn't. You never should, especially right now, right?
I mean, it shouldn't be tied to like my self-worth. I need like a divestment from that. But it's yeah.
You are an entertaining, successful creator. You don't need to panic in these situations. You don't need to tie your value to what you make at the end of the day. You have achieved more than most can only dream of. And if you lose that gratitude, you will lose it all.
And we can't stand by you.
And we cannot stand by you. I'm just saying the same thing, so it's not just Palm saying it.
Yeah.
No, I understand. Like,
I don't like that statement. I don't like that. We can't stand by you. Like, you should. I don't know. I don't like that statement. Maybe they meant it differently. I'm not gonna dig into that, but I don't know. That doesn't feel right to me.
Hold on. Do I have audio?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, hold on.
Yep.
Okay. Gotta like recharge my headphones.
You're fine. Fun?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're just making noise on your mic, that's all. So, is
I
there
am?
you're fine now though. Is there anything else we kinda need to bring forward, guys? I think that might be wait.
I'm gonna go like sit down and write stuff up then.
Yep, take a break, girl. We love you. I want you to take care of yourself. I don't want to see what I've seen in people that have done these horrible things. I know you can be a good person and do good things. I've seen the good things you have done. Please.
I know you can be a good person. Bro, that's such a shit thing to say, dude. That's such a shit thing to be like, oh, I know you can reach this high expectation that I have of you. No, bro, that ain't it. That ain't it.
Take a break and break this toxic, unhealthy relationship.
Yeah, she's already a good
for your own
person.
sake.
Like,
For our sake as well, but also
what are you
your sake,
talking
because
about?
You will lose everything if this doesn't change, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You will lose everything if this doesn't change.
If there's other things you need to address, just send me like
I think that's the main thing.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
But yeah, well,
Go process, fam.
Go process, fam. You just, like, seriously. Okay.
no, I'm fine. Just gonna go,
Go take care of yourself, friend. Okay. Go rest.
yeah, I'll be fine.
I've got to get Adora to haul my ass to the
Yeah,
airport.
I do have to go do that. So this will,
I'm not gonna be at,
Ah.
I'm just not up for it.
Gonna be what for?
I'm not gonna be at D&D tomorrow. I'm not up for
That's
it.
completely fine. You shouldn't. We said to step away from streaming. That is fine.
Thanks, Adam, and I appreciate you.
Say you need to take a break. That will all understand. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about our Saturday stream. I can make it. I can figure out a way to fill it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be around Sunday because I don't want to, like, cancel that. But yeah, I'll be fine. Just
I have something I want to share with all of you here in a second, but there's only 1 minute left, so I'll share with you at the
take a few
end.
days to just
Start the process, please, and we'll take it from there. You can take it from there. Okay.
Yeah.
I do need to go run and take Fen though.
Yeah, no, you guys get to get.
I swear, if I get stuck at TSA, I'm gonna throw a shit.
No, yeah.
Honestly, also
I'm
not
gonna be
Memorial. You should be fine.
shit in hand and throw it at TSA. Become monkey.
Honestly, they're pretty chill. It's also not Monday, so you should be fine. Like,
I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, see y'all around.
Yep, take care.
See ya.
So that is the end of this call, chat. Here is what I want to say. Because I've said it a million times, I'm not going to keep repeating myself up. I feel like the concern for Radium was more coming from a place of how it's going to hurt Adora's career because she is a member of the group. Does that make sense? So she was more concerned about Radium because of how he can no longer benefit from it. Because if Radium, goes under or whatever else, right? It makes Adora no longer be able to benefit from Radia's success. Does that make sense? Hey, does that make sense, chat? Basically, everything Radia said was not only true about understatements. I mean, you listen to this call, right? And it does not help Adora's case at all. They set her up for failure. They put her in an emergency meeting last second that was not ever meant to actually help her. They nitpicked everything. I don't see how including this call helped your argument at all. Let's continue.
Many of the issues in the issues document can be heard here, as well as stated by people besides me, because in the end we were worried about our friends' behaviors. This call is incredibly personal, but unfortunately with the narrative Radia has presented on the call and made public, I want the world to hear what actually happened.
Yes, we did hear what happened. We heard you that you were concerned about your friend's behavior. Instead of treating them with a love,
It made
empathy,
it
and
seem
respect,
like Adora
you
saw
went
Radia
after
as a
them and
friend
attacked
more
them.
than just a friend in need, trying to make everything her fault but not take fault herself.
This was not the helpful thing you thought it was. You really thought that this call was going to help you? I don't know why you thought that. It did not help your case. Towards the end of the call, it did become it became a little bit more normalized. It's something I would have expected. But that start, like the first 58 minutes, no, bro. No. Yeah, it actually made your narrative worse.
Once again, I was not even the person to initially suggest to her to take a break. In fact, Fenari was the one in the intervention to bring it up, as can be heard in this call
Sure, but
starting
you
at
still did push it.
49:44. Myself and Palm both agreed as well, however, with Fen.
I think it's more
During
the
this
push.
call, we speak on every issue I have spoken about prior in this document. We were incredibly hurt during this call and worried for our friend not telling us everything. We
Why?
would never
They
have
didn't owe you
suggested a
anything.
break if she told us she couldn't afford to take one. In this call, she claims it was not about finances, but embarrassment to take a break. If she needed the income
That
from
might be why.
streaming, we would have either offered alternatives such as a throne goal or told her it's fine to keep streaming. I have been living paycheck to paycheck. Why would I want my best friend to financially suffer? As well, we unfortunately had to deal with small lies as well, such as her claiming she had reached out to
So just claiming she reached out to other creators for meet and greets. I don't think that's a lie. I just think that she messed up. You know what I mean? Like, I view that as a mistake. I don't view this as, oh, she lied to you. Like, because she did allegedly reach out to Spite. in the call, right? So she did reach out. She just forgot to reach out to Juniper, you know? So the other thing I'll say too is like, we were incredibly hurt in this call word from my note telling. Wait, why were you hurt? What were you hurt by? See, this is what Adora keeps saying she was hurt by, and why it justified her actions, bro. That you were hurt over nothing. This is just like the smallest itty bitty tiny little discrepancies and issues. And if you're that hurt over something that small, you need to be more worried about yourself than your friend. What quote unquote friend. Yeah, exactly. She just forgot to follow up. That's it. I'm also saying embarrassment to take a break. The embarrassment might be from finances. That could be absolutely something. So just something to consider. But names unfortunately cannot be censored here due to needing them to be able to be referenced in the call in the video. Radia claims she'd reached out to Juniper, but then the call didn't say she forgot to hit send on the first message. She would say before the call she would poke again. I then proceeded to never do so. I mean, again, probably forgot the first time. It was like, oh shit, yeah, let me poke her. It's just nitpicking on the smallest stuff, man. This is like trying to make a mountain of a molehill. I think this is like, if you look at a mountain of a molehill in like the metaphor dictionary, this would be right there.
Every claim she had made without any physical evidence is either false or fabricated from limited screenshots. I am going to show the screenshots that matter, which are related to my allegations of doxing, as well as the entire conversation I have had with Radia, since she redacted important information informing her narrative. As well, I was not the leader or one pushing this. This was equal hurt between myself, Bomb, and Fen. At 1:01 and 20 seconds, we speak about the off-Kai situation and Radia misleading on my, Bomb, and Fen's behalf that we were trying to attend off-Kai as Project STEM.
This right here is a miscommunication in your group. And it might have stemmed from Radia, and that might have been her mistake. And if it was, even still, why are you so upset with that? You know what I mean? Like, if Radia was like, oh my god, like, you know, we're trying to attend a STEM, and she didn't communicate that, okay, but that's a small issue that you could bring up and talk about, you know what I mean? It doesn't need to be this full-blown fucking, like, attack on their character and how they're a horrible person, and they lied and hurt me. Bro, we make mistakes.
Now,
Crazy.
As to the matter of the DMs claiming I was bullying her or manipulating her / abusing her, here is the entire, unaltered, fully transparent DMs between myself and Radia since she decided to remove several DMs from our conversation in her document, often in an attempt to make me look worse. At this time Pomado and Fenari were dealing with Concrete, and so I was the only one who could even talk to her and try to help her while they couldn't. Here is everything said between us, from beginning to end of this portion. I sincerely believed I was helping my friend, and I am not holding any line back because in the end, I think picking and choosing is wrong when making a case against a person.
Sure, absolutely.
Please listen to the intervention however before reading these DMs if you can.
Alright, so we have done that. So, a really quick chat, I'm gonna turn on my fan. Give me like 30 seconds, I'll be right back. Also, I like really need to stretch, so I'm gonna go turn on my fan, I'll be right back. We'll read these after. All right, chat. I gotta check with all of you. How you doing? Are you guys okay? All right, everybody hanging in there? I know it's been a, gosh, we've already been 3 hours in. I feel like we haven't even touched a third of the document. My goodness, I'm glad we split this up. Yeah, get that start right here. I'm quite heavily invested. Well, we're gonna get to the bottom of everything, chat. So again, thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you, all of your support, and of course, if I could say anything, please offer your support to Radium. She certainly needs it right now. So let's continue and take a look through the DM. So I hope travels are safe, home safe. What the fuck? Why am I a chair? I'm a chair in a chair. Is that chairception? All right. I hope travel somewhere safe, home safe, and taking Finn to the airport tonight. I hope you rested well. I had that trip home was uneventful at the border. I got a lot of rest yesterday. Spent like 11 hours last night. Also, Sunday is Meat's debut, so I'm just checking with him on link to stream to try and help support with our raids. Hey, we need to have an emergency STEM meeting right now. Can you work? Can you jump in working in STEM? Sure. What is this? How does this help your argument? Yo, what's up? How's it going, Casa? Good to see you. Welcome in. Everybody say hi to Casa. Casa does a lot of really cool drama videos as well, or news, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you should definitely check out Casa's YouTube channel. If you want like a little bit more like kind of like daily like upload updates, Casa's a good person to look at. So, yeah. So I don't understand how this helps anything at all. This is just normal conversation. The portion she cut out me speaking about my past relation with my father. My father and I are on great terms now as well. There's full permission to post this. Brady is also talking about the STEM Discord server this time, not leaving STEM the group. What? What? Okay. Yeah, what does this have to do with anything? Let's read. I will say I don't think June 1st is a long enough break. This is generally a make or break situation. Our friendship rate. I do genuinely love you, but I'm hurt and don't feel like I can fully trust you anymore. It needs to be rebuilt. So now we have the context chat from that call. Basically, Adora says, I'm hurt. I can't trust you because of the fact that you didn't tell me you had food poisoning. You didn't tell me you were streaming. And on top of that, there were these very small nothing burgers that we could have discussed in a healthy way that we chose to attack whoever. Did I miss anything, chat? You have no reason to be hurt or quote unquote like trust needs to be rebuilt. Bro, you literally are coming up with bullshit reasons to put somebody in a place where they have to try to prove to you that they're a good person. You would try to establish power over them. And that's what you did. Nah, bro, this ain't it. I want to rebuild with you so badly because all the good times we've had together. Need to recenter change your approach to connection with streaming. Seeing you remind me of my dad, and this is something I didn't realize. My dad also got better, but it takes years of work, and he still can't even touch our family's money anymore. Again, that completely unrelated and a horrible thing to say. It's like when you and I went to Marina, and you're not Marina. I want to see you become better and start so I can fully trust you again. But comparing anybody to Marina, that's wrong. That's mean. That's straight up mean. Most people know the perception of Marina and her issues in the past as well. So to basically be like, you're not, you know, oh, you're not Marina. Like, as long as you keep working on yourself so I can trust you. Like, that's a horrible thing to say. Before I get to everything here, I do want to let you know I didn't leave STEM because I was upset. I just felt I should be present in the space. I didn't even notice, and that's fine for now. For the time being, I just felt it was better. Yeah, no, that is a-okay. Honestly, not be going on Twitch, spending time with IRL friends, take time off work, and just enjoy life for me, center. Again, that's all your call, homie. I know I shouldn't. I've just been overworking myself, running from past stress for months. I haven't got probably a proper sleep in months. Aside from rare days like on Monday, my attention isn't to fail or purposely do harm. Most of what I do as of late tends to fall into that camp. I love you, too. I'm not doing amazing since Blank died, honestly. The decade-long purposes lost and fear gained afterwards. We've seen these screenshots before. Well, I can't take the entire month off. This isn't feasible with my overtime. And they were serving for yearly surgeries. The overall schedule is tight. Marina is a very infamous VTuber. I'm not gonna get into that, but if I can give you like a nutshell, Marina was a very infamous person related to the Tyga situation, and also they just don't have a very good reputation. They've also done some pretty crazy stuff. They were like the main person that perpetuated a lot of the naked art on Twitch. I encourage you to go watch a video about it. Radia's brother's name is Sintudir. In case I forgot his public information or not. You really need to detach from streaming, Radia. I see it's a place to love and concern. We've already seen these screenshots, chat. There's literally nothing extra. Things can improve, but I need you to refocus and start here. You and everyone else is under no obligation to be around me right now. So I'll make an effort to inject myself for the time being. But what am I looking for here? Like, I don't understand exactly what they're trying to prove by showing us this, you know? Yeah, that's true, Alamora. Commit quickly, it's over because it means you didn't learn what's wrong here. This is a make or break moment. We've already seen these. I understand what is wrong. I know for a while and I've been trying, but this is an endless trudge downhill. I want to believe you right now, but I can't. My goodwill is at its end, and I would just need to see actions that speak on it, bro. Right? You made up the reasons as to why she needs to prove herself to you. They never needed to do that. Ever. I don't like this narrative that they're pushing, and I don't really like the fact that they're trying to make it seem like Radia has to achieve some type of trust level with them. It makes no sense. Because again, Radia, their concerns with Radia, if these are actual concerns, they're basically nothing burgers, that there are assumptions that they have no proof of. And on top of that, if it's a genuine concern, they would have approached their friend in a good place, from a caring place, instead of attacking them. Anyways, that's all I'm going to speak on for now. Garisa is so fresh. First, you removed from my post above was that she told another party she was upset that Fenari visited me to give me support after I came forward about my sexual assault in December instead of her. This was told enough, eventually to Finn. Hurt me greatly because both Radia and I were assaulted by the same man. Oh, shit. I guess let's read that. Understand I'll leave you to your evening early, prepare for tomorrow. I won't necessarily be around this. I'll be giving you all distance when DMs if needed. This is something I feel like I have the fundamental ability to fix at the moment. Of course, this isn't me telling you we won't talk because of part of the process. You're my friend. Where does it say that, though? You told another party that she was upset that Fenari visit. Where? Where did she say that? Chat, am I tripping out? Where did she say that? Yeah, where did she say that? Or is it down here? Okay, I hope so. Let's see. If somebody abused his sister, and if you weren't, I'm gonna give you the same talk I gave my dad. Okay, bring up the dad. I appreciate that. Genuinely, my first instinct was to walk away from content creation and everything around it, but I've not deleted everything. So to start, my experience of being a functional person is incredibly limited. I don't know what is wanted or my existence, nor how people want me to engage, and I hope you can improve. That's all I'd like to speak on this tonight. This is a marathon aspirant. Understood. Gonna say this now. I generally think you need a full social cleanse. No Discord, not even your community. Again, no place to say that. We've already seen this. I don't have a ton of people IRL. Nim and Digi are also rather busy, so I'm currently just plugging away at work since that's all I really have. Great info with folks you care about. It'll ground you, I think. It'll just be texting you from here on out. I'm also at a point I find it easier to leave than to watch everything fall apart more. And that's my phone work. You don't want the government and company looking at text. My personal is this. I'm unreachable. I just got my work phone around. Not fair, but just testing. I just want my old friend back that unprompted of nothing give support and money when I was sick, not the worrying one about numbers and money from stream. I mean, guys, but everybody goes through ups and downs. Why would you say that? Everybody goes through ups and downs in their life. People are gonna have bad moments and good moments. Like, I think that's an unrealistic expectation to put on somebody. I don't see a place for me right now in anything, let alone my presence making anything better now or in the future. Not having faith in my ability to do so anymore. Only people in person near me at the moment because I have no trust in my ability to not make basic human activities go awry. We already read this. But again, where was this mention of this? You mean the part where she was told to the party was upset that Fenari visit where? I like hearing later that you told others that you made Finn come out to me when I was assaulted. I like hearing you told Kono, I didn't help you enough, I'm not perfect. I don't think I genuinely understand this part, so I'm gonna skip it. If you have anything to add to that, let me know, chat. Figured to remind you to stay focused on stuff and just for the sake of our friendship. I don't have you down for the collabs in June. It won't be coming out on it as well until July at the earliest. Again, just showing the screenshots you've already seen. I just kind of add this part about, I guess, this thing time out. I told like hearing later that you told others you were mad Finn came out to me after I was assaulted. I don't like hearing you told Kono I didn't help you enough. That's okay, that's okay. I think I'm just genuinely, like, confused as to why that's happening, you know? I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. Yeah, I mean, the Finn part is there. It's just, like, the part she removed from my post about was when she told another party that she was upset that Fenari visited me to give me support that came forward about my sexual assault. It's similar to her. But, like, where did she say that? Where's the proof of that? This is Adora's words. This is what I'm saying I don't understand. Adora is saying this. She's not showing the proof that Radio apparently said this. Do you understand what I'm saying now, chat? She's saying, yeah, so she said that Radio is upset that Fenari visited me to give me support after I came forward about my essay in December. But he didn't show that. He just said, oh, well, I said that, but that's it. That's not proof. You know, like, that's not proof. Yeah, normally when you say something like that, you're like, oh, somebody was upset about this, and you're trying to prove that they were upset about something they shouldn't have been or whatever, right? You showed that they were upset about that with screenshots. Very strange.
As for the money comment, I was literally in thousands of dollars of
That's
debt
what
at
I'm
the
saying.
time and struck with COVID with no way to work and pay bills. I never asked for anything from anyone, and Radia at the time generously gave me money without asking to help me pay for a testing kit as well as help get treatment as my Medicaid hadn't started yet.
Gotcha.
To those being angry at me for being kind to her generosity in my moment of need, that's all it was. Fenari also at the time without being asked did the same thing. It's not wrong to be grateful for your friend's kindness. I will mention this later as well. Generosity like this has been rare in my life, and was precious to me at a moment when I was incredibly weak.
Sure, I get that somebody being generous like that is special to you. I'm just thinking of leaving. I don't have it in the same month, and I'm playing isolation. As everything slowly degrades, I'm not allowed to even be around people in any capacity, whether it be for cover socialization, blah, blah, blah. There isn't even about streaming. I'm just not supposed to be around. I don't have it in me, and I don't believe that I'm ever wanted around regardless of any state I'm in. I'm going to argue or discuss with you on this. It's your journey, and I know you got people close to you who want to help. Regardless, love you genuinely. Just I don't want you gone. I want you better. I just don't understand the narrative of pushing this, like, oh, take a break. I mean, maybe you did care, but I think you communicated it wrong. Doesn't feel that way. It feels like I should be gone. I don't have as many people around as you think I do that are any help to any capacity. And I'm not putting it onto one person help me. If I want you gone, I wouldn't still be messaging you. There's no timeline. I don't feel like I'm allowed to do anything at this point. Regardless of where I sit mentally, just like someone's supposed to go into isolation for a month and blow up foundational parts of my life. Again, chat. Can I ask a quick question? What does this prove in Adora's defense? There's more to life than content rape. There's never a timeline on healing either. I still want you in my life. I just want to be able to trust you again. Things will be hard, but it can get better. Bro, again, you made a mountain of a molehill. What the heck? Why are you even saying this when you're the one that made a mountain of a molehill? I know that I'm not ignorant of that, but on a foundational level, it still does not support this household and people in my life. I'm trying to mitigate additional suffering while healing. Here. Yeah, it feels like a bunch of nothing. Just not believing you. I don't know what to believe in. I'm currently not a good person. I've never been in the impression that I am in any way a particularly good person. We've already seen these screenshots. They're talking about, like, I remember when I had COVID and you immediately swooped in That was a good thing. You do good things. And we've already seen these screenshots, chat. I like to believe you. If no one else believes than I do, better to try than not, yeah. I keep trying. But I keep getting hurt so much and overwhelmed in a way I can't explain to the point of collapse. Can help my brother and my family. Rationally, the worth I have is what I can physically give. The one thing that makes people consistently happy me. My existence alone has never been able to do that. I've had to offer more value in the only way I've ever been able to. My existence isn't something that brings about joy. I can't even begin to provide any value right now, perform basic foundational tasks of any value right now to anyone. If no one believes in the one, must I try so hard? In the end, everyone else is still going to hate me regardless of what I do. I don't want to be around if I'm not wanted, or at least tolerated to go exist. Either way, I'm going to leave you to your thoughts right now since there's nothing productive that can be done. And I sincerely believe therapy and self-reflection will help you more. Just know you're wanted around and not fearing myself anymore. I mean, what you can say, Red Claw, is just, I don't understand Adora here. They put this call, made them look worse. They're dropping these receipts that we've already seen that were just very minutely edited in Radius document that don't provide any additional context. I don't understand this, chat. I literally don't understand this part. What is in here that is supposed to help Adora's argument here? What I see here is that Adora is like, I do care about you, Radiant. And I'm saying these things. I think that, you're going through a hard time, but I want you to take a break, right? But I feel like forcing a break is wrong. That's a wrong thing to do. You know what I mean? And they're just talking about things that we've already seen. This is a new one though. So guys, are you okay if I just continue and only read the ones that are new? Are you okay with that? Type 1 if you're okay with that, because let me be real. These are just rereading stuff we've already been through. It provides no context. It provides no extra information, no extra support, etc. But I will read the new ones. Hi, hope the aquarium is nice with Nim. Niman. We're heading out for now. Have a fun time, enjoy fish. Hopefully, I have an Polaroid film on me. Be keeping up with them, but you already knew that. Happy to hear you're doing better and glad Nim's better. Been getting better at getting stuff across to you. And then Digi, I want to take some from them so they can put the pictures on their board. Polaroid's always fun. My favorite analog tech for photos. Very immediately need to keep more of a stash of the film. I keep going through them on outings. It's been helpful. I replied to the one about Nim. I'm still kind of just in a place, a lack of information. I've not been present in any place with my Discord occasionally. Adora says I'll try to communicate as best as I can. Although in reality, it really just comes down to that. Radio says it's more the way things have been communicated and more. Absolutely. I think that's the biggest concern. Adora says, nah, I get that in reality. If I could make Pasador do anything, you to deal with your spirals and never tried to just let things slide that weren't socially okay rather than just let them pile up. I won't be doing that going forward. Again, we've already seen these screenshots. I'll go look at fish. Remember that. Go enjoy fish. I will. Thank you for talking. Radio goes on to say, while I was struggling, and Adora says, nah, I get that. It is unfortunately not really easy way to do it. As well as I need to be said for the sake of healing to happen, which is untrue. You can say those things in a positive and productive way. Also, we have discussed how creepy it is that this dog just shows her screenshots, records all of our conversations. Yeah, I agree. The recording stuff is crazy. Anxiety she directly contributed to from abuse. Yeah. It wasn't truly, if that wasn't true, it would have gone completely different. Regardless, time will help you. Essentially, haven't had any communication with what we've had. And that's been around. We primarily wanted what's just for me to not be present from how things are worded. We have race now. Flap, if they send double blame Discord. There you go. Wow, okay, Discord, bird up. Again, what does this, these screenshots accomplish? Up the Andersons, right? Babies, I love otters, those little fucks. Sorry, I saw last night in bed, then passed back out. Oh, you're good, I was just up late last night. It's all good, if you're doing okay. Being in there just far later than I should have been. But they just bogged me down. Today, hopefully we can hang out soon. It'd be nice to talk and vibe. I'm around, feel free to tap me, that'd be nice. The only major thing I need to be absolutely present for is assisting them with summer class selection and solidifying their new degree pathway with them and their counselor. Otherwise, I'm usually available to work around my corporate schedule. Yeah, no NIM stuff is more important to me, especially since I know they want to change majors. We'll figure something out. I'll be free anyways after eating dinner tonight. This was on June 1st. Spent like 2 hours at the counselor's office on Friday after talking for a long time Thursday. I'm glad they found what they disliked early on as opposed to after the declaration. What does this have to do with you being accused of doxing and abuse? I need to take like a sip of like alcohol or something at this point. What is this proof for in defense of yourself? I'm genuinely confused at this point. I'll be more lively tomorrow. I'm just in life for trying to catch up on the backlog of chores and tasks that weren't done over the past week. I'm gonna clear my slate so I'm not carrying around a task list a mile long for weeks. I'm most likely gonna need to rest or stream, so I suppose we can speak on it sometimes later. Yeah, it's okay though. I know Palm's been having a pretty rough voice slice. Fucking talking why they had COVID. We can figure out a time though. Pretty easy. I do know after Wednesday, my Thursday and Fridays are open, pretty well. The lungs are just shot. I hate everybody got hard in the respiratory department. I also want this addressed and not pushed up into the corner, though improper decisions are getting made to perform a ham-fisted intervention. I'm glad Rudy actually called that out. I will say I don't really like the words that you're using here in regards to that, especially when it was like us communicating our feelings towards you as a friend. That's untrue. It really wasn't that large of a deal, mostly us coming to you as friends to talk about issues. You really felt like that call wasn't that large of a deal, mostly us coming to you as friends to talk about issues. Bro, no. Nah, you have no self-awareness on that. I don't know why you're blowing this up in terms of ham-fisted intervention when we literally just wanted to tell you what was bothering us. I mean, it was ham-fisted. Like if you don't want to be communicated with as I would any friend I care about. Which, reminder, we did this in Marina back in the day in regards to her bonding issues related to herself and Fancy. I don't really know what you wanted different here. I talked to you one-on-one before in the past. This literally does not help your argument, Adora. Let me repeat that. If you don't want to be communicated with as I would any friend I care about, everybody needs different communication methods. You can't fit a circle into a square. I was originally just going to talk to you about smaller stuff, but then unfortunately Palm and Finn also wanted to talk as well. We pieced stuff together. In my end, I will say from my end, I'm just tired. I think I put a bit too much of myself in the friendship. It's not fair for me to expect you to return the same energy given. I generally can't deal with spirals over what in the end is just feelings of wishing for a bit more gratitude towards loved ones. As the main one, it just worries some behavior and content stuff because I do genuinely care about you. That's all. At least on my end, we're chill and our friendship is probably in a different place right now. Just know I don't hate you. I don't even dislike you and I still care about you. Just sort of need a break. By break, I mean a break from us putting content as part of our friendship. I don't want to stop being your friend. Yeah, very manipulative at the start. I have every right to express displeasure in how it's handled. In regards to this, for the lack of consideration for the people who be left to assist in triaging things, I take responsibility for things done wrong. If there are critical parts in the narrative that are wholly incorrect, I will openly listen to critiques, but it's not a discussion in an accusatory 3v1. Exactly. At various points, there could have been cordially discussed to remediate issues at hand or investigate why these things were occurring rather than what was decided upon. There it is. Literally words out of my mouth. I continually feel disregarded, and I do express gratitude, perhaps in a more subtle nature, but I do express. I'm not being void or of a lack of consideration or gratitude. There's never a point at which I find value in making a spectacle of it. It's why I offer to Nim for the moment I lived here, and it is incredibly private. I don't think anything I say is going to be productive right now, because I don't think you understand my issues fully. That's fine, so I'm going to go back to my earlier point of like a break, please. Yeah, this was not helping you, Adora. I understand your issues, and I'll be reflecting on them. I've not approached you for any conversations. Don't Palm ask for my availability, and I do not find that expressing what is mild displeasure most over how I could confronted it is in any way wrong. However, it is a critical disconnect. And it's not just a blank is done wrong, radius done wrong. Radius' real name is censored. Whether anyone wants to acknowledge it, that is beyond the point. I know it won't mean anything for me. Because
Adora
it's
should
about
have
listening
not
to me.
engaged if she felt the need to record that call or screenshot these
Absolutely.
messages. Real
Absolutely.
common sense is ending the friendship and leaving Radia alone.
Just to drag her or
Instead,
meet
she wanted to drag
unrealistic
this out.
expectation.
Radia
I agree.
deserves better.
I have a right to respectfully express my displeasure with seeing the weak of those near me offended without warning. I made it so as to not even occupy space as your president to give you the space over the past week. How much of my social detriment and health, but any effort I make isn't going to be seen as productive or enough. I really didn't ask you to do that, and I assume it's really clear when you joined mid-server. It didn't matter to me there. I mean, you did say to take a break from everybody socially, so you kind of did imply that. It was not, no, I stayed near your me the entire time for that reason. First time I've gone since last week. I dare give it to us. I don't think these screenshots help Adora's narrative at all.
During these responses, I never wanted Radia to self-isolate from friends. I never asked her to not hang out with her friends. She instead put this on herself. I even stated clearly that I told her it didn't matter and that I never told her to do that, which I never did in any previous message. I also told her I was happy to hang out with her on Party Demoness's server. In the end, I believe this came down to miscommunication and misunderstanding of my words.
And maybe that's true. I do want to find a particular message though really quick. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. There was a message where she, I'm going to say this now. I think you genuinely need a full social cleanse right now. No Discord, not even your own community, no Twitter. You actually did say no Discord. To be fair, she did say no Discord. And then she goes on to say, no, I didn't say that. So actually, you did say that. Just, I mean, I know it's a technicality, but you did actually say that. You know, like, I know you said you didn't want them to self-isolate, but it's self-isolate. But you did say no Discord. To be fair, I also told her I'd be hanging out with her on Party Demoness's server. Well, you literally said no Discord. So, to counter your point on a technicality, you did actually say, but again, maybe it came down to miscommunication, misunderstanding. I didn't ask you to do that, and as soon as it's really clear when you joined mid-server, it didn't matter to me there. It was not, no, I stayed nearly me the entire time for that reason. That was the first place I got into last week. I remind you again, I didn't ask you to do that. Either way, that's what I'm responding to. So, you know, I guess trying to make that right. Understandable, find a place to speak later about this week as a group. No need to urgently respond as you wanted to maintain your break. I'm just leaving this here for you to read at your own pace. I'm sorry if the plot was ever lost between us, particularly in regards to nurturing a healthy friendship with you. There's no part of this that made me hate you or feel actually malice ever. The deep sadness knowing because I do continue to care about you, even if outwardly appears there's a lack of care these past months. I will stay now and never stop caring. I fully know my, wow, I don't know how to pronounce that word, but I fully know my cavalcade of unfortunately timed events and outward expressions of anxiety and fear entirely obscure that I have no idea what cavalcade means. My lack of outward gratitude or inappropriate expressions, while direct manifestations of fear and anxiety were not appropriate nor fair to you or anybody else in my direct proximity, their intent wasn't to hurt you. It was for self-actualization. In a maladaptive tendency to actualize myself, I became my fears, not my potential. But I'm sorry, I just learned 2 new words. I learned 2 new words. After this, you know, actually, no, I'm gonna let Dira read this. I learned 2 new words today, chat.
After this point on June 3rd, Before the 6/7 message was sent by Radia, I sent this series of messages to Fenari and Palm, and we joined a call together because of how she was beginning to talk to me in this conversation, and we were worried. This clip was then sent to us and we watched it together from a stream the day previous. She begins to talk about us at 3:56.
Let's take a look. So we are going to skip straight to 3:56 on this chat. Sound good? And we're going to go straight to 3:56. A little before, actually, but you get my point.
Yeah. Thank you, yeah. That's the one I'm looking for. The world feels like that in terms of vibes right now.
Yeah.
I mean, COVID did degrade the ability for humans to, I think, have meaningful conversation in many ways. And also, there is this kind of decay with relationships in which many things are really transactional. And you see this in streaming. There are so many things in streaming that are incredibly transactional. You can have people that are really good friends. However, there's a lot of times where minor inconveniences can become the end of a friendship. No one wants to take time to actually go through the pain of cultivating a friendship. Or if they do, it is very few people that want to go through the pain of communication, proper communication, mind you, not just, you know, ham-fisted communication after you've let, you know, things boil over. I'm talking about proper communication.
Red Club, to play devil's advocate, it could have been like a chat member. Yeah, maybe sent it and I'm saying, "Oh my God, are you guys okay? Are they talking about you?" I think that part, what you're saying, actively spying, could potentially be explained away. However, I'm more inclined to believe with what you have to say about a Red Club, but nonetheless, let's continue with Radius clip.
Not everyone's willing to do that. And you can work past that. You can, you know, move through those. But there's a lot of people who I think are willing to cut people off far too quickly for incredibly minor human infractions. I don't know. I feel my my patience is much higher than most when it comes to that. Actual doll conversations, boy gee howdy. You think those would be easier to come by? It did kill people's manners. I mean, you can.
So, as you can hear from this clip, chat, they're saying, I sent a series of messages, enjoyed the call. We begin to talk about it. The clip was sent to us and we watched it together from stream the day previous. This clip was sent to us and we watched it together from a stream the day previous. We begin to talk about it at 3:56. Chat, quick question. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I have dementia and I don't remember. But is anywhere in this clip, does Radius specifically say Tomato Master, Fenari, or Adora? Did she ever say that in anywhere? Not once. Not once. You made an assumption. You made an assumption it was about you. When she's just talking generalization. You made an assumption about something that was completely a generalization, dude. That's such a general statement. Like, bro, I'm so sorry, Digital. I can't imagine. Hope you're doing okay, sweetheart.
Hearing the words ham-fisted, we immediately knew she was talking about us. This made us worry, because in the end we did just genuinely care about her and were confused at what was going on when this was a private
came up
issue
with this
between
narrative.
friends and
I'm
why she
sorry.
was speaking about us on stream.
You put on the
In
tinfoil
following
hats on this
recorded
one.
conversation, we realized we no longer wanted to work with her if she was going to talk badly about us publicly like this when we had said nothing about her publicly during this.
You
because
put
she
on
was
the
our friend.
tinfoil hat. You put on the tinfoil hat on that one. I'm sorry. And you know what you could have done? Hypothetically, what if you just asked her what she was talking about? I mean, call me crazy, Chad, but maybe you could have just asked her what she meant by that. Craziness.
After this point, myself, Pomino
Hope you're doing okay,
and
Digital.
Fenari began to question what we knew about our friend. Having gone into business together and having traded our information, we began to question what we knew about her. We then realized, does she have the education
You're like the cat
background
on the
she has
poster
claimed
hanging
to
in
us?
there.
We remembered multiple times as well she had claimed to be a chemical engineer, as well as claimed to Pom and myself that she had 1.5 masters. We no longer trusted her, and so we looked her up to check for ourselves, since when we created Project STEM we gave each other all of our personal information.
Wrong! Wrong! You literally admitted you went searching for this information. I'm done. Ian, I'm out. Bye, chat. This is all you needed. Game's over. That's all you needed. Bye. Have a good one, guys. It was great seeing you all. Bye. That's all you needed. You literally just admitted that you looked up somebody's information when you didn't need to. What are you doing? Oh my god, did you guys kill me? You killed me. You literally admitted to looking up somebody's information. It does not matter if you think somebody is lying about something. It does not matter. Chat, let me say this for all of you. I need you all to listen to me. Type 1 in the chat if you're listening. You do not need to look up somebody's personal information because you have doubts about them. You went too far, dude. You went too far. It does not matter if you doubt somebody and you think a friend is lying to you, that is their personal information. You do not go and pass that boundary. Period. End of story. Nothing else needs to be read. You violated the sacred trust. You violated the law. Cough up your coin. This ain't it. Under no circumstances, regardless if you have somebody's stuff, their name, their address, whatever, why would you go and look that up? Craziness. There are instances where I disagree with you. Now, to be fair, Aya, there's probably an instance where that might be needed, right? There's always nuance in every statement. But in this situation, there was no need to do that. But to be fair, you're right. Also, hi, everybody. Say hi to Aya.
We learned then she did not have a degree in chemical engineering from an updated resume on LinkedIn as of 2025, nor any masters. At this point, we were devastated. Nothing made sense anymore, and we were ready to move on from her being in our group. After having been friends with Radia for almost 3 years, it began to put everything into question. I didn't like myself during this time, and entered a heavy depressive episode as I no longer knew what or who I could trust and began to spiral.
Hypothetically, if Radia does not have these degrees, right? I offer 2 things really quick. I offer 2 things. Number 1, why did you go to LinkedIn and take that as the gospel? Guys, I don't know if you know this, but not everything on the internet is true. That's right. Maybe sometimes it doesn't show all your work history or all of your education. That's the thing, right? On top of that, to add to this, hypothetically, let's say that Radia does not have these degrees. Why does it matter? Why did you feel justified you needed to look up somebody's personal information? You're not like a person employing somebody for a job. Yeah, but my LinkedIn hasn't been updated in years. My LinkedIn hasn't been updated ever. It's like this. You went too deep, bro. You crossed the line. You went too far. Hypothetically, if I was in this situation and I was Adora and I said, okay, hypothetically, Radia's lying about it, I'd be like, you know what? Hey, Radia, I'm just gonna tell you, I don't think that we can be friends anymore, and that's it. It didn't need to be all this. Right, and they're the ones that claimed it was updated in 2025, right? We also need to see the stuff where they said that they claimed that, 1.5 masters, stuff like that. Maybe that'll be down here. I don't remember. I don't have it in my notes. I was formerly working as a chemical engineer for the government. You know, Chap, normally when you work for the government, they don't really allow you to release all that information publicly. Just saying. And I do large-scale enterprise architect and network engineering. Her first statement was not on her resume or work experience. Her resume had no gaps either, nor did she have any degree or any statement of work as a chemical engineer in it. And this is bad for witty and more like you're incredibly stubborn. I obtained 2 engineering degrees for concentration, but worked my entire uni career as well. I didn't necessarily have a support system, so I pushed myself very hard. For the last 10 years, I've been working for one part or another at the most evil telecom company in Canada. So I essentially slack off, but it's mostly stress-free, low-paid life. But I kind of want that. Monies. I do redacted engineering work for Redacted. It's a life, but definitely not what feels today with joy. But I'm be real, I don't give a shit. Hey, can I be real, chat? Yeah, it just says that I have 2 engineering degrees. I'm going to be real with you. And I mean this in the nicest way possible. Radio, I don't care what degrees you have. You want to know why? You want to know why I don't care? Because it's not my business. I don't care. I don't care if you are the Queen of England. Congratulations. That's great. I don't care. It's not my business. You do what you're going to do. And that's great. I think that's so cool. And you know what? If you were, educated and you're scholarly, good for you. That is amazing. But on a personal level, I don't need to know that. I don't care. You don't need to know that I'm not an alpha around. I don't care. Oh shit. I outed myself again. Fuck. I mean, I'm totally an elf, chat. I'm totally an elf. Here's a clip from my YouTube of her speaking her education background as well. Not line up with either the 2 engineering degrees. Why are we just like 838? Again, nitpicking. But what does this prove? What does this prove, chat? That's my question.
I wanted to introduce you to someone.
I'm not on my main account.
This
Fuck.
is our son. Frank.
Hold on, let me get my main account. My bad.
There's been a lot of talk about
I thought it was. My bad. Yeah, we don't want ads.
Would you like to explain what you have degrees in and why you're on the stream right now for STEM?
Yeah, I went to school initially for pre-med, and then that was way too expensive. So looked at my credits and went, what can we do with this? And then I went into environmental engineering and sustainability. I did biology with a concentration of microbio, and then that was also combined with like a dual major with chemistry. So that ended up getting combined on the engineering degree. So technically it's environmental and chemical engineering. It gets weird. Fun times.
Chat, can we put this up on the shelf? You know, like legitimately, can we put this on the shelf? This is such a he said, she said. You're telling us this is a thing, but you also can't prove it otherwise. Guys, I'm gonna put this on the shelf. This is literally just a nothing burger of he said, she said. It's completely useless. It does not help anything whatsoever. It's just nitpicking some, whatever they can, trying to make radio look bad.
This was stated freely in my public community server back in 2023.
Yeah, it never said
She
masters
had told us
during
she
that
had
section.
2 engineering degrees, when in
Maybe that's
reality
later, I
she
don't know.
had as listed on her LinkedIn a degree in biology and a degree in environmental sciences and engineering.
Okay.
I had believed this information about my friend for years, and to find out something so weird was being lied about to me devastated
I think
me.
that you made
I
an
began
assumption.
to emotionally spiral and no longer knew what to do. I spoke with several friends during this time as I was hurt and wanted support.
You shouldn't have
I
done
did
that.
not send any personal information, however, about her to any of them other than the reason why I no longer trusted her and what was causing me to spiral, aka that she was lying to me about her education background. I'm sorry I decided to talk to my friends because I was hurt. It's a human thing to want support when you're hurt, and I wish I went
Sure.
to less people and folks that were less connected to both of us. But what would...
But what was done is done. I take ownership of that. In my emotional state, I reached out to too many folks. At least there's the ownership there, because I mean, when it involves people's personal information, you can't just be all willy-nilly talk about it, right, chat? You got to keep that a little bit closer to the chest. Well, I don't keep things very close to my chest, but you know, I do my best, right? I mean, there's kind of stuff in the way, but you get what I mean, chat. You get what I mean. You can't just be all willy-nilly sharing people's personal information, right? On top of this, it sounds like you made an assumption. You went to LinkedIn and you said, oh, this is the gospel, this is the truth. That may not be the case though. You know, like you can't do that, right? You can't do that. So someone coming on the messages before lies. As I was sending two-faced messages, please check the timestamps. Adora's line directly to Radius face regarding our intentions as early as June 3rd to 4th. Below screenshots are less than 24 hours apart. Oh, these ones. Okay, we already saw these ones. But I was saying that I've seen two-faced messages. Please check the timestamps. By break, I mean a break putting up content as part of friendship. I will say friendship with media is mostly coming to close. I think they were more proving that it was just like really like close back to back. That's all that statement was.
The night of the 3rd is when I learned about Radio's education background. At that point I was hurt and realized my friendship was probably ending after having heard her publicly talk badly about me as well as her education background, and I had wanted to warn mutual friends
She didn't publicly
that this was
talk bad
going
about
to
you.
most likely come to an end because I collabed with Radio
You made that
at least
assumption.
twice a week, and this drastic change of us suddenly not collabing anymore would be noticed. This also lets us avoid awkward collabs
That does
in the
not
future.
explain. That does not explain again your initial messages of, well, I'll give you the information as long as you promise not to leak it. And it also doesn't explain when you went to Party Demoness, where you were like pushing the information on her, which she said, leave me out of it. So I can't really take this paragraph in good faith. And I'm only basing that off of your own actions that I've seen, Adora. So, I mean, I want to believe you on this, but your actions don't prove that. Here we go, guys. Here's a big one in regards to the doxing allegations. Let's see what they have to say about it. I would have opened
The
with this
anonymous
personally.
source on the
It was
claims
my
of
document.
doxing was my manager at the time, Momo_Twarnich, who I reached out to ask for professional advice on what to do in this situation. After learning that Radio did not have a master's degree listed on her LinkedIn despite her having told us multiple times she had a master's degree as well as different degrees than she ever told me, I went to my manager while emotionally hurt to ask for advice on how to handle this and sent the information we discovered from her LinkedIn to confirm it with her
You
if
shouldn't
what
have
I
done
was
that.
seeing was
You
correct
should
with
not
her
have done that.
professional opinion. She never declined to do this and agreed to assist and in confidence.
Nope. I went to my manager while emotionally hurt to ask for advice on this and sent the information we discovered from her LinkedIn. Nope. 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 You crossed the line. In regard to doxing, you literally just prove you dox. Nope. Nope. I can't say it enough. Nope. Nope. Bad move, bro. You just admitted to doxing. You literally, I sent the information we discovered on LinkedIn to confirm. If it involves somebody's personal information, you should never disclose that to somebody else unless there's probably like a million surrounding circumstances to that statement. But this is somebody that you're like, oh, I need to confirm it with my manager. No, you never needed to do that. In this situation, you never need to do that, period. Yeah, guilty. Guilty. Yeah, I was really mad earlier. Now I'm just flabbergasted. They thought this was a good defense.
I would rather be honest and show this mentally unstable and incredibly poor side of me after I was hurt and not knowing what to do.
Yeah, I got your
when
statements
I thought
right. I'll
I
share
was
that in a bit.
talking in confidence with my manager at the time on what to do in a professional situation with a friend who lied to me about her academic background and not knowing anymore what was truth or fiction. Unrelated parties have been censored for privacy.
Oh, so
I do not agree with
you'll
what I
censor
said
them,
in the
but
past
you
year
know, not
beyond the lies
Radio.
involving her education background, and this conversation was only with my manager in confidence, and no one else. Here are the entire logs with her below.
The conversation was only my manager in confidence, nobody else. It should have never been with your manager, period. I will mic drop on that. It should have never been with your manager, fucking period. Nobody else needed to know that information. You had no justification to share that information. Period, drop, close the door, slam it shut, put, 500 locks on it. But, Wingardium Leviosa, Aloha Mora, no. It's closed, baby. We're not going into the door. Close it up. No lock picking, nothing. End of story, bro. Aloha Mora is the one where they open the door, right? Oh, God, I hope I get that spell right. It's gonna be so upset at me. Like, by the way, chat, you know, this is where I'm gonna take a little detour really quick. Because this is very important in the narrative. So Red Claw goes on to say, I read the document, this is all safe. Momo is one of the most trustworthy people I know, one of the best managers this space has to offer. He just goes what Adora did because she believed what she did was wrong. The space is notorious for managers who put aside their morals and ethics for the sake of getting that bag, and Momo does none of that. The gold standard, and I will always support her. Adora was revealing her identity in a doc, but you want to remain anonymous is disgusting. If you feel the need to defend yourself in a court of public opinion, then do so, but do not throw innocent people that do the right thing under the bus in an attempt to save yourself. Momo goes on to say here, by the way, chat, on a bit of a bombshell. Thank you, Red. My only statement is that I wasn't her manager. The day before she asked me to look over documents she was going to sign with loading screen, it was in an exclusivity clause. This was sent to me on June 5th at the end of my professional relationship with her. I was not a minder manager. Yes, I'd already talked to her about the con booking, but I only asked her about that out of courtesy. I want to make this very clear. I didn't know Radioactive's name, nor should I have known her name. I also never received any sort of payment or did any much in the way of a manager for Adora, and I didn't want to be dragged into this. I lost my job that day, and this year has been hell for me. I didn't need another thing added to my plate. Big bit of information there, chat. Momo goes on to say, hey, I'm going to confirm some things with Blank. For me to agree, I know they are doing it for Blank, which is blank to the blank. Would you be interested in doing a virtual meet and greet with them? Adora says yes. Momo says okay. Adora says, on an unrelated note, letting you know I'm going to be dissing myself from Radio here as soon as He is so nice in bringing me some tea. I just want you to know I love you and I'm going to crash out. She's looking at me just like, holy shit. Why would you mention this? Why would you mention this? Like, this, on an unrelated note, yes, it is. Why did you bring it up? That's crazy. Holy shit. Unfortunately, during the Enemy North, this series of small lies happened and she went taking responsibility for it. And we looked around and we realized, unfortunately, she's unmarried degrees. It's why I didn't stream with Sam, just so devastated. I'm so sorry, Adora. We're still quietly figuring out how to deal with a compulsive liar. I'm genuinely afraid of her. Bruh. The lack of masters. Also, there's a lot more in question. As an EP lab work claims will require masters even get in a lab and handle radioactive material. Why are you concerned about this? And not putting any higher education in the timelines of her graduation on LinkedIn gives no time to have even a master, especially when it's up to date as of 2025. So yeah, she terrifies me. I generally think what she's done might be worse than Cinder. Bro, that's fucking rich, considering what you've done. That... I haven't seen anybody point out this line. I'm so surprised people have not been circulating this on Twitter. I'm genuinely surprised nobody has made like a meme quote picture of that. Do you have any advice on what to do here? Oh God, let me think and sit on that. I'm dealing with the fact that the law firm just fired me today because they no longer have any need to do estate planning. Here's me asking for advice from my manager while hurt. Again, they're not your manager, so that's crazy. Oh God, I'm sorry. I think I'm looking as blessing in disguise because they're underpaying me by $9,000. Holy shit. I just didn't have the new case coming in. First thing I think of is to make sure to have everything documented, like screenshots. After we were talking about not comparing this to Cinder, that's crazy. No, but Mask, we don't want to compare it to Cinder. But what I'm saying is the fact that she says this right here is insane. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to compare the apples to oranges. I don't want to do that. We talked about this on Friday, but the fact that she said that is just crazy to me. I want you to know I feel rancid. Putting my friend's alleged criminal illness into question, but unfortunately, I have friends in higher education, have roommates who worked in his labs, etc. Good idea. At this point, I've already beginning to question everything. No longer I felt I knew my friend and no idea what she was telling the truth or lying about. In the end, I really wish this wouldn't have been seen in the public eye. But I'd rather share the private, confidential conversation I had with my manager, who was not your manager. By the way, that she leaked already into the public, even in my emotional hurt at the time, it's been a bad light. All I know, I 100% know it's a weird situation for sure. We've already screenshot her claims of having masters as well as her LinkedIn showing no masters. It's problematic as it doxes her. But like also we went into business together. Of course we know her name. That might not actually be true. Question radio. If you were here. Did she actually know your IRL name through business? Because I will tell you in a lot of cases that doesn't have to be divulged. Anyway, like the science communities isn't super big. It's like 1 degree of separation. He did through business. Radio's not here. Gotcha. I know she doesn't talk about terminal anymore either. Bring it up like she used to. Radiation exposure to lethal amounts has never been recorded once in EP lab. I know something is wrong with her due to meds. Like, I also think it's probably just lupus. Any disorder with addiction to laxatives. Well, now you're just like putting your thoughts about somebody and their health. The screenshots are shown earlier. Fortunately, most of what we spoke about on her telling us that she had 1.5 masters was done at VCs or previous stream bots. But considering being accused of also talking VC, I'll leave it at that. Adora did not know radio through business. They did not know each other prior to contact. Gotcha. Yeah, lupus is something across a lot of tons of med, ton of testing. He claims a hysterectomy but no scars. It gets weird. On her petty note, she also hides her plastic surgery history with friends, but has gotten cosmetic lip filler and Botox and claimed herself to be natural to me. I would not be shocked if she had breast augmentation, not reduction. Bro, what? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Stop talking to this person because they were talking to other people on my back, trying to figure out what was personal work. It's because I gifted subs on Twitch a lot, and she wanted to know where I got my money from. What the fuck? Orange, I'm so sorry. That's not anybody's business, you know? I'm so sorry about that, Orange. I'm really sorry to hear that. That is not your business. I just don't know Momotes. Oh, it's so hard to tell what's real or fake. You lied about her degrees. I don't know Momotes. So, yeah, I wish I wanted to get my PhD. It's so expensive. I can't work full time. Trying to attain what I want. I love to go in the MIT program. I was like substitute. But why does it matter? Why are you so obsessed with her personal life? Blank will let me know if that's space for you, Blank. MIT PhDs are fully funded with health insurance. Bro, again, you are there to talk to them about a meet and greet. Why are you talking about personal stuff? Unnecessary. I'm so sorry to hear that, Orange. Like, I might BS and MSing in my bedroom if I ask somebody. If someone asked me, I could send a picture of that. She had a BS from Blank College with no time to have gotten a master's, and she graduated in Blank. Assuming that college doesn't have the BS MS combined tracking, nor did her resume. If you want to see her resume yourself, go look through her LinkedIn. Like, my MS is from Blank, so it's not super impressive, but I got a 4-year after I got my BS. You still got it though. My BS is from Blank in civil engineering. That's wild to me. That's why lie about a degree you have. To make herself seem more impressive, she lied to Amy North about her having food poisoning, ate ice cream in front of me despite having lactose intolerance. All of this literally so explainable, chat. Like, you'll be called out. That's why I stick to what I know when I talk science. You gaslit me on telling her off-Kai hotel room upgrade only cost $50 more instead of entire stay than later. Then no, I said otherwise, so fuck. Again, you're spreading this information around to a random party. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? No need for any of it. It's not like you're protecting anybody or anything like that, right? It's one thing to vent. It's another just to share their personal information, right? Really not okay. Her not having access to a lab to be exposed to radiation. I remember when I met her, asking why she didn't soup, because government would have had it all classified. Bitch, it's the EPA. That's all public record. I can go walk to a Superfund site right now, and it was contaminating it on the side postage. Yeah, it isn't classified at all. I know that for a fact. I worked for the blank office. He's lying to the community, most likely about her having a terminal illness. He made up to make her VTuber cooler and make money. This is it. This is the mask off. This is the mask off. This is the big problem. This is what she felt like was going on. Anyways, how do I deal with this information? Get away from her. Yep, that's the reveal. That's what she thought. And she actually didn't even take the time to, look for any of the information or get an actual explanation. She jumped to conclusions, knee-jerk reaction. I've been able to get my blank filled in 3 months. I legit was talking with her about how expensive it is and how my dad was trying to give me some deal with the GI issue I had for years. Like that, I don't know, that roast me wrong 9 ways to Sunday, because we also talked about the issue of subathons. I feel so disgusting being complicit in her lies for so long to help her lie to my community for money. Here it is, man. This is just jealousy. All jealousy. I make sure everything goes recorded, like everything. Each one of you should write down every instance of something not just shocking. Make a joint Google Doc for you to all share things with each other in case you have to be public. If possible, slowly start to distance yourself if you don't blank about this at all. I made sure to give me instructions on what to do, to record everything as well as write down everything that felt like a lie. I'm pretty sure when she said record everything, you meant like write it down, not like actually record the call. You have to understand there's a level of morality that goes into recording stuff like that. I think you misinterpreted it as on purpose, as a shield for your actions. I ended up not making a Google Doc. This being the first time I've written one. As explained earlier about what the alleged canceled doc was me trying to tell Digital Vagrant what we were worried about with Radium. From her intervention, from her rush, I cut down the notes. It was written about throughout the intervention, so myself, Palm, and Finn would have somebody to speak on as we went through the intervention, so we wouldn't go off topic. So it's probably for the best having good ducks in a row is the best method. Those are small white lies. Lying rather degrees. Really throws her medical stories into question. Blank right now, I know it's under assumption that we'll be back on blank. I'm so sorry to Adora. I'm no longer working ready in capacity. Here soon, you will be informed. Yeah, I hate this. I hate people lie about anything to be easily proven. And unlike Blake, I don't plan to have to ask him or do anything other than just tell him it's a party and do what he likes with it. We're mostly focusing on the degree lying. A lot of other people come to a conclusion from that. Regardless, there's no issues from terminal illness, from radiation sickness. I mean, where has she said that? I've never heard that. If you need any proof of how it makes no sense, just go to your LinkedIn yourself. You'll see VTuber stuff quietly hidden into as of recently this year. You should never have said that. This was a huge misstep. I don't even know her IRL name, so it's not like I can look. But you promised not to leak it. Yeah, we're not leaking these send DM. Your notes from her PFP. Oh. Nah, bro, you should have never sent it. Period. End of story.
Yes, I did delete her name after I sent it, because
Doesn't matter.
I didn't want to keep it there with my manager after she was
You
given
should have
the
never sent it,
information
period.
in confidence. She had also promised me confidentiality, then broke that immediately as my manager by leaking our conversation.
They weren't your manager.
In the end, I wanted to confirm with her what
They weren't your manager.
trusted her professionally, and showed an incredibly emotional and volatile side when I needed help the most. At no other point was Radia's real name given to anyone else.
Doesn't
And
matter.
me saying you
One
do
time
not
is
have
enough.
a master's or chemical engineering degree is not doxing. If you have any physical evidence of me doxing you and not whispers of a testimony, please share, else it is word of mouth.
Girl, you literally just said that you shared their LinkedIn with somebody. That's sharing their IRL name. That's literally proof. You wrote it yourself. I gotta stand up a second, chat. I need a break. I'm sorry, My brain cells can only stand so much. God. Oh. Holy chat. You literally said you sent it to them. It doesn't matter if it was in confidence. You should never have sent it, period. I don't think you understand that, Adora. You never should have sent somebody's private information to somebody else, period. Period. I don't... What are you trying to prove? What are you trying to prove with this one? That made me surprised. I have a friend who did chemical engineering, and they had their papers list that they wrote are part of a uni. Also, isn't Blake a real estate company? I don't know. She definitely did work at Masters level EPA lab. Yeah, showing you this. I hope I don't seem crazy. You don't seem crazy. Or someone who has a degree in sciences that makes you understand fact patterns. Their patterns line up. You would see faster than others. So again, chat. Here's the thing about it. Let's say hypothetically, that Adora discovered something about Radia and Radia lied about it, right? Why is it your business to share that personal information with other people? Why? Why is that needed to share? There's no explanation for that. Zero explanation for that. I just came from hugging her. She sent me back to my place to actually go do things to myself good. But you and I don't use PayPal invoice when you pay me for edits because of the doxing complication with them. Do I ask you for the information? No. Should I look it up for your personal information so I know you pay me for work? No, I'm not entitled to any of that information. I'm literally never asked you for any of the sort. So where's the entitlement even coming from? In a way, I'm your manager, but you don't even share that. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Bunny. Absolutely. That's a great example. Great example.
My manager also then proceeded to look her up with the information given. At no point did she tell me you shouldn't do this, and engaged as well in looking her up and brought up other personal information from her LinkedIn.
I mean, that is her
asked
mistake.
for trust from my manager to assist me in navigating this difficult situation, and she ultimately broke it and led to this situation getting even worse when I was already in a highly
I'm pretty sure
emotional
Momo knows
state and
that.
didn't know what to do.
Ultimately broke it, let the situation even worse. It doesn't matter. It does not matter if you're emotional, if you're distressed, etc., right? You shouldn't have done that, period. And it weren't your manager, by the way, so unrelated, no, but important, I'll probably be sending up an exclusive contract with Blank. I want to be clearly, all this could have been avoided if she'd at any point just said, I'm sorry, she wouldn't do it. No, or just even ask, hey, Radius, so, you know, I mean, it'd be a separate conversation, don't get me wrong, but Radia, I found out this information about you. Could you explain it? Like, that would have been helpful. Unrelated, no, I'd be sending exclusive contract with Blank, which is Blank. He's been company for at least some sponsorship for gaming. It would stop us from working together in playing stages, but it would also mean the opportunities you found. You'd have to direct them so they get their cut. I was wondering if you'd look over their contracts and send my way. Yeah, totally fine, totally understandable. Yes, still be willing to do that. I mean, I'm sure that Momo, this could go two ways. So to play devil's advocate, one, Momo could have known that this was wrong and went along with it to have this proof. However, they could have also stopped it anytime as well. So there's a balancing on this one. I'm sure that Momo knows they messed up on that, you know. Momo took accountability and apologized. Gotcha. Okay, I didn't know that part, so thank you so much for adding that in. Appreciate it. The code is immediately higher, but I also know working with you was one of the most project management side of things. She tells me she legit just thought she was helping her friend. Sure, absolutely. And again, we're not here to talk about Momo. I don't even want to get on. She didn't realize what was happening, sure. Because she thought that, as she sent her a statement before, right here, I didn't know Radioactive's name, nor should I know her name. Also never received any payment. I didn't want to get dragged into this. Yeah, Momo isn't the problem here, guys. I'm not trying to get into that, you know, but again, it's something to point out, right? Okay, they're just talking about the management stuff going on. Again, this does not help No. I also messaged you, Joe, because you said you got distracted by what Blank showed you. Yeah, she did not send me a pic of her boobs. That was just making a fun cover, so my community didn't worry. Got better insight once we publicly distanced. Yeah, that was a good cover. Also, really hope Ray doesn't try to come after us, because, like, we aren't going to make the first punch. Other than try to move away from her, so. Episode 2, I don't think she would, because I really beat bad on her part. Yeah, little did you know, but Momo had no idea. Yeah, I think Momo's the one getting dragged, right? They probably had no idea that Adora was sharing this information without, knowing that radio wasn't okay with it, or etc. Right? It's wild to confirm another gaslight to me. As when posted the time to win, both me and Ray hired him. Then, I already reached out to him. She reached out a day after I did. Oh Lord, I think in the end it's just going to focus on knowing he's lying about her masters, most likely treating me poorly, is not a good friend, and just the distance, and she starts to attack me, it takes so long. That's just not too much. Again, just hyper focus on these tiny little details, like, oh my God, dude. Not worth it attacking her on illnesses, because you have no way to prove anything, so why did you do it in the first place? Not worth attacking her on illnesses. Girl, you can explain to me what this is? You contradict yourself. Well, let's keep reading. I'm gonna let DRI take this way, because I've been talking for well over 4 hours now.
In the end, after I calmed down a few hours later,
Absolutely, did you? I'd be losing it too.
No reason to attack or say anything, especially not my concerns about her health, especially publicly, and that my lack of trust wasn't worth dwelling on. Other than that, I know she had lied to me about her education background, and had seen her resume myself. Even in my horrible mental state, I never wanted to end Radia's career during this, merely no longer work with her.
Okay.
I regret my past actions and emotional response here, and I'm not proud I spiraled in such a horrible way while I was hurt and began to let my thoughts race and question everything about Radia, because in the end that is what hurt Radia and others around me that love and support me. But I was also hurt as well.
Yeah, but you were hurt because
she also continued to talk poorly
made mountains out of
about me
molehills
and spread her own rumors against me, but this doesn't matter. People are going to talk in private when they are hurt, and I only wish she let it stay there so we could have moved on instead of showing everything to the entire world. After this all went down, I began to cool down as well and realize I was going too far.
So she does admit that she went too far, right? People will talk in private when they're hurt. However, very personal information is way too far. Way too far, chat. And I think they finally admit that there. From what I see. You know what I mean?
As for other doxing claims, prove it. Same for any
already
criminal
did.
claims. You are making the accusation. Show me what you got or press charges.
Right, yeah, where did
Because
you get
you
arrested,
didn't
man?
share
That's a
the
good
full
point.
receipts, and I just showed my entire incredibly uncomfortable message history with my former manager on
Yeah,
the
you printed
event of the
yourself,
doxing,
actually.
who has now made this accusation against me under the guise of anonymity. If you're going to make claims about me, show me evidence. In fact, please show me evidence of every one of my wrongdoings, because in your document, you continued to only place more and more testimonial evidence and only used short screenshots without full context in any situation.
The context didn't help.
In an attempt to weaponize larger creators against me with testimonies instead of giving actual proof. That's not evidence. That's word of mouth.
The issue here, chat, is a lot of this was kept to word of mouth. It was very hard to keep up with all of it because it wasn't voice chats, right? The thing is, most importantly, chat, Adora admitted to sharing her personal information with somebody that had no right to have that information. You know what I mean? Like, you said it by your own words. Anyways, continuing on here, some messages ready, and we're done after this. We're going back to the one we already saw these ones. Radius Digis and my legal name are removed here. Before, fundamentally, I do believe there's a disconnect between my understanding of you and your understanding of me. Leads to friction, misinterpretations, and overall misunderstandings. But I'm willing to actively work to understand you in a much greater context, people in general. I'll take both of us talking like we used in the past. I miss non-context talks, honestly. Sometimes I just want to talk to blank the person, not adore the creator. I think sometimes that did get lost. Yeah, literally. Exactly, digital. Just as I have with blank over the past year, I want to understand you better, how to operate, and what you actually need. And I mean that on a very holistic level. Holistic level, sorry. Because I don't necessarily know when you as a person always need it. I know what and Nim need, and I work my best to provide that on my continual journey to be a person. But I don't think I ever take the time to ask what you needed as I work to further learn what being a person actually is. I mean, I'm sorry. Leaving out the equation regardless of what reasoning wasn't respectful of you nor your emotions. If this isn't something you want or cannot feasibly do, I understand. I personally find you were trying to understand and always have. This isn't part of me that takes pleasure in hurting someone. I feel immense remorse because what I intentionally do and is brought upon bluntly to my attention, regardless if the action was unintentional or not, given my anxiety and fear, it still caused pain or discontentment with my presence. I pursued therapy over a year, and I've continued attending and working to find additional professional support, not just for working through the trauma of the past, but so I can effectively learn what it means to operate as a person. I'm sorry I ever left you out of the journey. Wasn't fair to you. It's likely caused more misunderstandings, hurt, and confusion where needed. My love for you hasn't died or wilted out. Out of love, respect, and ultimately trying to understand you better. Asking for us to work together. I've done it with others, and I like to do it with you. Adora says, I really appreciate the apology and appreciate it, but I don't think my boundary was broken by you deeming me. It's going to be tough. We definitely need another conversation, but this message means a lot. To read, thank you. Lydia says, let me know. Adora says, I definitely think the next one could be in a group setting though, but after that we can make more one-on-one and talk on our own stuff. I just want you to know I'm willing to work with you. I've done with others. It's okay if say to others, they told me you sent apologies to them. And when I realized I asked for space. So trying to work it out. Understandable, just want to be respectful, but also want you to have a personal apology. Adora says, let me think of the message. We can talk more next time. I do appreciate the apology a lot. Lydia says, I haven't provided them personalized apologies yet. I simply I do have one for both Palm and Finn, specific to them, so as not to cause additional confusion or, additional confusion. Now I understand. Thank you for always wanting for my stream to end before sending it. I appreciate that kindness. Of course, I was going to end it, send it beforehand either. Figured the weekend was long and the most opportune time, as I don't believe you have any hard set obligations for the rest of the day. If you do, I'm sorry if I put a wrench in things. Just being considerate. Now it's Saturday, I'm going to go exist for a wee bit, but I'll be around. Appreciating you didn't. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, no trust me. You sending an apology was not a bother. Okay, I mean it. Also, can we work to have a group discussion later today, early this coming week? Forget that. I know everyone has a relatively busy weekend schedule at this point, etc. So just trying to find a talk in this group setting. Okay, great. Let's keep going. I don't know why that was included. It just seems like you just wanted to try to figure things out, but you already had shared our personal information, so I don't think it really helped.
After this portion, we worked on making a call happen. The apology did hit me by surprise and made me want to start to reconsider and make things work. Here is the final call between myself, Bomb, Fan, and Radia as Project STEM. In the beginning, the first portion of the call has a 1-minute cut due to Radia speaking private information of another party that we do not want to share for this.
So you won't share that, but you'll share other stuff.
We did not disclose at the time with her about knowing about her education background, because we felt at the time it wasn't going to be productive or helpful to have everyone move on or heal.
But the thing is like, if you really wanted to be productive or heal, the first conversation should have went that way. You know what I mean? It should have went that way. But anyway, let's continue.
During this conversation we let her drive the conversation and wanted her to be able to say her side.
That's
At this
good.
time, I had begun to already calm down and started even with all the previous hurt that this could be healed due to conversations with good friends who wanted to help resolve this. That is why in this call I am willing to be friends potentially
Yeah, exactly,
again.
Cap.
In the end though my feelings have since changed. During this call as well, Radia admits she had been talking to other people about the situation. It's well within people's rights to talk about when a friendship is hurting in private with other friends and loved ones, and that includes both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
The beginning of the call is edited to remove around
Unless
1
you
minute
say you're
of
not gonna
footage
talk
near
about
the
it.
0:58
You know what I mean?
to
Then that's
1
different.
o'clock mark when Radia is talking about her day because it involved private personal information of an uninvolved party. At
Yep,
19:28
absolutely, Diva.
and 24:20 Radia admits that she had in fact talked badly about us specifically on that stream. At 25:50 I clarified a point that Radia had made issue with during the document of abuse and gave my clarification with her.
Okie dokie, chat. Here we go. Here is indeed another call we are gonna listen to. So hope you're ready for this one, chat. It is a bit shorter. However, this one's only an hour 24 minutes. Yeah, very very short. Oh goodness gracious. Let me download this really quick, actually, because I want to play this at 1.5 speed. Oh my god, the shortest. Before we start this one, chat. Actually, wait a second. I don't know if I can double speed this because it's an MP4. But let me see. I should be able to. Yeah, I should be able to. Let me double check here. Hold on. Yeah, I want to double check. Okay, I can. Okay. Before we get started, chat, I really need to go pee. So I'm gonna take a pee break. Super duper quick. And we will go through this, okay? So don't go anywhere. I'm gonna put all this up for all of us to take a look at as we get into it. But again, this one is a little bit long as well because it does involve some more important information. So yeah, stretch break, everybody. I'll be right back. What the fuck are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? What the fuck, chat? What the fuck is going on, bro? I'm sorry, I needed to pee. And then I needed to get a snack. Okay, alright, anyway. Here is the call, the final call, chat, between Adora, Pomato, and Fenari as their final call estin. Okay, so here we go. That's the group. Let's do it. Holy shit, sorry guys.
Okay, audio works. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can hear you.
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, been a long day.
Yeah.
All good.
Just a little bit.
Mhm.
Fine. Been a lot.
Chat be popping up while I was gone.
I can start this off if you'd like me to. Easier. Go talk
I
with
mean,
someone.
yeah. I mean, sure.
So we haven't really talked for like a couple weeks like this. So I guess really kind of like just want to start. I guess you'd say is like how are you feeling about everything, Ray? Like review. I want to just like where you want to stay. It's been a hot minute.
I mean, about this or just like overall, like right now, the past 2 weeks, everything has been in like absolute.
Hey guys, I do want to remind you really quick. I haven't been doing the best job of this either today, admittedly. So remember, guys, that we're pointing out what Adora has said and what she's done wrong. But I do want to remind all of you to not attack Adora. You know, they pretty much ended their own career. I don't think that we need to perpetuate any hate or anything like that. That's not what I want to stand for. So I just want to make that clear. I know I've been a little aggressive with some of my comments. I've been pretty acidic. And mostly because it hurts me to see this happen with somebody that I thought was a pretty decent person. But I do just want to remind all of you that, again, don't attack anybody, okay, guys? Like, support Radio, support the people that were hurt, and that's it. I just want to give you a reminder, okay, guys?
And roll chaos. I mean, I literally like.
Okay, good. It's good to hear. But yeah, no, I guess just in general, just want to hear what you want to say. Honestly, I figure it's only fair, you know.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Well,
now apparently, from what Kono said, Joe, because I went straight to Kono to check. These are legally obtained.
I mean, like at the end of the day, there's like a major disconnect and huge miscommunication, and there is a misunderstanding of my circumstances. Like fundamentally, like on a fiscal level, I don't think you all actually realize what the costs are, what I have to manage, and what I took on. Because again, I'm not going to openly communicate that because I don't find it appropriate.
Yeah, of course.
Because like what I have done with them, I did readily and
Yeah,
willingly.
these were legally
and at the end of the day,
obtained.
like, their family doesn't have enough money for them, like medically. So I've accepted that. Like that's fine, but that requires a lot of work, and that requires a lot of not doing a lot of like erroneous stuff, and that's always like a concern. There's other concerns there that go into just like pure poverty brain and other trauma. And it got worse after my brother died. Like the self-restriction is a problem. Like I know that I can do a thing mentally, but it's like a moral debate. I am sorry. Like this is not like personalized, but this goes more as like a broad thing. I'm sorry if I unintentionally hurt anyone's feelings or caused you to feel lesser. That wasn't my intention, but I know that in moments of like fear or anxiety, I do say hurtful things. They're not meant to be like targeted.
We all do.
But I know that they are hurtful like externally. So
Yeah,
I'm remorseful for that.
We all say hurtful things sometimes when we're hurting, right?
And I want to try and manage that like better in the future. So if you tell me that I hurt your feelings and we have a conversation, then I'm going to strive to not do that in the future. In terms of my medical, that's an entire thing. Like a lot of this comes down to like personal
facts.
grievances.
It can be legal and ethical at the
And
same time, right?
What I
Or
want out of
mutually
this
exclusive.
is like I want to understand what do you all like genuinely want? Like what is the objective here? Because the lack of
Bro, I swear to God, it's so weird to like I asked that question at the start. I'm like, what was their intention of having the conversation in the first place? And it's so crazy to me that like it's just echoed. Everybody's like, yeah, what the fuck is your intention? Like we're all asking that, you know?
communication has left me very
All right,
confused.
see you,
on what
Fat
is
Man.
the
Have a good
actual, like,
one.
end goal purpose
Yep.
of this all? Like, what do you want out of
Exactly.
this?
That's what
Like,
the
genuinely,
conversation
do you
should
still
be
want a
for.
friendship? Do you still desire to do things together? That's what I'm trying to find out at the end of the day as well.
So when we approached you, it was because we were hurt and we were concerned, right? Because it's been a lot of things building up for a while and a lot of behaviors that we personally felt hurt about, right? And I think the goal was literally we saw things going a certain way, and we wanted to intervene and try to stop it in its tracks because nothing has changed anything that's been going down so far, and it hasn't been getting any better, right? So I think the approach was out of hurt for ourselves and out of concern for you. I don't know. Is that Fen and Adora? Would you agree on that?
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Right.
That makes sense.
Because
Like,
again,
I understand
as-
that, like, fundamentally.
Yeah,
If
you got
did
a
not
cat right on
care,
the nose.
then there truly could have been no communication.
You're right on the nose of that.
Yeah.
Truly. It could have been, you know, like a goodbye type, but that didn't, like, why would you do that to someone you're friends with? And it's also not fair to communicate the problems that are at hand because we needed to do so, right?
You again, I'll say this one more time for the road. You could have done this in a much more positive way, the way you went about it. Initially, that wasn't it, dude. That was not it. I'm being very real with you. That wasn't it, homie.
Because it had obviously come to a head. Otherwise, we would never would have felt the need to have a conversation like that. I think that was what the intention was.
I'm so sorry,
when we
Lumi.
talked.
I get how you feel now, 100%. 100%.
I am understanding it's out of a place of concern and not out of, like, active punishment or malice. So I do understand that. Was it the best confrontation? I'm going to go with, like, no. And I'm very willing to have conversations that are sit-down ones. That it's better to have them at periods rather, like, really short things don't help. And I've been dealing with a lot, and I've not wanted to communicate the entire, like, scope of shit because it's honestly too much, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to put that on other people. Does that cause confusion? Yes, and I'm sorry for that. But I already felt like I was doing more bitching than was appropriate, and, like, the entire past few months have just been not great. I do want to work together because I don't dislike any of you, like, as friends or as people, and I do care about our relationships, and I enjoy being around you all. A lot of, like, the complaints, I think, is, like, fundamental misunderstandings. Like, when it came to the off-Kai stuff, it was not me trying to, like, probe for room space. I just genuinely felt left out because there had been, like, you all had known that you were going to go for months, and it felt like there was never, like, hey, we have plans, and we're already, like, our plans are set. Like, we already, you know, don't have room for anything, but, you know, you're our friend, and we would love if, like, you could come hang out with us. What are your plans? And just, it's really small stuff like that that helps make me feel respected, and also just eases a lot of, like, these tensions. And again, that's on me to communicate that that's something that's even needed, to be fair. I don't think that that's something you all even knew I actually needed, like, as a person. So that's on me.
Well, I think I don't want to dwell on this too long because we've already kind of set our piece, but we cannot read your mind. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know what your plans are. There is no way we could have known that you did not already have plans. We had no way to know that you were even planning on going, because a very frequent thing you brought up with your work is that you
Sure. I
struggled
mean,
to get
it
time
happens,
off.
right?
So unless you had directly stated at any point, you know, I want to go to off-Kai.
Lumi, I want to say something to you on a personal level. I've been hurt as well. I've had issues go on, you know, for me, but I want you to remember something, that there is more good going on than bad. The bad is always, the 10% of the bad is always the loudest. There's a lot more good going on. I mean, look at Mighty Mouse. Like, we raised $16,000+ and the community came together to do that. There's a lot of good things. Look at what happened with Mousy. How much money she raised, you know? Like, good things are going on. It's just, unfortunately, the bad things are louder the most. There are good people out there, I promise you. There really are. There's amazing people out there. Even if people that make mistakes, you know?
What are your plans? Then how are we supposed to know?
Yeah, again, it comes down to communication.
Well, that's communication on your end. Yeah.
So sorry. And
Yeah.
having that level of communication on your end would also help, because we don't know what we can bring up for off-Kai plans or plans that we have in front of you if we don't think you're going because you've never once expressed interest until more recently, or not just an interest, but direct, yes, I'm going. So it also struggles in a more considerate way because I wouldn't bring up a lot, or I would go out of my way to not bring up plans if it is something that other people can't go, because I had also assumed that you were not able to go because of your work, because you often say you can't really get time off. So I didn't really want to talk about too many
Absolutely,
plans,
Lumi. I
even
get
though
exactly where
my
you're coming
staying
from.
plans had already been locked in since like November, December. But
Yeah.
And
I
the
also
other
just
thing
didn't want to bring
is
it up out of courtesy.
the feeling of being left out. Again, people are allowed to feel however they feel, but it is fundamentally misguided when you were part of Anime North.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and let me take the time to heal, right? You need to do that, but I want to remind you there are good people out there, you know, but at the same time, you take it as a lesson, right? Unfortunately, there are just really bad people out there that are really good at hiding it, you know? So I think it just teaches you what to look out for. That's all you can do.
Because I went out of my way to make sure that you were a part of that you were on staff, even though, again, there was issues with the forms, but I made sure that was all directed your way, even though a lot of that had to happen last minute, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
I do believe that's the
like
definition of accommodating for someone and trying to make someone feel included. I made an active effort to do so. So it is very frustrating when you're doing everything in your power on one end, and on the other end, having someone say that you're not thinking of them because you didn't invite them to stay with you at Offkai, right?
Or even to make plans.
Right. So, but I think that's enough on that. You have like,
yeah.
This is just a personal disagreement that should have been hashed out in private, and it didn't even need to be a call, let alone a recorded one. You know what I mean? Like, this is so unnecessary.
Any other feelings about anything? Again, we
Way
did all
too
the
much,
talking
bro.
last time.
Way
So
too much.
anything else you think on your end or that you want to bring up or talk about?
Yeah, that's true, Nick.
I'm
But
trying to like ruminate over.
You're fine.
I'm not gonna dig too
genuinely
deep
no rush.
into that.
Yeah.
But I get
Like,
where you're coming
I
from
think
on
at the
it.
end of the day, like unless I'm just misunderstanding, I think we want the same goals of like actually having a productive, communicative friendship. I'm going to go with like that is something that's wanted, or at least is wanting to be attempted towards. But I want to understand how to like effectively do that, because I don't know at the end of the day like everyone's needs. You all don't know my needs or like my life situation either, because I'm relatively private, to be fair. It's like a lot of this just is not only complicated, it involves like another person, and I don't.
You know, Carson, sometimes Google Doc keys do need to be made about really important stuff. I mean, in this situation, unfortunately, we're having to go through this, but I do get where you're coming from, right? I wish that they were, kept to things like that, but on its own bit here, this is very important to the people involved as well. So I don't want to take away from their experiences and the things that they're going through, right? It's tough because I think just at its core, Google Doc keys are very normalized now. So we're just going to see them a lot, period. I'll be honest with you. I think you're just going to have to start getting used to it. I mean, at least I have.
Really find it in my right to like speak that much about it.
Right, like the issues that they might have had
I
with
am
Radio
sorry
might be valid, but the way they went about
for
it was
not
just
being
not acceptable.
Present
and
in
it
the
blew
ways
it
that I
up.
need to be. I am sorry for again letting you all down, and
Right, exactly. Like I said, Pepper, like I'm not trying to take away from anybody or what's happened here, right? Because doxing is an issue. Yeah, it is. They're very normalized. They're very normalized. So all we can do is just look at the situation and try to pull what we can out of it and address it and let people know and spread the word, and that's it. I think you just are gonna have to put the piece away on that one. It's gonna happen. I made peace with it a long time ago. We're gonna get a lot of Google Docs. That's just how it is.
Dropping responsibilities that were supposed to be present during like Anime North. That's on me, and that's my fault. I should manage again aspects of like stress and life better. Like therapy helps with that. I have another therapist that should help more with like actual rewiring the brain, rather than just like behavioral therapy, which is more just talking through your emotions, but that's not always like really productive when the emotions involve other parties. And that part of that is just bringing issues up to you all in a manner that isn't hurtful. And so I shouldn't let it reside in me and then form in like external outbursts. because it is hurtful. It's not meant to be hurtful, but it is. So like regardless of like
Yeah,
what the
thank
intent
you
was, it
so
still was
much,
hurtful.
Jack Black.
My concerns over like finances, there's a lot wrapped into that. Like I'm the sole provider. I don't have a family to fall back on. I'm in this weird stasis and have been for the past like 4 or 5 months while I look for better employment. That I had to do the thing I never wanted to do, which was partly rely on streaming to cover bills. I never wanted to do that. Like my job covered everything until it didn't. That's fucking stressful. And I don't want to put that on people.
I can only
'cause it's
imagine.
like, okay, I'm fine and I can make this work. It's just really stressful because something that was stable is literally no
Google
longer stable.
Slides.
And then I'm relying
I
on
like
something
that.
as a second. That is not stable. Like I can't depend on content because content is, you know, is not reliable. Like in and of itself, like what you get fluctuates based on 30,000 different things. And I can't be mad about that. I can be worried, but like those should be productive anxieties rather than.
I'm just gonna say, guys. I mean, it's a huge violation of trust. You even shared this this voice chat. Why did you record this? Why did it need to be recorded? This is just to hold something over somebody's head.
Anger directed towards
I like
people
that
in my life.
digital.
At the end of the day, like, that's not fair
great.
to them. Especially if they don't understand what's going on or have
Yeah, I completely
an incorrect
unneeded.
interpretation of like what the current situation is like at hand. If I've never fully communicated that, then I don't blame anyone for assuming like a more secure foundation or like placement in things. When in reality, like it's hard. It's just hard.
So I think I can speak for everyone here, where I don't think any of us assumed that you had it easy or that things were going well. I think I've always assumed.
Then why did you assume about their money? You know, because you guys did assume about her money. To be fair,
that you've had a lot on your plate, which is why a lot of this did not come up sooner.
we haven't heard from Tomato yet.
So, and it's not. I don't think we need the details because it doesn't matter. You were dealing with a lot, but it isn't. It doesn't really change the outcome of everything. You
No,
know,
that's
you
what I'm
have
saying.
you have a lot to deal with, and I recognize that. I think we all recognize that. I don't think anyone really has any
I mean, you
intent
kind of
of saying
downplayed
otherwise,
it,
but
minimally.
just to kind of
But we'll excuse that.
reel it back
We'll
in.
keep going.
I think since we talked last, the viewpoints on how things are haven't really changed, or our viewpoints on how everything is going have not really changed. If anything, things have been made worse because we were made aware of some things that were said on your stream last Monday, not this Monday, last Monday.
Second, yeah.
And I wanted to, again, we approached.
Okay, so we're talking about what happened on stream.
She was friends. I wanted to work together on this. And then I was shown that. And I was so incredibly hurt because we've always tried to communicate with you. The only time we hadn't has been we were worried that it wouldn't. Again, maybe we should have brought things up sooner, but we were worried that you were going through so much that you don't want to bring stuff up, right?
Yeah.
Because it might not
Add more
assist,
to the plate.
right? But the things that were said in that
Okay.
stream hurt tremendously.
Yeah.
To be like it I don't really know what else to say besides it felt like such a mischaracterization of everything we've tried to do and all of that. And I don't really know. We don't
Yeah,
really
they
know.
never
And
provided
again,
it.
y'all can speak up if I'm saying things that are not speaking for you guys, but I don't really know how we can proceed past that point.
That's why I apologized.
Yeah, but apologies are words. Actions are where the real apologies are. And it's hard to believe an apology when I hear things on stream that you're saying to your community publicly. Like, it's one thing to talk to the people close to you privately and work things through, right?
So allegedly, they had said that Radio had said something about them on stream, even though they didn't Radio didn't include names, and it was a very generalized statement about VTuber relationships. So they're like, oh, Radio was talking shit about us in particular. So I'm looking for that confirmation that that is indeed true.
It's another thing to just say that sort of stuff. And I'm trying to get my thoughts together on this because it's
Starboy, it's hard.
It hurt. I don't really know what to say
It's
besides
hard.
those things hurt a lot, man. And they felt so wrong, right? Especially when you try so hard we tried approaching you as adults to communicate what was going on.
As friends.
And that as friends. And it was like, oh, well, never mind.
I
So
also felt incredibly hurt, and I am sorry that is what I said. It wasn't. It was said and hurt, and it's why I've come with a genuine apology after that because I know it was wrong.
But you didn't.
Okay, so the Radiant does admit that she said that stuff and it was related to them. Am I getting that right? I mean, it sounds like she admitted to that she was talking about them. So what we were saying was a generalized statement was about them, right? A little bit of reminding her of the as friends language. Yeah, it's always the as friends. So Brady admits that she fucked up there. He was talking about them and that did hurt them. And so now they're coming together to talk about it. So if Brady was referring to them, then she's completely right. Absolutely. However, this was before a lot of this stuff happened. So Brady messed up here. To be fair, she did mess up here. He was talking about this situation, talking about it on stream, even though she didn't name them. She admits that it was about them, right? So now they're upset by that, and they need to talk it out. I think I got that, right? There's not any other information I missed. Anyway, let's go. Let's keep going. Yeah, I mean, that's what it was in the document as well. That's what Adora said, right? That he admitted that it was about them. So that's why they're a little tilted. And they're going to try to figure it out and discuss it. So there is a mistake there.
Bring that up. You could have brought that up, and you didn't bring that up. Because I'm not going to put a tent on this. I'm not putting a tent on it, but
no.
you just said a general sorry. You didn't say for what.
I was going to go more into like personal sorries and things of that nature.
So like, this problem right here is its own thing, because you cannot justify doxing somebody and doing what you did because of this situation. Period. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm gonna go back to my tried and true question in this whole thing. Why did you include this call? Other than to try to disparage Radia and other people, and make yourself look less worse. Like, you still admitted to doxing somebody. Like, yes, Radia shouldn't have said this stuff. On stream, she admitted she was talking about you. She did, in her defense, keep it pretty generic. But if she's admitting it to you that she did it, you know, I could see how you would be a little hurt over that. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, it's not going to save your career. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I don't understand about the point of including this call to begin with. You knew she's going to end it all. Just wanted to scare everyone away. Yeah, exactly. So, and then, you know, I bet you Radio was here. I bet you Radio would be like, yeah, I did talk about them, and I probably shouldn't have done that.
Because it's a lot.
And maybe that's something that we can work on individually over time.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't see at this point how we can proceed as a public-facing group, right?
I mean, guys, to be fair, would you agree that Radio messed up when it comes to saying that stuff on stream, knowing the context that it was about them, and they're upset about it? Yeah, very, very scorched earth move. I mean, that's what I expected, but I think we agree with Radio fucked up on that part. However, to add to this, though, there is no reason that justified any of your stuff. When you said I was hurt, still doesn't justify your actions, Adora. Yeah, exactly, Maestro. I mean, it does happen. I mean, look, when I examine stuff, I want to be as fair as possible. So, you know, I do want to point out the other side of things as well. I think that is required, right?
Because, I don't know, it became very clear to me, at least,
I want to be fair.
That if any of these friendships can be repaired, that it's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
A lot of time. Like, the trust has been broken, man.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, me neither, Cyber, but here we are.
Mass confusion. I'm going to be honest. It really genuinely did.
But
yeah,
how else were you, like, again, how are you supposed to approach something when we've approached you individually about things and nothing has changed from that? We try to approach.
Like, you can make a mistake, but that doesn't mean that justifies all the other stuff that followed. And let me be clear. I 100% agree with what Red Claw is saying right there. So I don't want anybody trying to clip me out of context or any bullshit. You can point out something that's wrong in the entirety of an argument, but then also point out the other side and how wrong everything else is, right? So
as a group and stating our intentions, you could have asked about things at any point. I know you were going through a lot and it was a lot to take in. I'm not going to pretend like that conversation wasn't a lot to take in, but as far as I know, the only main communication that we got back was
it's
something
a
you
whole
sent to
thing,
Adora that
sweetheart.
doesn't really seem like, you know,
And
It seemed very.
I guess I'll speak for myself right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, speak for yourself, please, yeah.
I never closed communications with you, Ray, ever. I mean, I occasionally said I can't talk on this anymore. Let's talk tomorrow. But that wasn't me saying we can't ever talk again about these things. It was just a lot, and I was like, okay, that's enough to process through. If I can't talk anymore on that, we'll talk tomorrow. But I never closed it. You could always ask us questions. You could ask me questions at the very least. Admittedly, Ben and Palm were very sick, so they weren't able to respond as much. But I was there, and I was willing to respond. And I don't know, it hurt a lot hearing these
absolutely,
things
Antique.
said about me
Absolutely.
on that stream because, like, right, you are genuinely, I considered you a sister, and now the trust is broken because it just feels hard seeing that. And
I agree, Mask.
I'd love to like try and heal it.
Never needed to be
I think
included.
it can be. It's gonna need time, a lot of time. It's gonna need a lot of time and things said, I guess, in that regard. But it's really hard to keep. I'm trying to keep myself together here right now.
Oh no, this entire thing has been incredibly
Exactly,
hard because I
Kona.
was massively hurt. From it.
100%
I didn't really know
agree.
what was going on. I'm gonna be honest.
I understand you're hurt, but it's not. We were hurt. This all happened
Oh,
because
I
we
don't
felt
get that
hurt over
either.
time, and you're allowed to feel however.
Oh, I don't get that either. I've seen comments on that like oh, Radius just as bad as Adora. I don't understand that, but I've seen that statement a few times on Twitter. I'm like, what are you guys talking about?
Whatever you feel, but to be hurt, to talk to someone, like to confront someone with the
Nobody
situation in the
looked at
hopes
the
of helping, like
documents all the way,
to
that's
hopefully push
why.
them in a better direction, and then for all of that you get back is fundamentally being shit talked on their stream. It's like,
In the moment, I didn't think that it was. I reflected on it later and realized that was unkind.
and I'm going to be honest.
I wish you
if
sent us an
the-
apology before that.
you
That would have
could've-
meant so much if you did.
If anything had been said before, or apologies had been sent after, and a recognition of that, then it would have been like, okay, but that never
Okay.
happened.
I didn't think that's what you all wanted because sorry.
Well, it's like
Adora, the thing that you said of like sorry isn't enough. It has been in my brain. I'm not blaming you, but that has been in my brain of like, I don't think I can express.
I think the only thing that you could pin Radio on is just like he vaguely talked bad about her friends, very generically and very vaguely. That's like the worst thing.
How shitty I feel.
How do you
I'm
think
not
we feel?
trying.
Yeah,
I know you all
just
feel
didn't
awful.
read.
Like you feel hurt and
It's not just it's hurt. It's having to deal with this, wanting to come out of a weekend feeling happy and successful, and to have 2 weeks because we're not ice cold icicles that don't think about this. I do believe this has impacted everyone's couple of weeks.
Yeah, it
right.
has, and
And ultimately, it just again, sorry doesn't mean anything when there's no action behind that. And I think that's what Adora meant. I don't want to speak for you, Adora.
I just checked to see the message of what I said, and I'm just gonna like just say it here just to be transparent or whatever, just because I think that's helpful.
What's up,
sorry,
Bethel?
just to pull it real fast again. I'd close it. I said this was the message I sent. It was on the
Yeah,
27th.
she talked bad about people who were treating her badly. I mean, I can't say I blame her, but I mean she did admit to it. So I mean, there's a lot of honesty in that as well, right? If you want to look at it from that perspective, but in a moment where she cleared her limit, and Doris' response was to burn everything to the ground. Yep, absolutely.
So this was a very early one in this, like the Tuesday, like after I said, "Radio, I want to believe you, but right now I can't. My goodwill is at its end, and I will just need to see actions that speak on it. That's it. Please rest."
Yeah,
because I
Radio
don't
is
think you
definitely
do,
the one
and I
getting
hope
ganged up
reflection and
on.
considering will let you understand that and have you show gratitude towards those you haven't been. I'm genuinely hurt right now, and sorry isn't enough. Action is, but I know you can do those actions.
I don't think anybody's trying to argue against that. Radio definitely got ganged up on.
Saying sorry means nothing if there's nothing behind it. And one of our biggest problems is that change is required because we can't.
Well, really quickly, and while I agree with what Pomato's saying, as far as like, hey, like actions speak louder than words. If you want to fix a friendship, you need to give them clear goalposts, indicators, and actionable things that they can do to achieve that in your eyes. They're like, oh yeah, I want you to get better, right? Well, how? Like what? If you just leave it to ambiguity, it's never going to happen.
Keep going like this. But over
And
the
I don't
past
wanna
couple,
keep going like
and it's
that.
not going to keep
And-
going.
and,
It's not going to keep going like
time
this because
as well.
nothing has changed over the past few weeks that has made us feel any better about the situation. Nothing.
I am
Again,
trying
only
to-
made, but it only made us feel. The only thing we got out of it was something that made us feel worse, right? And the problem is being together. Again, this is going to take time, and I think you recognize that this is going to take time. But in the meantime, being in STEM ties us together at the waist. No one here is comfortable, I think, with the idea of collaborating in the foreseeable future. And if we don't do so, there will be questions about that.
Yeah.
Right? Being part of this group also means that like our reputations, our like credibility is tied to one another. And right now, I think we cannot
I also
vouch for you.
I
Yeah,
also
I
cannot
can't
right
vouch for
now.
you because of breaches in trust. And now I say that while also saying
I still believe they're making him out of a molehill. Truly and honestly, I really think that they're making him out of a molehill. And it feels very like, it feels like they're trying to shift the power, right? Oh, you're not trustworthy. You owe me. You know what I mean? Like, you have to prove it to me. I really think they went too far with it. I really do. I really, really do.
That I think we have all individually gone out of our way to make sure we do not bring this onto stream at all. Because this wasn't about turning people against you. This was not, we really wanted this to work out, right? Still not gonna.
And I was very confused. I'm gonna be honest. And I'm sorry. I genuinely am.
Okay.
My intent was not to hurt you all at all.
But you did.
I want to say this right now, at least on my end. Radia, our friendship isn't, my friendship with you personally is not over. Is it an incredibly rocky place? Yes, but it has nothing to do with all the STEM stuff here at the end of the day. I want you to know that. You're not losing me as a friend today. I just want to put that right there in writing, like saying.
If you didn't want to bring this out on stream, why is it recorded? That's a great point. That's a great point. If you didn't want to bring this out, why was it recorded? I want to know who actually, I want to know who actually I want to know who knew about this recording. Let me go back a little bit because there's some important stuff here, chat.
Is tied to one another, and right now I cannot. I cannot. I think.
Yeah, let me back up.
I also
vouch for you. Yeah, I can't vouch for you because of breaches of trust. And now I say that while also saying that I think we have all individually gone out of our way to make sure we do not bring this onto stream at all. Because this wasn't about turning people against you. This was not. We really wanted this to work out, right? Still not gonna.
And I was very confused. I'm gonna be honest. And I'm sorry. I genuinely am.
Okay.
My intent was not to hurt you all at all.
But you did.
I want to say this right now, at least on my end. Radia, our friendship isn't, my friendship with you personally is not over. Is it an incredibly rocky place? Yes, but it has nothing to do with all the STEM stuff here at the end of the day. I want you to know that. You're not losing me as a friend today. I just want to put that right there in writing, like say.
But you're recording the call without their consent. Like, on a moral level, that's so messed up. Because I don't think you can call yourself a friend if you're doing that.
Like
personally.
It felt like the entire time.
Well, you're not losing
and
me.
I'm sorry that I expressed frustration openly. It was inappropriate.
It wasn't just frustration. It was mischaracterization of everything. It was just not.
Yeah, you violated trust.
Being told our friendship is transactional.
If not more so than what you're alleging against. You know what I mean?
It was one of the most, like, my heart dropped. Like, it genuinely sank when I heard you say those words in relation to you and me. I genuinely have given you so much that I
Yeah,
can.
exactly. Like, why did you need this in the first place?
Sour, and I think
it's crazy.
I think our friendship can get better. It's just going to be a very rough road, and this is just another step in that journey. But yeah, but unfortunately, like, there's other things too, like what Palm was saying with like the STEM stuff. I'm gonna let Ben talk.
I'm not speaking on the friendships. I'm just speaking on the STEM stuff because unfortunately this does have to be dealt with.
Yeah.
Because like again, the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get, and people are going to be asking questions, and the longer there's no answer, the worse it just, you know what I mean? It's going to muddle the waters. And we have talked about this.
We're kind of past the point of drama. That guy just because somebody got doxxed over it, but I get where you're coming from. Welcome in.
A lot. We have talked about this a lot, and you've spoken how you have felt confused and hurt, and I can say that I have felt the same.
I see.
And I have
I did not know
a
that.
giant ball of anxiety about this because I don't want to do this. I don't want to be in this position. I hate all of this.
Oh my god.
I do too. Like I've been
holy shit.
But proceeding forward, we don't think you can be part of this group anymore. And I know this will look fucking terrible on all of us because we just announced this goddamn group. It doesn't matter that we've existed behind the scenes for months.
Yeah, it's over 6 months now at this point.
But we're seriously hurt as friends. Again, it's not irreparable.
Radia's allowed to talk about things on stream, choosing not to name when they're talking about it is allowed. They can be heard, but to this level extreme. Exactly. Like, I mean, I can understand that they want to be heard about that particular thing. I get that. All the other stuff from before, from that first call, bro, they gaslighted her.
Seriously hurt, and we don't want to be professionally tied for the time being.
The problem is, because we have the personal relationships to work on. Also, I do apologize for being so quiet. I've been just sitting and struggling, but working through.
There is no
maybe
curse
so,
in
Pepper.
Elvish, Entish, or the tongues of men for this treachery.
I'm glad it got released. I mean, I want to hear from Pomato. I'm going to give her her time to say what she has to say, but I think she has some things to answer for. We'll see, though.
Personal relationships is something that needs to be
We'll see.
addressed on our own times, personally, one-on-one, whatever. But the problem is because our personal relationships are in an uncertain rockiness at the moment, it's not going to be helpful to any of us to have to be what is essentially forced when we're not ready to be next to each other or standing next to each other or working in the same spaces when we still haven't even fixed or repaired the issues that we might have had. And that's why it's not.
I never didn't want to be friends with you all. But in the
Well,
conversations I had,
don't
in the
think that's what was
conversations,
said. Yeah.
in the conversations that I had, like, I wasn't talking to you all as like a full thing. I didn't know really what was going on, and I know it's because you were sick. But it's when I talked to like that therapist and other people, the way that they were like, it sounds like they're trying to get rid of you, and I'm like, did they just want to get rid of me the entire time?
If we wanted to get rid of you, why in God's name would we have had that talk in the first place? Because it would have been so much easier to not.
I mean, you might have been trying to establish power over her by gaslighting her with tiny little issues that weren't actually that big of a deal. The same.
You wouldn't have had to agonize for
We
weeks.
said we were cutting you if that we really thought that way. If we just wanted to get rid of you.
The way that the conversation was held is
I know the
this
way
is all.
it was held
This is just all been really confusing.
I know the way it was held might have felt like we were trying, like, from the way that they perceive it. But if we truly felt that way, we genuinely wouldn't have talked at all. We had that conversation because we care about you. We had
Right, she just wanted to
that
save her
moment
friendship.
with all of us because we
Unfortunately, you get in that mentality where you just will agree or do whatever just to save your friendship. She'll say and do. And in retrospect, you're like, oh shit. Wasn't Stim based on real scientific people in the group? I don't know. Is that true? I have no idea, Ian.
believe in you because we cared about you. If we didn't, we wouldn't have had that conversation. That's not something that happens when people just don't finish.
I mean, actually, you would have had a conversation differently. You know what I mean, chat.
We talk and we have these moments because we care.
And we didn't bring it up publicly in any way because it's not about that. It was about dealing with it privately and trying to resolve it and see if we could come to some sort of resolution and see if we could help push you in a better direction out of the slump that you yourself have admitted that you've been in.
Yeah, I mean, I really do hope in retrospect, again, I did see that Adora, through her document, she said, yeah, you know, we did treat that the best. I really hope Tomato agrees as well in retrospect. That first call was not it, guys. Really just not set up to support somebody the way they needed. Yeah, Shock, she actually already, when I went to go check my messages earlier, I closed my DMs with her, and she already had changed her account to this. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm covering it. My bad. Yeah, she already changed it to this. I was kind of surprised by that, but...
Laura, I care about you. Now speak clearly into the mic and list your sins.
I'm sorry that I am a deer. I'm sorry that I have to show up every day and let chat prove to me that I'm a bottom. The end. All right, back to the action, chat.
I've been came from a place of trust because we felt like we would be able to have that conversation with you because we trust you, because we had that connection with you. The only reason we're
I got
able
so,
to do
Victor,
that
I
is
don't
because
know.
we felt like we could trust you and that we could have that kind of a conversation.
The way that it was done felt more like an intervention at the time.
It was.
Rather
It
than
was
like,
an intervention, but interventions are done by usually friends and family who are worried about a person. At least that's the way I perceive it. I might.
Oh, that was a yikes, bro. That was a yikes. So that was not a fucking a helpful intervention.
It's just the perception on my end, and in discussions afterwards, it became framed negatively in many regards. And
With who? With the people around you? Because it wasn't with us.
It was it was in the conversations that I had with like Digi, and then like relaying.
Yeah, where
this
was the
to
neutral
a
person?
therapist, and I think like without having you all like there, the interpretation was much more like malice than I think was genuinely ever there. And I'm sorry that was how that was interpreted.
No, you're on the nose on that one, Rudian.
There was.
You're on
I
the
am
nose
speaking
on
for
that
myself,
one.
You can choose whether or not to believe me. There was no malice. I've literally never done this that I can remember in my entire life with anybody. Because the way I deal with things is if I really don't fucking like someone, I just back off, and I mean that. I just leave. Right?
Last time I've ever had that, I think I mentioned it to you at one point, Ray, was with Marina, and she was genuinely one of my closest friends at that time, and it was me coming at her with concern and love. Like, I think you were there with me to help in that back in the day. Like, we both know that when we were shocked, like, I remember very well, at least I was shocked by her, like, response when we, like, tried coming to her as a friend. But
yeah,
But yeah, but I don't want to speak on your emotions on that, so I apologize if it sounded like I was projecting there.
And it wasn't what happened in that call that made us feel any certain way, right? It wasn't the when I recognized in that call that you were trying to take it in, right? I wasn't thinking, you know, oh, she doesn't get it or whatever. It was, okay, she's taking it in and she's going to process this now. But then what happened after that was where it was like, nope.
We had hope. We had genuine hope. We genuinely did. I want you to know, like, we didn't think that was like, oh man, it's over. None of us thought that.
I've been trying very hard. The public expression of like, I'm sorry that.
It just really hurt having all of that said about us when we just wanted to help.
I understand that you want to help now by talking to you all.
But why would we reach out? Why would we want to reach out to you personally after those things were said? Me and Fen were sick for most of the week. Like immediately after we talked with you, we both got real sick.
I mean, maybe that's the case for now, but that still doesn't justify the first call.
I understand. So we couldn't talk to that point. And then by the time I was starting to feel better, I was presented with that. So the only way a conversation was going to happen at that point is if you came and specifically brought that up, because like you put yourself in my shoes. You've just heard someone.
I did see that
shit
one.
all over your character and everything you tried to do.
I'm waiting for like an actual response
publicly. Again, this is I would never, if you want to talk with people really close to you and just kind of like speak things out and rant things out, I do that all the time with, you know, non-fucking content creator, non-VTuber. You know what I mean? I do that all the time because you got to think things out. But to do it publicly like that in a place that we could see it, it's like I'm not approaching you after that.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I think they need to understand too, like as being like empathetic. They should also understand why it happened, because that first talk is caused this, right? I'm not going to defend Rady about doing it, but what I'm saying is that they should understand there's a cause and effect, right? And they did cause that breakdown, that lashing back out.
Well,
it really sucked.
It really sucked. But
all of this has, because
it just feels very like victim, 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 victim. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. Like, but you caused this. You know what I mean? Like you caused this part to happen, like directly. So it's kind of like
I didn't.
They take the responsibility on that, you know?
Through this, there's been like fundamental misunderstandings. I haven't wanted to cause additional pain.
Like anyone wants to cause additional pain.
Like, yeah, absolutely.
And I haven't wanted to be friends. Like I've wanted things to get on a better path. I'm sorry that there was a mistake in this that hurt you more. I genuinely am. I don't want to hurt you all more. I would like to have my friends again, and at least have like some sense of stability in working towards like better relationships here.
And that can happen but not the way it is right now.
Not in the professional sense. Not in the professional sense.
I'll be honest, this would have been so much easier if this group was never formed, because then we could just take that out of the equation, but we can't anymore. Right? So we have to deal with this, and then it's up to you and everyone, all of us, how we want to proceed on a more personal level. But in a professional sense, I can't do it.
I can't either.
I feel really bad they never let her talk. You know, like she's talking, they're like, like they just keep interrupting her. It's really frustrating when you're trying to have a conversation.
I don't
think we think you were trying to do that.
No,
none of us think that.
No. I think
I wanted to fix this. And there's going to be mistakes along the way of trying to fix this. I wasn't trying to make this worse professionally.
And we're not trying, don't think that was your intent anyway. But the problem is there's been problems all the way along.
Yeah, absolutely, TMZ. I get where you're coming from.
And I don't think, literally the only reason the professional shit is coming up is because we have to deal with this sooner rather than later. But
sure,
I don't think any of us, no one, like, I'm not putting that intent on you because I don't believe that you had any intention that you know, I think you got a lot on your plate. I think you got a lot to deal with. I think it manifested in ways that were harmful. I want you to.
Doesn't mean we believe that you did that purposely.
I don't think it was perfect, but by the same token, we ended up getting really hurt. And nothing has happened. Again, I really want to reiterate, nothing has been going on to say that that's been changing. Nothing has changed. At least not if, again, it's only changed in a negative way, right? So
that was the one negative thing that happened.
It was a pretty big negative thing.
And I am incredibly remorseful for it.
I really wish, because she apologized for that, right? Multiple times. I wish she'd be like, you know what? We accept your apology. We understand why you did that, because that first call didn't go so well. We really treated that wrongly. And so let's just come together and try to, figure this out. I really wish that would have happened.
So, and I want to mention too, unfortunately, the DMs you sent me after that day, on the next day over, those did not help very much either. I'm going to be honest. Like, I appreciate you trying to make an apology, like later on. Like, I hope I communicated that with you, but like, it was hard to see a friendship there at that point in time, and it was hard to see the working there at that time, and that's why I was being incredibly just like I'm not responding to this at this time because I didn't see I didn't see the friendship feeling there anymore. It didn't feel like my sister was talking to me.
I mean, I didn't feel that after you all confronted me either. I was left in a lot of confusion and hurt.
Have to communicate though with us in these situations, especially I kept
It didn't feel like I could communicate with you all because it didn't feel like you wanted to hear from me.
But we never.
That is. Brady is very justified right now. The way that they treated her in that first call, no wonder she didn't want to keep talking to you. You know what I mean? Because you guys came down on her. You fucked up that first call. You really fucked that one up.
Said you couldn't talk to us. I never said you couldn't talk to me, and anytime I said I couldn't,
it doesn't matter if you said you couldn't. You made them feel that way.
I was clear on it, saying this is the last message for the day. I need to just protect this boundary. We'll talk tomorrow. Like I never told you we can't ever talk again. You sent me pictures of the aquarium and stuff. Like you were still my friend, and you still are my friend.
Yeah, why would Radio want to put herself back in that shitty situation?
And it sucks that like the professional.
Not to mention why you weren't going to get.
It's just not going to heal with professional stuff on the line at the end of the day, right? Like I don't think it can right now without the separation, at least in that regard. So we can heal and think of each other not as creators, but like as friends, right? You know, at least on my end.
I'm not thinking of you as creators in this. I want to heal the friendship. I don't like the group. We're not doing anything major. Like, I would like to repair this without any more additional fanfare or public.
Cold. That's been
bullshit,
pretty much the message I've been carrying this whole time.
I would love
He
that
just
too, but
kind of
it's
makes you
not-
look
it's not
worse,
gonna
Adora.
happen because this is ending.
And this does suck with you because it opens up a pathway as well for hearing from Pomato. Like, we do need to hear from her.
You can't like I don't really know. I said it before. It's gonna look fucking awful on all of us, but I cannot. I am not in the headspace. I'm not in a place where I can vouch for you right now. I'm not feeling. I'm feeling hurt, and I don't want to have to be forced to like have to cover constantly for a situation. I'd rather just not talk about it, right? Or interact. Like I just.
There's no removal.
But my thing about it is like I think that Pomato is looking more at the business side of it and like, and we're trying to protect the business, this and that. But at the same time, like, I hope she will at least admit that that first call was not it. I'd see
spaces, Ray. You're still my friend. At the end of the day, you have the communication channels. That's nothing of that is changing. At the end of the day, I just want to reiterate this. It's about like.
It felt like you all didn't want me to be around. Like this arose because of confusion.
And that's why
I
I
didn't want to cause
time to communicate it.
And that's why it's not. Yeah, this needs time because this is a fracture. This is a big problem. Because
I think it's a little bit more credit to Pomato. She isn't using as much of the manipulative verbiage, but I do think that they dogpiled on her. So let's wait. I want to put Pomato up on the shelf right now. We'll come back to that.
If you felt that confrontation was us trying to throw you out, there's a massive disconnect between us. I'm not saying it can't be repaired, but there's obviously a disconnect because intentions were beyond lost. And again, that takes a lot of time. And in the meantime, we have to deal with this.
Absolutely, Meaner. Yeah, it was so much more aggressive. Yeah, so much more.
Like, I want to repair my relationships with you all.
You can.
And
I do. Like, I don't know if you want to even see me in person. I don't.
I will say this for myself. Unless I outwardly say something, that is never going to be my intention. You know me.
Well, they were told not to do it. They did anyway. So it's like they knew it was a misstep. I think all I can do is take accountability.
Just say it. That's never going to be my intention, my want, or my desire. That's not what I'm saying and what I'm doing with this.
I'm sorry that this was misunderstood. Because the information that I had gotten relayed from it felt like it felt like there wasn't care. I know you all do care now.
Right.
But after how long we've known each other and how much we've done and what we do for you and how we talk to you, did you truly believe that we wouldn't care?
I think you lose sight of it. Yeah, you lose sight of it.
And that hurt.
Good.
There might have been lines crossed and things might have been confusing and misunderstood. But at its very core, for everything that we do, for how much I've done personally, because I want to talk for myself, not for everyone. But out of everything that I've ever done, out of everything that I've ever said, ever shown you, ever given an example of, did you truly
Yeah,
believe
Nims,
I
we,
didn't
we
care?
still wonder about that.
After everything that I've done, did you truly believe I didn't care, regardless of the misunderstandings?
I don't know if I don't know a lot about Pomato, and I don't want to disparage him or anything like that because I just don't know Pomato. You know what I mean? Like I think I collabed with Pomato one time a long time ago. You know, so I don't know. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, at least from my viewpoint. And I want to see what they have to say. You know, that's all I want to see. I want to hear from them.
I thought it was hate.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, girl.
Never once hated you in my
Very
entire
long time
life.
ago.
I thought that it had grown into that.
Ray, you remember what happened with my friendship with Marina? You were there and saw that. It wasn't even turned to.
Happened made me feel like there was that.
Ray, we don't hate you. There's no
That
hate.
you were just that you were tired of me.
No.
And then when
It's because of the first call. It's that first call. This is why you have to be very empathetic towards people, right? You turned her off from all conversation with the way that you treated her that first time, you know? Yeah, Marina VT.
there were conversations of like things relayed back from Digi, it seemed the concern or like what you were trying to do, because I wasn't hearing it from you all in like this way. The intent was
Yeah,
lost.
all we can do is wait on that
And
one.
so I was left more and more hurt, but wanting to make things better.
I just want to say it
I
again.
was wondering, like, why do these people hate me? Was my thing, and why?
Ray, I'm saying this again. I'm saying this for myself. I don't hate you. Why would a person who hates someone do the things that we have done together? As
Why would you also record that phone call?
friends, I
Still
would fly
wondering on that
out
one.
willy-nilly just to spend time with you for a serious moment.
We'll
because
never
I
know,
hate
but
you.
I'm
That makes
still
no
wondering,
sense.
dude.
And at the end of the day, it's because why I would want to talk to you in those situations.
Yeah, like
It's why
she's
I always kept
clearly
my
hurt
channels
from the
open,
last
even
call,
when
and
it was
they're
awkward to
just.
talk because you were still my friend.
I mean, they are trying to reassure her. Don't get me wrong, but they're still poking at her, right?
We still can be friends. Like at the end of the day, it's just going to be a really hard road. That's it. That's the main thing, at least for me. I'm just going to talk on my portion there, I guess you could say. But even with everything that happened back in the day with Marina, at the end of the day, I didn't even start to feel hate towards her
Yeah,
until I saw that she
literally
was
back
actually trying to hurt and ruin my life.
Literally.
I was hurt for months, losing a friend that I thought was one of my best friends, only to find her do monstrous things to me. You haven't done anything monstrous to me, Ray. Why would I hate you?
Then why are you acting like it? You know, like you keep saying I'm hurt. This is why I did it, because I was hurt. Well, you just said you weren't. So which one is it? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just such it's so messy. It's so messy.
I think it's the amount of just misunderstanding.
But how much of that misunderstanding actually came from us, right?
I mean, a lot of it's on my part from not understanding you.
So okay, it's not like you
gotta
can't. It
communicate.
can't.
You just gotta
It's
communicate.
I didn't think I could in this because
We wanted you to communicate.
And
Genuinely. I
that's
think all of
something.
us wanted you to communicate.
Yeah.
this is one of those where I would have had to been told, like, you're allowed to talk to us all. Please do talk
But we never
to us
said that
all.
you couldn't. We never
Because
Exactly
said
right,
that.
Club.
the absence of that made that the de facto, unfortunately. And it was a lot of like fear.
Yeah, it was a bad assumption that was made, but
I
that's
know.
not.
I mean, and it also makes some bad assumptions too. But here's my thing: just because you didn't expressively say something doesn't mean that you can't make somebody feel a certain way. And I really hope that you'll acknowledge that part, at least, Pomato, because I feel like you don't understand how you made Radia feel So she felt like she could not talk to you about certain stuff, right? Hopefully you see that side of it, in retrospect at least.
I don't. The door was left open. The only reason me and Fen were not able to talk at any
Because
point
that can't
was
be your
literally because we were
defense.
sick.
Oh, I didn't say that.
But that was it.
Well,
right.
you also didn't help them
So-
not feel that
Literally
way
the day
either.
before you said all those things on stream, I literally said, hopefully we could hang out soon. It'll be nice to talk in just 5. I always told you, you could talk to me up until after I was hurt by you speaking badly about our friendship on stream. That was the point that changed that. Before then, I still wanted to communicate. I had hope. I didn't think we would have to have this conversation like this right now. I genuinely did it. I believed in you this whole fucking time. And it's...
I've been trying. And I'm sorry that I made a misstep in this. It wasn't a misstep out of malice.
What was it as she said who? I can go back a few seconds. I can go back a few seconds. Here, I'll go back 20 seconds. Here we go, here. I have, what did she have? Okay, hold on.
I didn't think we would have to have this conversation like this right now. I genuinely did it. I believed in you this whole fucking time. And it's...
I've been trying.
He said, I didn't think we'd have to have this
And
conversation.
I'm sorry that I made a misstep in this. It wasn't a misstep out of malice. It was a misstep out of massive misunderstanding.
But it was still a hurtful misstep.
It was still incredibly hurtful. And
Like, again, certain things can be explanations, but they're not excuses. And the end result is, no, I know, but the end result is the same. And we can talk a lot about this, but this is not going to be resolved today.
Have a good one.
It's not going to be resolved tomorrow. This is going to take time. As much as I'd love to snap my fingers, make this all better, it's not going to happen. It might sound incredibly blunt of me, but I need to go forward, man, because I feel like I've been stuck in place for weeks now.
Yeah. I mean, me too. Like, I don't feel like I've been able to do anything.
So,
and I've just wanted things to go back to a place of like...
They're not for a while.
I mean, I guess my thing, Manny, is that if they're a group, it affects all of them as a group. That's what end the conversation together.
And it'll be different individually because we're talking as a group, but we are all different people. But the group is the same. So I think we are pretty solid. Again, the personal stuff is individual and that will be dealt with over time. But I'm going to be firm on the fact that you are going to need to step back from the group.
I'm going to second that. Just make sure it doesn't sound like it's just Palm saying it. Like, no, you're going to need to step
If
back
it was
from
just
the
me, I'd be the one stepping back from the group.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I don't. I'm not looking to. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
The reason the group started and worked in the first place was because we all had a very tight friendship and trust, and we were comfortable with each other, and it felt natural. And at the moment, because we do need to work on our own personal relationships, the very foundation of why the group was put together is gone now, and we need to rebuild that. But because of that, the house, Stim, it's unlivable if there's not that foundation. So unfortunately, yeah, it's going to be too difficult.
And I want to make this clear because this was something that I feel was misunderstood initially. You do what's best for you, right? Right? Like whatever. We don't want you to isolate yourself from other people. We don't want you that is not. We don't want you to like.
Can I make a guess here? I don't think that Tomato knew the extent of the things that Adora had to say. So when she says like, I don't want you to isolate yourself, I truly, honestly, when I listen to her, I believe that. I don't think that she knew that Adora was like, yeah, get off Discord, isolate yourself. Like, I don't think Tomato had it out for her in that same manner. Does that make sense, chat?
Stop doing the things that you enjoy.
We don't have
Whatever
any
that may be.
expectations for you to leave spaces that we also
No,
occupy.
that's not it at all. But the only thing we're talking about here, I know it sounds fucking cold, is the professional shit. I want this. I need to deal with this so I can move on.
I think for Tomato, it's more the, like she just said, the professional part of it, less so the personal part. Like she wants to make sure that Tim is going and it's doing what it needs to. I think I want to give her almost a little bit benefit of the doubt. I don't think she knew the extent of what was going on. Maybe it was being fed some lies from Adora. Maybe just got one-sided info Falcon. We'll see.
And work on figuring the rest of this out.
That's my at least preliminary thoughts.
I just want to reiterate one more time, just to make it clear. This isn't our friendship. At least this is not my friendship ending with you, Radio. It just genuinely isn't. I want you to know that. Just repeating that again.
I didn't want to explode things.
You're not exploding things.
Well, she did say olives
It was a
before.
burn.
Yeah, she said she's on vacation.
We feel burned.
That's it.
It's not an explosion of a group. This was an explosion of a group. Would be something. Again, this might be, you know, what is it, semantics or whatever. This is a deep hurt.
That's what it felt on my side. And
Oh, agree, Sleepy.
I wasn't trying to cause
100%.
you all more pain.
But this
You
did
are.
not need to be recorded. There
thought
was no reason.
A lot of this is just. This isn't what I wanted.
Yeah, that could be
None of us
great.
wanted
That
this.
could be.
None of us wanted this.
None of us wanted this.
Jesus.
Yeah, none of us wanted this. We would love if things could continue like they were and go back to like a nice normal, but they can't. That's the problem.
I would like to reach like an equilibrium. I know you all are hurt right now.
It'll take time for that at the end of the day, right?
I don't want to like destroy the group, and then I
It's
will
not-
just
it's
step
not-
away and like not be present. I don't want to
can't-
destroy something that like
It's
you
not going to
worked
be
on.
destroyed, but you cannot be a part of it for the foreseeable future.
There was no neutral party, you know? That was just never even something that was ever going to be done, you know? It just was never going
Unfortunately,
to
I
happen.
don't think this is something we can budge on.
Really not, unfortunately.
It's true. Plum said she was not being manipulated. I forgot about that. So we need to wait for her side. I don't want to assume too much.
We can talk about how this will be presented in a way to hopefully minimize this for everybody. But this is not budging on this.
I didn't understand any of this.
Which part? What do you mean?
The act of it being out of like pure concern or
And that's why this isn't going to work for the foreseeable future in this way. I'm going to give an example. I have confronted Adora about things on multiple occasions that I was concerned about. And initially there might have been maybe some pushback. But Adora never took that as me not doing anything but looking out for her, right? And you're different people with different experiences. And I hope one day that we can all get to a place where that's the general understanding is that we look out for each other, right? Even if it doesn't sound super
Yeah,
great
probably
at the time.
some ask. I think that's probably true,
Right.
though.
The problem,
But we're
She
not
said
there
she
yet.
didn't know the extent.
We're not there.
I would be willing to believe
issue
her
is
a
it
little bit.
felt- the way that the discussion felt is it felt less like
That's been my question,
concern,
Shadow.
and it felt more like these are problems that need to go away because it's bad for like optics, and you know it felt like
Right, gratitude as a concept in friendship that is important, period. It has nothing to do with even content there at the end of the day. Showing gratitude matters to friends. That's just part of being a good friend with others. Yeah, sure, it reflects on your content, and we want to make sure you're not going to lose your like.
She never came across as ungrateful. So again, that point is just moot.
Viewership from not showing gratitude. But at the end of the day, gratitude is just something that is important in friendship. I used to have gratitude issues, right? I was an only child. I was incredibly selfish. I've been working on that for every day as much as I can to try and show more and be a gracious person. I'm really grateful to have friends that will reach out to me and tell me when I'm doing wrong at the end of the day. That is what that conversation ultimately was at the end of the day.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that I
Finn is definitely the
misunderstood.
most. She is the most quiet.
In conversations with other people, it only reinforced an idea that there was. Yes, there was definitely things I needed to change, and I wanted to because I recognized things were shitty. But that
Yeah, there's been a lot of
the
projection.
intents were also
That's very
like
true. I don't know, Maestro. I don't know why she included it. I'm gonna be real. I don't know why she included it.
out of concern, but also out of like, you know, this is going to be directly bad for the group, rather than
And she wants to salvage her friendship, Jade. That's why she stayed in the call. She would do anything to salvage her friendship, you know? I get that. I get that.
it just.
We can understand why this all resulted in the way it did and what ended up happening, but it doesn't change what happened. It doesn't change the outcome. Provides context, but it doesn't change the outcome.
I know.
Yeah.
It's not like what
This
I
is
wanted.
something, no, I know. And this is not something that is going to be resolved for a while. So.
It's a tough listen, chat. It's a tough listen for sure. Yeah,
don't wanna blow
that's
up.
just a theory.
It's not
A
gonna
good
blow up.
theory, Red Club.
This is going on. It's just you are not going to be on the ship for a while, and that because of maybe the people that did make snarky comments about not making friendships into groups, or maybe they were on the money, but
Nice.
we do have to.
I guess you'd say he went extinct. I'm sorry, I had to.
So the thing we're gonna have to do, we're gonna have to say something publicly. Again, you can be involved in that and how you want this worded. So again, our not intention is not to. Again, there's no way to make this look good at all
Like, look good
for
on
any
you
of
at
us.
the end of the day, yeah.
This is gonna look
Yeah,
shit
I
on
deserve
literally all
that.
of us. But how we want this worded, and then just be at least fucking done with this portion of it.
Then I'm taking just a step back from it from now.
Yeah, yeah. Taking a
Like
step
I'm
back
not
from the group.
I'm not leaving, but I am.
No.
I'm not leaving, but I'm just taking personal.
Mhm.
Like I'm taking personal time.
Well,
To be fair,
if you want to take that route, I'm taking a step back from the group.
yeah, because
I think that's great. That was at least the way that they treated it. It did at least say like we did want to try and make it better, fix it, you know. But it definitely did not come across that way, you know. It didn't work out that way, at least. But at least like they were like, okay, so he said this stuff that kind of hurt our feelings. We're gonna go our way, but that doesn't mean you can't come back later. So, I mean, I guess there was like a 1% good nugget within that. I don't think so though, idiot. It sounds like Palm's like, hey, like, yeah, you can come back, you know. So like a 1% good nugget.
I don't have.
Yeah, that's.
I need to focus on.
They're mad at me and my
other
bad
stuff. And, like,
pun.
legitimately, that isn't a lie. There is. I'm applying for a lot of jobs, which is kind of a priority.
And this is
anyways,
again, I want to make this really clear. If you want to keep streaming, like go for it, right? But the group thing, that's where you're taking a step back, right? I want to make that clear because I don't want this to be a miscommunication, right?
No, like it's from Project Sim, but not like for now, but not from like you as people.
Yeah. Like, our friendship, at least our friendship being me and you, Ray, we can work on it. Things can get better, but at least like for now, especially right now with how like
I mean, mind that you recorded this the whole time, so that's still really conniving, but
at least I feel I don't want
Continuing.
our content to still be a part of it at the end of the day, so our friendship can heal.
yeah,
on its
Stim is
own.
dead
Does
at
that make
this
sense?
point.
I don't want my day job tied to my friendship with you repairing at this point. And unfortunately, that's kind of what STEM is. At the end of the day, people will expect collabs. They will expect us to do things together. And I'm gonna be honest here,
Oh,
because we
absolutely.
have done so much content together, people are going to start asking questions soon. And for the sake of both of us, it's way easier if they at least understand that there is a professional disconnect right now. Whether we want to say things more on our friendship, that's neither here nor there. I really don't think that's a great thing to involve our communities.
I agree, Mass. Please have an open mind about Plumado, because I think there's more. I think there's more. We just need to
In that
wait.
regard,
Yeah, be
Like,
patient.
I mean, I don't want to talk on it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't either.
I don't. None of us want to
None of us
talk,
wanna talk about it.
But if you're okay with that, like it being presented in that way, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
We'll work
'cause
on
I don't
this.
want you to like have to like close the group.
Exactly, Iron Warrior.
Like,
Exactly.
I'll be so honest with you, I've put way too much into this thing to want it to like to
No,
wrap this shit up. But
you know,
I mean,
you know what I
look.
mean. You know what I mean here. Like that was my concern. Is like
Yeah, that's
because
not
I thought the way that you were wording it is I legitimately thought you were like I'm blowing this up.
No, no,
I'm done
no,
with it.
no,
okay.
no,
Okay. Okay.
Thanks,
It was
11,
asking you
2025.
to
Okay,
take a step
understandable.
back
June 11th.
from
Sorry.
the group for the it's okay. Taking a step
June
back.
11th.
When you
Yeah.
mentioned like you because it was initially not taking a step back, it was you leaving. I thought that meant like this
no.
this is like fundamentally something I'm killing.
No.
Okay.
I don't think that would be fair, right?
No, like myself
I don't
and
think that would
Palm
be,
are
like-
going to keep doing content stuff in that regard of like the Stiv stuff together after this. Like at the end of the day, like that's still going to continue onwards no matter what, regardless. Like
Yeah.
things will change. Like friendship stuff needs time to be fixed, and it's not going to be fixable with a professional association at the end of the day. Also, on top of all of that,
Like
Not really, Skull.
like regardless, you
Just
know,
their
if we do end up
they
doing things
changed their
together,
name, like they have
great,
like
I'm not gonna
some kind of new life
put the
or
STEM
something like
moniker
that.
on it until
We don't really know yet.
we feel like that.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is,
Again.
you can keep playing D&D with me, Ray. That's fine. That is honestly, you need to talk to them because that wasn't my thing that I scheduled.
This was days after she already began running around saying her friendship was over in Spirit Radium. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that one bit.
Right? Like that's not my thing. We are just in the same thing together. Like that's Red Claw's thing and Papa Mutt's thing. Like they
But
need
I
to know.
also we are going to do what we're comfortable with, and you should do what you're comfortable with. If you're not comfortable,
Red
doing
Claw
something like
mentioned.
that, don't do it either, right?
At the
You can
end
do
of
it or
the
not
day,
do. Yeah.
We just want everyone to be able to do what they're wanting to do, to stream with confidence, to not be felt like you're being put on the spot and having to fend off issues and problems.
I mean, that's what I would like out of this, and I understand it better after having this conversation. But I think there was, like, again, even through this, just a lot of, like, disconnects. So I see that now this is, like, not done with any
You're talking about
sense
content
of, like,
type.
punishment.
You're just talking about, like, the format of content.
We're grown women. We
So-
no one's
so-
punishing each other.
So the problem is like,
Well, what sucks is, like, it almost seems like they're coming to a resolution, but little beknownst to Radium, you know, Adora's been talking shit, you know, dox them, etc. So, like, this call really didn't accomplish a lot other than show that, you know, Radium was talking about them and was separating from Project Stim, and that's kind of it. You know, there wasn't a lot of, like, huge revelations from this call, if that jives with any of y'all.
part of that felt, again, and just reading
No,
and,
I
and
doubt
taking
it,
things at face
Falcon.
value and then trying to talk to other people and, like, getting their input. I think that's where the problem came. Is they were like, well, this seems, you know, punitive, and you know, that it might be in less for regard to you and more of, like, a professional concern. And I'm like, I don't really know.
I think the only
And-
quote unquote professional part about any of this is that we felt like there was a toxicity that was arising around content creation that was only doing you a disservice, right? That was probably the only professional part about that. I think everything else was personal, you know, like personal hurt
I wish the first call would have went like this one.
and concern, if that makes sense, you know?
That makes sense now, but yeah, at the time it was
we just, if
from,
it ever
like, solo
continues,
evaluation.
yeah, if it ever continues in the
and
future, we
others.
have to be in a better spot communication wise, right?
Yeah.
And we're
Which,
not
like,
there, obviously. So
this is a good step.
Yeah.
Because I, like, again, the intent is understood. now.
She's like, it's a good step, and it sucks because she doesn't know the whole time she's being disparaged and recorded, you know? As the type of fan that would want to stick around after this. Well, I mean, Raven Mucher, think about it this way. There's people that think that the earth is flat still. If there is one streamer, there is at least one fan, regardless of what they've done, that will still watch them.
No, I didn't understand the intent before.
I promise you.
I'm
Communicate
still,
with us. Just communicate, literally. Like, if you don't understand something, just ask. You won't hurt by asking me. It'll make me happy if you ask me.
Yep,
to, like,
all of her
explain.
achievements is gone.
like I would
How
still
to
like
rebrand
to
the
be
image you
saying
sent
more
is legit, just a
privately,
persona.
like,
Gotcha,
hang out,
gotcha.
'cause I don't hate any of you. Obviously,
don't hate you.
Gotcha.
I
Yeah,
enjoy-
we're confident over you're saying. We're just kind of like, we're not sure if it's a full-on rebrand or if she's just trying to get some heat off for her. So we don't
Okay,
know.
I'm just making that known. Like, I don't.
That's why I'm making it known too. I'm being very clear right now. You know what I mean? Like, I know I sound a little incredulous or whatever, but I'm just there's no hate.
Hate is a strong feeling reserved only for certain
Yeah,
people.
this call actually, with the context that we know, makes it worse for Adora because it seems like she wants to resolve it, but she actually doesn't. So this call, just in retrospect and knowing the timeline, makes her look worse.
I think the better description was sad and disappointed.
Yeah.
And hurt.
Yeah, I think this is just unfortunately just
Yeah, it's a lot digital.
the unfortunate result of, like, miscommunication.
I'm probably gonna
or
crash out after
sadness.
this. Like,
you know, not an excuse, but just
it's
an
a lot.
unfortunate, like, explanation for why this
It's a lot.
occurred. Yep. I am happy to do things on, like, a private level. I think it's healthy to probably make an effort to, like, hang out.
Fellows ain't dead technically, nor is like.
Yeah,
news for, like,
exactly,
circles
Ashley. I'm
and
gonna
whatnot.
eat
Like,
my
there are places
feelings
we can
after
still
this
hang out
one.
and, like, try to repair things, I guess you could say, over time. Like yeah, there won't be like a content part to it, but I think honestly, as weird, I hate to say this, but I think for our sake of our own friendship, the content being separated would probably be a good thing at the end of the day. Like,
Oh, yeah, this
for
one's
now,
even
for now.
longer.
Yeah. At least on my own personal end, I think that might just be for the best. At least it's just being, you know, being friends as people and not like fucking creators or that garbage. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause that's not the friendship was never about content. At the end of the day, the friendship content was just how we met.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're all on the same page on generally how things are going to go forward. We should keep this group chat open if you're okay with that, so we can figure out how we're going to make our statement about this and do it in a way that you are comfortable with, right? Because I want to make sure this is again, there's nothing.
I don't know
featured,
why this
there's
call was
no one
included.
You know what I
chat.
mean? Like it's.
I still don't
you
know
figure
why
this
this
out.
call was included.
I mean, don't you
I
figure
don't
right
get
now?
it.
Emotions are way too high right
No,
now,
no,
so
no,
don't think
no,
it's,
no,
not,
no,
it's
no,
not a today or
and
tomorrow
sit-
thing. We can sit on
sit,
this for a little bit.
Process, but
And talk to us. Communicate, please.
It makes no sense why
but,
this is
we'll
included.
keep, if that's okay, we can keep this.
Now having gone through, you know, this whole call, I don't get why they added it in. It doesn't help It doesn't add anything
group
else.
chat open. We can start figuring it out once
Other than make you look
everything
worse.
has had a little time to process.
I mean, it does show where radio fucked up. So I guess they really wanted to prove that. But besides that, it shows that you said all these nice things, but you were kind of just a snake in the grass the whole time.
Does that sound okay? I know nothing sounds okay, but does that sound like a plan?
I just think
Yeah.
it's scorched
Okay.
earth. You know,
Like, I would still like to do
that's
things
it.
in the future. You know, 'cause I do miss doing things. Reintegration to that will just be like slow.
Nope,
but
nope. Not one thing.
Anything else? Like anyone thinking of right now?
I think. At least for the majority
Yeah,
of this.
it's another
not
add
most of
into
it, if
breaking
not all of it,
people's boundaries,
said what we wanted to say.
which has been a constant theme with Adora.
Got anything,
Okay.
Ray?
I'm mostly like just sorry I misunderstood. And then that turned into a lot of misunderstanding. And knowing, yeah, there's things that need to change. But that got wrapped up in feeling like there was emotions there that weren't. And that's just unfortunately trying to rely on the people around me to give contextual analysis, which is in this case wasn't correct, but it felt like I couldn't.
It's been a rough
approach,
year for
even
all
though
of
that's
us.
not,
Like,
the intent.
Elder, we've been suffering for real. This year sucked.
So I am sorry that this happened, but I will just keep this out of. I'm not going to say anything publicly again on it.
No, yeah, no,
by mistake.
We're gonna. I hope none of us will. Right?
Yeah.
I want to do everything in my power to keep this a private matter for the most part, with the exception of the group thing. But we don't have to tell them literally anything about what happened, right? Because
And
that's not
now
their
you
goddamn
did.
business.
You told them everything.
I don't need little Twitter freaks trying to microanalyze shit. You know what I mean? Like not the
Like I'm
business.
just taking like
It really does suck because they wanted to keep it all away and private. And Adora's like, yeah, it's about that. You know, like
a small step back.
That sucks.
And it'll just be a like slow integration back into doing, public.
Yeah, that
content
super
with people.
sucks.
I
She didn't know.
Yeah, it can be again. Nothing.
That is proof to me that she had no idea what Adora was doing.
You can decide how you want to say this, and we can talk this out. But a step back from the group, focus more on,
She didn't know,
yourself, 'cause I do
she
think
didn't
that's
know.
true, right? That you do want to figure things out on your end as well, right?
Yeah.
And then
that's only because of Adora.
See where you go from there, right?
Like I would like to do things over like in person over the next weekend. Like I would like to have a meal or something if that's something comfortable, or do things. Obviously not a ton, but
yeah, it's gonna have to be on a person by person basis on who is comfortable, right?
Give me some time to think on that. Give you some time
yeah,
to think on that, please.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend I'm feeling super sociable right now, right? I want to figure this out, but that's gonna be like next week, right? That's pretty soon. Yeah, but so
I mean, I understand that they were hurt by what Radius said. And to be fair, they have a point with that. But again, everything else in that first call, no. You gaslit on that one.
But yeah, again, it's a person by person
It was
basis.
way
I'm
too
literally not
much.
speaking for anyone else.
Way too much.
I'll need to think on something like that, at least on my personal end. It's still a little close at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I appreciate the offer, obviously, but
Definitely doesn't justify everything else, you know?
I want to just kind of I'm still processing through a lot of hurt and pain, and it's going to take some time. So don't think that means like I don't ever want to be your friend again, because that's not what that means. It's just I might need some time, at least in that regard.
Exactly,
like, at least
exactly.
as far as a in-person encounter sort of thing goes, whether when I feel comfortable on that.
It's the same for me, and it's for similar reasons. I'm not gonna pretend like I wasn't hurt that much, because I was, and I just need a bit more time to lick my wounds, because I know it wasn't the intention, but I still need time to process and work around that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we should all take a step back now, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to take a step back
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
But we will, again, everyone will take a little bit of time, and then we'll talk about how to make the statement about this, and then we will, once that's done, we can proceed from there in whatever's best for everyone, right? Personally. So, yeah. Okay. Well, have a good night, y'all.
Yeah.
And,
I'm gonna try on a new pair of shorts that I
shorts,
got.
Good
yeah.
luck. Good luck with them.
Hey, it's not my ass has a problem, it's my fat fucking thighs.
I wish you the best. All right.
Anyways,
Talk to y'all later.
see y'all later.
dying.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So there you go, chat. There is that call in its entirety. Again, I want to remind you all that I don't think that this helped Adora in any way. If anything, I feel like it gave us additional context and did not really make this situation really any better, to be honest. I really don't think it did. So let's continue here as we read what is left of this document. There's not much left, so we are getting towards the end.
I ask you to please listen to all our words during this call. I
Right,
genuinely meant what I said at the time and thought everything could be better, and thought we could come back from this. Radia decided how to announce her departure on her own terms, and myself, Bomb, and Fen
80
decided
hours
on
later,
what
so
the
true.
Project STEM side announcement would be. At no point did we tell her to lie or claim why she was leaving, and
Right,
worked with
right.
her
She
to
said
release
she
what she wanted to
could
say
figure that
on
out.
her own terms. In the end, the truth of the matter is Fen, Bomb, and myself had asked her to leave. as
You
shown
didn't
in this
ask, you
call.
told.
After
But
this call, Radia
there you
no
go.
longer reached out or showed any interest to talk to me. After this call,
Okay.
Alicia cut ties with Radia on her own. I do not control my friends, and Alicia is an adult with her own actions, as seen in the DMs posted by Alicia on her Twitter.
I think we already looked at these, chat. Is this the one she's kind of ready? Yeah, this is the one we're talking about. The one message just saying like, hey, you know, I'm separating from you. So we've already looked at that one. Yeah, we already looked at that one, so we're not gonna revisit that.
I realized the friendship was over with
Yeah,
Radia,
that's just a
and
strong
began
word.
to move on when it was clear she was not responding to me anymore. The
Absolutely.
wound was still fresh at the time and I was hurt, and I told close friends about the situation to try and heal. I can't control people talking about this, but in the end, it was my
interesting, Digital.
experiences and pain, and I'm allowed to seek
I didn't know
comfort
that.
in private, just as Radia was as well. The only communication between this time and off-Kai was me asking for her to delete her copy of the Project STEM website. Her messages were deleted and I did not save them, and they aren't relevant, thankfully.
So like, to put this in perspective, chat, Adora is saying that she is hurt because of what that very generalized blanket statement that was very vague on stream, which Radia did admit was about them. But because of that and all these other things that they assumed were real, they have this much of a problem. And not only that, but they are also on top of that, Doria's going around talking shit behind her back and also doxing her. Did I miss anything? Well, one does not equal the other. This is not an eye for an eye. This is like an eye for a fucking, like, I don't know, like camp full of people. Like it's non-equal. It's non-equal. All right, let's continue.
During this period of time after the fallout, my depression only worsened.
Sure.
My mental health continued to deteriorate as I only focused on work at best due to losing my best friend. My house became full of trash, and I was not taking care of my hygiene.
Right.
I didn't like myself or know what to think anymore.
You're depressed.
At off-K, I told 3 friends about the situation in person that I hadn't been able to talk about before with it. I do not apologize for talking to my friends about my pain, just as I'm sure you spoke about your pain with me to others.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about this statement. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you really quick. I am 100% that I confirm for you that I had heard some things from Afkai. And I will tell you, they were not nice things. You were not talking about your pain. You were talking shit. Alicia uploaded the clip is completely harmless listening to it. Data mentioned giving stuff to Alicia. Radia patted him and went on about not mentioning stuff like that. You know what seems like a fair etiquette thing to do. I don't plan to take a look at the clip here, low-key. I think we'll save it for Wednesday, but I will take a look at that. So, saying that you're just talking to your friends about your pain, you were saying some pretty awful stuff. And I can confirm that because I heard that too. All right, let's continue.
I then went into a call with Laserpig at Off K, where the
I'm
statements
not in
on
her Discord,
accusations
sweetheart.
of
I
the
don't know.
document came forward. At this time, I was confused because to me there never was a document, and I repeated to him over and over, there was no document, because I sincerely believed in my heart there wasn't, as I hadn't made one like my manager suggested. Unfortunately,
Who wasn't your manager?
the issues list we partially went over during the intervention that I had sent to Digi was perceived as one. I felt immense regret and immediately sent Radia a message after I realized this after off-Kai what Laserpig was talking about so I could open lines of communication and help settle misunderstandings. She never responded
She
to
probably
me.
didn't respond because she heard you were talking shit about her in off guide. Like, you know what I mean? So we've seen this apology before. Yeah, we've already seen this apology. So, hey, Ray, I just wanted to say, I think I know why everything has happened recently, and it's my fault and the biggest miscommunication of my life. We wrote notes to help us during individual calls so we can remember to talk about stuff we were concerned about and keep on track of my stupidity when Digi asked for what happened. And Finn told me to send over some bullet points of what was said. I sent a poorly edited down version. There's no cancel doc. There never was one. We never wanted one, but I can fully see why you saw it that way. I never wrote one for the guy who assaulted me. Why would I write one about my best friend? So this is something that a lot of people have not talked about, but Adora has said it openly, so I will kind of add to this. She was assaulted back at the end of last year. Aside from my confidence on unnecessary pain, if you want to talk more, we can. Please focus your eye on me, not Palm and Finn. So let's continue.
At this point I had hurt Palm and Fen by realizing what I did when I sent the intervention list to Digital Vagrant, which is why I asked her to focus her ire on me and not Palm and Fen, as I had made this situation worse for everyone by my carelessness. I hurt two of my best friends at the time and it began to make me spiral worse in my depression.
Yeah, again, like, who cares about the document? Why did you record it? You know, like that's really the biggest problem here. So anyway, let's continue because she is going to talk about adding some personal issues she had.
After Off-K, Alice Iyak's life brought me into an amazing intervention with 4 other good friends. Having noticed my mental health was deteriorating and how my behaviors were going towards my friends, she gave a strong heart-to-heart with me, and I took it as best I could. Unfortunately, after the intervention, my mental health still got worse, and I began to believe everyone hated me. I will mention this now, my mental health is not Alicia's fault, and if not for her intervention, I would never have gotten the help I needed. As it got worse throughout the week, on the Saturday I announced my hiatus. I put a painkiller bottle in my hand
I'm sorry to
and was
hear
ready
that.
to swallow all of it before I realized I wanted to live because I couldn't hurt my friends and parents by taking my life.
I'm really
If
sorry to
not
hear
for
that.
a crisis counselor I spoke with and my parents after, I would not be here today to write this. I spoke with a trained and trusted crisis counselor on Discord.
Here's me contacting the crisis counselor. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel bad for her here. Of course, getting to the point where you don't want to be around anymore is really bad. And I don't want anybody to wish any horrible things upon Adora, right? Everybody deserves the right to life. So you may not like them and the things they did, but you know, regardless. So here's Adora reaching out to somebody. I saw your post and other main issues unrelated to a friend's passing. I'm in need of help. I don't know what to do right now. So let's continue to hear what you had to say.
After my suicide attempt, I announced and wrote my hiatus, which was
Right,
posted
right.
over an hour later. I decided the hiatus was
Yeah,
necessary
exactly. Don't
due
be-
to
don't
this
be
attempt,
insensitive.
so I took several
Seriously.
weeks off to recenter
It's really, really
because I
dark,
didn't
guys.
like who I was
Everybody
at this
deserves
point,
life.
having hurt Bomb, Fan, and others in Alicia's circle and almost taken my life over everything going on. Suicide is never the answer, and I would never wish this on anyone. I also never once spoke publicly on these issues other than I had
Yeah.
contacted a crisis counselor on my return stream, nor about Radia, because I wanted to move on. She, however, could not.
What do you mean she could not? there was. Wait. You can't say that you want to move on. When you recorded calls, talked a bunch of shit, doxed somebody, that's not how that works. You can't just move on, bro.
After I had made my hiatus announcement due to my own suicide attempt and having hurt Bob, Finn, Alicia, and other friends in Alicia's friend circle, Radia then posted an announcement to her community about my hiatus.
Okay, already seen this one. Curiosity about why I've not been present on Dora streams. We've already looked at this. And of course, Dora made hers as well. You know, this is something she did, etc. Right? So, you know, why I've not been present on Dora stream, as outlined by her hiatus announcement. You take a period of mental and self-frustration spread on by negative mental space, which causes her to say things she regrets. I'll not be telling actions taken, as I'm not in the business of sharing that information that should be kept private. Last month has led me to decide by the circumstances of action taken. On the immediate foreseeable future, I'll be continuing to embark on my own path in regard to a friendship with Adora. But like, I think she's really tilted that she thought that Radio was like, I don't know, like talking shit, but like, I don't think that was the case, you know? Here's the DMs that she sent. I sent the first DMs alone after she made a public post about my hiatus to her community. And then after receiving a response, I sent another message the morning after. I made my own statement because once again, I wanted to communicate. We've already seen these. Yeah, we've already seen these. Here's my evidence once again. Yo, Lotus, what's up? Thank you for the raid, Kitty. How are you? Welcome in. We were talking about the Adora and Radius situation. What's up, Kitty? Here's evidence against her, and she removed all her DMs with me in an attempt to hinder my own defense or hide information. I disagree with that take. I think she deleted it because you were going to take stuff out of context. So, yeah, we are going through the Google Doc right now. I hope you're doing well, sweetie.
For full context on this exchange, Radio
I've been watching
made
some
a statement
long
on my hiatus
videos,
without having
like
known
hour-long
any of
ones.
this previous information of my suicide attempt and why I had attempted suicide. I had once again reached out to extend an olive branch and move on. She had not talked to me since that previous call and never sent me any replies.
Probably
during
because
this
she
time,
knew
with
you
the
had been a
exception
snake
of
in
the
the grass,
message she
dude.
later deleted in our DMs.
Literally. She probably knew you had doxed her at that point, right? What? Let me look at the date on that again. Digital, I have a question for you. This was on July 1st. So did Radio pretty much know what was going on at that point? That's probably why she didn't contact you, because she knew.
At this time, my suicide attempt was not public knowledge. I immediately sent her a message, first out of kindness, but then realized after no response I wanted to clarify to my own community that she was not speaking for me or involved. She inserted herself into my suicide attempt without knowing what it was about by commenting on my hiatus, as she had not talked to me in weeks. I was devastated, and told her that our situation had nothing to do with my hiatus. I ended up making a statement publicly about my mental health due to her announcement, as Radio did not know my mental health situation at the time. Later in the day, I was sent a DM by Alicia that she had responded and posted about Radio's statement.
Yeah, but like, I don't take this as her inserting herself in your business. She's just like, I mean, do you know? I think she knew herself as and cheered me, got you. She was scared, right? I don't take this as her inserting herself into her mental health. Or inserting herself into the situation, right? I don't take it that way. There's Alicia on her stuff talking about her friendship. We've already seen this a bajillion times, so I'm not gonna reread that. I'm gonna try to avoid any of the repetition, right?
Alicia ended up making a response
Because there's a
because
lot.
she was heavily
There's a lot.
involved in my hiatus, and was confused as to why Radio was inserting herself
But
into
I don't
it
feel
when
like
it
Radio
didn't
did
involve
insert
her and the
herself
gravity
into
of
it.
my
Am I
hiatus.
wrong, chat?
Palm was
Am I
the
wrong
one
on
who
that?
told Alicia about it, not me, as stated by Alicia on Twitter. At this point I no longer wanted to say anything to anyone, and just continued to keep my distance and realized that I would not be able to work with Radio to any extent.
I'm just like, I don't view it that way. And maybe I'm wrong for that. Maybe I'm just missing something. I just don't see it. But again, what is the point of dropping this You have not refuted any part of the fact that you doxed somebody and you talked a bunch of crap behind them on their back. I mean, like, this doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Right, exactly. That's what I figured, Digital, so...
At this point I asked to step away from a D&D campaign
Right,
because I
right.
couldn't work with Radia at all anymore and felt there was no room to change here, after having had her insert herself as the reason on my suicide attempt. I told this to all members of the group and let them keep playing. I did not demand Radia leave, just that I am leaving and she had hurt me publicly, which she did. I did not want to get into that I had attempted suicide, just that I wanted to walk away. I don't want to blame others or anyone for attempting to take my life because I spiraled due to my environment and factors around me. It is not Radia's or anyone's fault that I spiraled and came out from this. What matters is that I'm alive.
I had already heard her. Radia basically said some very generic, vague comments about her on her stream. And she did admit to it, so, I mean, there's like the very, very small itty bitty bitty nugget of truth there from Adora. I mean, if somebody said something like that, even big, and they admitted to it, I'd be a little hurt by that, in all fairness. But that does not explain everything else. Yeah, everything in that first combo, they inserted themselves into their private life. Tried to understand their financials without asking questions. I mean, that whole part in the first, oh, no, that wasn't it. Oh, you've seen this one as well. For them, leaving D&D. I refused to respond to my messages while also making public statements on my behalf, where we said, well, I took a hiatus. That's untrue. They kind of jumped the gun. I took the hiatus because my house was a disaster. My hygiene was bad. Again, they assumed that's what it was. And I'm going to be real, after reading it, I don't take it that way. I think some chat members don't either.
As well, after this, two members
Just finding
in the
a reason,
D&D group have
finding a
reached
reason to
out
be
to
angry.
want to try and mend things since they knew of our tension and issues after I had spoken about all of this. I immediately responded in agreement.
Okay.
I do not have this group DM anymore as I have been removed from it. Radia never replied publicly
Yeah,
in the group
Kalatas,
DM,
that's new.
and instead acted in
That's something
silence
that,
and never
Adora
actually
outed.
wanted to settle this with me through them. This goes once again against Radia's narrative that I had never tried to reach out or bury the hatchet, and that she was always ready and willing to do so. I wish I could share it, however I was removed and didn't think to save it. Once again, she hid parts of the narrative to better fit hers.
I guess we can put that on the shelf because since there's no proof with that one. So, I mean, here's a few screenshots apparently of trying to fix it. Let's see.
Here are 3 different censored screenshot chains of me reaching
Yes, you
out
records
to
everything,
3
but not
different
that.
folks who had offered
That's
to
a good
help
point.
mediate between myself and Radia. I had always been trying to reach out so we could move on after my hiatus, but in the end Radia would not come to the table, then claim I instead was not trying to solve this. Mediator 1.
I appreciate you also when you reach out and cuss out about the way we me. I know she'll agree to, honestly, and I hope she does. Not sure what's going on, but we can get her a call and figure out what's... I thought Radia did because they got in a call with Laser Pig. You know what I mean? Yeah, I thought they did, so like... I don't think this narrative matches up either. I know Priya's willing to talk. I wish she really realized I want to bury the hatchet, move on now for weeks, but like... I feel like she's only trying to bury the hatchet because she knows she fucked up. You know?
I also reached out to a third mediator who was friendly and wanted to help both me and Radia. During this conversation I admitted to him I had done wrong as well as that she hurt me. The third party agreed and wanted to help bridge this gap. Mediator
I understand why she might not trust that, but I'm hoping that for very least I get to be talking the assumption Mouse can dissipate. I thought they did, but with the Laser Pig. Basic toxic enough essays with people enjoying teens, that's solving problem. Trust me more than willing. Okay, do you want me to try and burst the gap? You're willing, I know you're offered first, so I do care about your own well-being too. Let me get my shit together and I can do it. Got a lot going on. I will say this. Sometimes people don't want to resolve stuff, you know, and just let them move on. Let them move on, you know. Some people don't want to solve everything. So this feels, knowing the narrative, I feel like this comes from a place of control. You know, This big call happened after and a few others convinced him to one photo. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Red Club. I don't know, man. If somebody says that they're done with me and they're not answering my messages, I'm gonna give them space, right? And then maybe they can explain like, oh my god, I'm so busy, I'm moving or something. It's like, okay, fine. You know,
I'm
like,
keeping these 3
have
people
patience.
anonymous for their safety, as they were third parties I had reached out to who genuinely wanted to try and mend things between me and Radia. At this point going forward, I never brought up Radia again myself to anyone other than the mediator one last time after. The only time I ever spoke about her was if I was asked, and I said everything is fine.
That's not true.
I wish her the best or I'd moved
That's not
on.
true.
Or were myself trying to find ways to extend an olive branch to settle this issue with Radia through a third party. I would then post usually umamusume memes or strategy with friends or talk about something else like.
I ran with friends. I moved on. I was getting help in great therapy. Many time with friends during my haze. However, Radio cannot stop bringing up all these past issues publicly, despite myself, Fenari, and Pomato ever saying anything at all in public. So the thing is let's say hypothetically that they were moving on, right? You already doxed them. Like, you can't just like move on past it. Like, oh, okay, bye. You know, I did that like 2 months ago. Don't worry about it anymore. Like that. It doesn't work that way, homie. It doesn't work that way. There we go. During my hiatus, while I was trying to reach out, actually, let me just have this read. Here we go.
During my hiatus, while I was trying to reach out to her, both of these clips happened. Here is her talking about her leaving STEM, starting at 3:56, as well as stating once again she departed when instead we had asked her to leave, and then accused Bomb, Fen and myself of childishness, as well as said poorly of our group when none of us have said anything to the matter publicly other than this tweet. She also speaks further on it after 5 o'clock.
To at least address this, you guys did agree that you would use the terminology like taking a break and departed, so I don't see what's wrong with this. Anyway, let's take a look. So 3:56 and 5 minutes in. Like it's Red Club. Alright, cool. I guess I'll download it. Oh, great. Let me get this clip, chap. Yeah, 3 minutes. Wait, hold on. Let me look at this again. 3:56 and 5 minutes. Oh boy, chat. Here we go. I'm gonna skip to the 3 minutes, by the way. Man, I can't believe I have to put Red Claw on my stream. Oh my god. Alright, here we go, guys.
25 has been a time. I think I'm just gonna like start by 2025 sometime in July. Like that's when it's gonna really start.
I think that's valid. I think that's fair and valid.
A lot to catch up on. Well, there's lots of cool things coming. I have this 3D model. I haven't debuted it yet, but you guys kind of just get to see it and look at it a little bit before debut.
That reminds me, I wanted to ask you something. It's more so I wanted your assistance with something.
Yes.
So like it's no secret that I'm getting a new model in a couple months and stuff like that. And I will be real. You're really funny and really good at marketing. And I was actually going to ask if I could ask for help with like marketing the build up. Business shaking your hand.
This is me with like 1% brain power today. I got you though, buddy. I will help
yeah,
you.
we're almost there.
2 weeks of really cool marketing. Also, ads are running, you guys. Twitch Turbo sub.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Pick a god and pray. Move to
Pick a
Iceland.
god and pray.
Am I still part of STEM? No, I decided to depart from that. And again,
you guys agreed on that terminology, so I don't understand why there's anything wrong with that.
Not really going to talk much about on that at the current moment. I will talk more on things. As you have seen the immaturity of others. I will leave it at that. STEM was an org. STEM was not an org in any way, shape, or form. No.
Oh, wait, but speaking of STEM, I have a visual STEM for you.
Oh, thank
you. All right, let's get to 5 minutes.
No!
Talking about...
Let's see what that's about.
Yes, STEM still exists currently. Ooh, oh, I love that. That's so sweet. Does STEM exist? Yes, STEM still exists currently. Again, I'm not going to speak further on anything today, but it still exists. I just personally have departed for my own reasons, and that will be discussed in the future.
Yay. Yeah.
Where is the gotcha moment? What are you talking about?
Yes, Stin, we're talking about you. Radia has departed ways with
That's
you,
it?
Stin Bobin. You
That's it?
specifically.
No! I banned my chat.
You,
That's it?
not your chat, just Stin.
Oh my god.
No, you.
Hey, so guys, hypothetically, what if I include this evidence that actually doesn't prove anything? This makes no sense. Oh my god, hold on. Okay, 8:58, the next step you can hear begins speaking on Wonder wanting to release it despite once again me wanting to have this entire time de-escalate and end up this as well talk about the situation publicly without naming me. But here's the thing. I think Adora's trying to paint a narrative that I think that Radia has already started moving forward with calling out Adora, right? So it seems like Adora wants to try to bury the hatchet, but you've already done all these shitty things. So it's a done deal. They don't have to bury the hatchet with you at that point, you know? They're like, oh yeah, I wanna resolve stuff, but dude, you talk shit behind their back, and on top of it, you dox them. You can't just fix that all of a sudden, you know? Like, there was no, oh, I tried to do the right thing and bury the hatchet. You already did all these unforgivable things. Yeah, it's a done deal, dude. It's a done deal. All right, let me download this one here really quick. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't just like be like, oh, well, you know, it's okay because, you know, I tried to bury the hatchet. Well, you can't murder somebody and be like, oh, I tell their family, oh, I'm sorry, but it happened like 2 months ago. My bad. Like, that doesn't work, dude. All right, let me get this clip up for y'all.
Is a drink.
All right, here we go. I gotta look at the timestamp reference. Let me double check that. 8:58. You'll begin to speak on wanting her to release this despite once again me wanting to have during this entire time de-escalate. Then this as well talk about the situation publicly without naming me. So, but again, you already made all these mistakes. You can't just stop it. Yeah, because you know it was about to come out. Anyway, let's look at 8:58 chat.
Oh. Digi possessed her body.
No, she digivolved.
I did.
She did. Shut up.
Oh, I'm not guilted into telling you guys what happened. I literally have to because I cannot handle it anymore.
It has reached the point.
Like, Stacy is being very blunt here. It is bad. It is very bad.
What?
Yeah.
Well, what is the problem here? She's telling you she released the doc or going to release it. What is the problem?
Yeah, peak criticality, if you will.
It seems like Adora is just upset that Radia is going to talk about it. She's like, oh, I reached out to try to resolve it. Like, no, you already fucked up. It's already over. The day I returned from my hiatus, his last message I ever got from Radia before she contacted me, I will never forgive you. Give it to us, TR. What's up? Tell us this paragraph.
This was her only attempt to reach out to me for weeks after she had not responded to any of my messages. During this time, I had spoken with other third parties and had tried to talk over this and move on from this situation. I also reached out to the previous third mediator to try and figure out why she had sent me this message, and I only learned days later that this was sent during her suicide attempt. I genuinely hope you are able to get the help you need, because I know what it's like when life feels hopeless and you want to end it all. Many
everybody
people
involved
care
with that.
about you, and I'm happy you're still alive. I just wish you would have responded to my attempts to communicate.
I wish you would have
over
responded
5
to my
weeks
attempts
ago.
to bury the truth, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, Adora. I gotta tell you, girl, let me be real honest with you. The only reason you started reaching out was because when she stopped responding to you, you knew something was up. I sent this below to the third meteor shortly after waking up to it. I did not get a response. Well, I got a weird DM from her last night, and I'll hold it against her, but I'm definitely not going to respond either. It's a healthy way to start a conversation. Don't worry too much either way. You'll hope when you get a spoon so you can meditate, but of course she's not ready to sit down at a table right now. You come first, so apologies for saying this to you. Definitely worried about her, though. I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, but the second she didn't start responding, you knew something was up.
The 3 anonymous people were no longer further involved in any way after July.
Yeah, since you read Club.
In the end, she never agreed to reach out until a week ago on the 27th.
Right.
She reached out to me with demands to have a call through an anonymous and neutral third party. At the time, I was dealing with my mom going into surgery for her hip replacement, so I asked for an extension of time, so instead the call was done on July 30th. I readily and happily agreed, thinking we could finally move on. She stated in her DMs with me that are now deleted that she would need a neutral party in the call, but unfortunately this neutral party was Laserpig, who helped write the cancel doc against me. Laserpig is not a neutral party, nor was one at this point in time.
I disagree.
Did not want to move on. They instead interrogated me, especially when Laserpig was never involved in this situation, but instead involved himself.
Involved himself? What do you mean he was your third party? You did involve him into the fray. You brought him into the fray. What do you mean what? You can't say that he was... Oh my god. He didn't involve himself. You involved him as your third party. That... What? It's like getting invited to a party and be like, hey, why did you invite yourself? Like, bro, you invited him. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. I was immediately at the beginning of the call through my legal action, so I to protect myself. I responded with very vague statements to not incriminate myself. That's also why I sound very repetitive in the call. Alright, let's listen. How long is this one, chat? Oh my god. Now, how long is this one? I'm not listening to this one, by the way, chat. I do not know what this one is all about. MKV file, what the fuck? Oh, okay, this one isn't very long. It's only 25 minutes. Okay. Yeah, again! A third call has hit the tower. Oh my god. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Actually, this covers this up. Let me move it. Okay. Here we go, guys. This is the third and final call. We're literally on the last page, by the way. Guys, thank you so much for sticking with me. This has been a 6.5-hour stream. I appreciate all of you so much. Really appreciate you all being here, going through this with me. Your support has been incredible. Thank you for all the subs and support and the follows. And, of course, thank you for supporting Radio and everybody else, guys. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, thank you all so much. I know after this, I'm going to go eat a very large meal. I'm so hungry. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Hello?
Heyo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Yep, I can hear you too. Hello,
Okay.
hello.
It's a lot.
Well, hi.
I'm glad we broke this up into multiple days. I had a feeling.
I'm tired. And I want this to end.
We can both agree on that then. I am so happy to
I'm
hear
gonna
Barry
be
hash it,
ru-
Ray.
Yeah. However, it's not just gonna be a silent burying. I'm gonna be honest, I had to involve a lawyer. I'm not very happy about any of this at all. I'm gonna be really honest.
Ray, we both hurt each other. And we broke each other's trust. Just bury the hatchet.
I'll see you in the next video. And
The thing is that shut up, ads. The thing is that the amount of hurt that you went through versus the amount of hurt that she went through is non-equal by a very large amount. Very large amount. And she needs to understand that. Yep, she just went, you.
Like,
you doxed me!
I did not dox you.
Adora, I have evidence that you doxed me and testimony from an individual.
Radiant, we broke each other's trust.
That's how you respond to that? Bro, somebody called you out for doxing, said, oh, we broke each other's trust. Oh, no. You're cooked, bro. You're cooked. You're cooked. But get the rabbit legs on the table. You're cooked.
And that's what, and friendships can end. That's okay. Like, I'm hurt as well. We are both hurt. And that's fine. We can move on.
Sorry, can I just ask something?
Of course.
Adora, how did Radia break your trust and hurt you?
I don't think it really matters at this point to say.
I mean,
We both
think I'd like to hear.
She knows as well. We're friends. We were friends. We talked about it at the end of the day.
You came to a call to hash this out, and you said it doesn't matter. Oh, my God. Hey, pour me a strong one for this one. What the fuck? We all make mistakes, even though I doxed you.
Okay, I just want to bury the hatchet and move on.
You did things that don't make it able to bury the hatchet.
Yep. Exactly.
I'm just saying.
You don't get to do this.
I'm not doing
You
anything.
have a problem. You have a problem.
Oh, I gotta stand up. Explain to me, why on God's green earth, if you're trying to create a defense, would you release this? Why would you release this? What made you think that releasing this document, this recording, I'm sorry, was helpful for you? Oh my gosh. Why did you think releasing this call was helpful for you, dude? Oh my gosh. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Full stop. This is a problem.
Okay.
You could have kept this between closed parties. And it could have been solved, any miscommunication or
oh yeah, we already
whatever
pointed
other
that
problems
out.
you had.
Radio?
You decided to go out of that sphere.
Radio, we both hurt each other. It's a private matter between us at the end of the day.
This is not private.
It is no longer private when you dox somebody.
Private, Adora. This is not private. You did not make this private.
I've never said
At
anything
all.
publicly.
I never said anything publicly. You knew you can still dox people without saying stuff publicly, right? You sent it to somebody to DM. Oh my god. Well, it's all doxing because I didn't say it publicly. Holy gracious!
Adora, you did not make this private because you spread it to every person in the friend circle. You weaponized people against me. You actively defamed me.
Adora fucked around and found TF out.
I think so as well. Also, guys, do you like my little sound thingy? Do you like that? You want me to keep that? Yeah. Do you want to keep this little soundbar things? I think it's kind of nice, right? Yeah, I think it's kind of nice. Maybe we can use this more often. Yeah. Wait a second. Hold on. I wonder if I can do something. Hold on. Let me see. I have a question. No, that doesn't work. Ooh, we can change the color. Ooh. Oh, I like that. What color should we do, chat? Maybe blue? Purple? Oh, wow, I like this. Yeah, RGB, baby. We're gonna keep it right here. I like this one. I like this color. Nice. This is cool. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by shiny colors. Let's continue. Brown. It's brown.
Once again, happy to bury the hatchet. Just move on. We can be quiet moots.
Of course you are.
You drove me to suicide, Adora.
I really genuinely hope you can get some help. Like, I really do hope you can get some help, Ray. And if you need a moment, like, it's okay. Like, I'm fine with that, like, there. But, like, please, take care of yourself, okay?
I've been trying to do that. However, you decided to dive into information that I keep scant on the internet in order to prove your fictitious points, lied, and continued to proliferate that with no care and reckless abandon. At no point have you actually tried to correct the record, even privately, about what you did.
I've been very clear here. We both hurt each other. We both broke each other's trust.
Well, so, I mean, that's the fourth time that you've said. I'm sorry for interviewing again, but that's the fourth time you've said that. And I asked you what you meant by that, and you still have not answered. And if you're gonna be honest, you're gonna be clear.
I am.
What has Radia done to deserve anything that you have done to her? What trust has she broken?
The
How has she hurt
doxing,
you?
etc.
We've had previous conversations. It's not relevant in the situation right now at the end of the day.
We have not had previous conversations.
Adora, this is the one conversation that it is very relevant in, and I would quite like to hear an answer, please.
Saying once again, I'm gonna ask if there's anything else after this as well, but like, I just want to remain like quiet, silent moods. We can coexist and move on, Ray.
No, no, you don't just coexist and move on. Like, you don't coexist and move on. Adora fucked around and found out. That's what this moment is. They're like, oh shit.
You sent my IRL name to people.
They're in shock. They're in shock right now, chat. I promise.
I did not. Is there anything else? I'm happy to bury the hatchet at the end of the day. That's all I want at the end of the day.
You should have elected that months ago. If that's what you wanted to do, that should have been done before lying to people at Offkai, purposefully isolating me, giving my personal information, saying that I wasn't actually sick, and then trying to hammer that as a point. When that is not true.
Which now we saw that DM, which they showed, by the way, chat, which made things look way worse. Way worse.
Is there anything else? At the end of the day, I'm here because I want to bury the hatchet and move on. We both hurt each other.
I have been gracious. I have been gracious to you the entire time. No, it's not actually. No, it's not. You caused NIM to fail their finals and go into academic suspension. They lost their funding for college. I can't cover that. You lied about my financial position. You lied about NIM being a tenant. They're not a tenant. The amount of wrongdoings is vast. And from the court of public opinion to the court of law, they do spread. I am tired.
I have a question, chat. Why this isn't my mouse, by the way. This is my mouse. Why did the mouse keep moving around? Yeah, what are they doing with that? It's bothering me.
Tired. If you wanted to truly ever bury the hatchet, that should have been something engaged on your end months ago. It should not have metastasized to whatever cancer it is now. I have been very respectful. I have tried to prostrate myself so that this would quiet down in the early days, but that never stopped you from going forward with this.
I'm just gonna say once again, we both hurt each other. It's a private matter, Ray. I'm happy to move on.
It's not though. Once you purposely involve somebody else and their well-being and their private identity, it's not a private matter anymore. You made it public.
I think we've established, just for the sake of clarity, that it's not a private matter. A lot of people have been involved, a lot more than I thought had been involved.
Yep.
To the point where I'm getting messages from people that I don't normally get messages from, asking me about what is going on and sharing with me details that I then had to go to Radio Digi and go, is this true? And they're saying, well, yes. And on top of that, this is now the third time I've asked you, Adora, what has Radio done to hurt or offend you in this manner?
I remember very well how she hurt me in the past. I'm ready to move on, LP.
I've already asked Radia. And
What?
I've had her
Dude,
opinion.
it's a circle.
I'm now asking you.
I don't really know what
Sorry,
led
Radia,
you to these
could
links.
Radia, could you just let Adora finish, please?
I do want to say right here, remember when Dora said that Laserpig was not a third party? I have so much respect right now for the fact that Laserpig said, hey, Radia, I hear you, but you need to let Adora finish. That is a good third party mediator. This person was literally doing their part as a mediator, was showing no bias because they would have let Radia talk. That was fantastic. This literally shows this person is asking this stuff in good faith. Huge respect. Press F to pay respect, chat.
At the end of the day, I'm just hoping we can bury the hatchet.
The
and move on,
goat.
Ray. That's it.
The goat.
All I want.
To bury the hatchet, there does need to be some sort of level of trust between the two of you, because there's nothing that stops you burying the
Adora
hatchet
is doing
3
a
months
career
ago.
on live mid speedrun any %.
It's
Dear
crazy to me
God.
that they just
Slight face
are
palm,
out of
shy face
themselves so
palm.
heavily. They put it out
So why
there
is it
and,
taking so long
and
to bury
everybody's
the
gonna
hatchet?
just
Again, you're not
burn
answering-
them.
you're not
I have
answering my
always
question.
extended an olive branch. My lines of communication have always been open. I've never closed them. I'm ready to move on. I've been wanting this
I mean,
conversation.
that may be true, but you also didn't make them feel like they could talk to you. So even though you technically say, well, my DMs are open, like, did you make them feel that way too? Because that's part of communication, right?
For a while, and I'm just happy to be quiet, silent moose. We can coexist. Everything will be all right.
Okay, so moving forward, there's not going to be anything from you against Radia from this point on.
Correct.
And I'm not going to be hearing stuff from other VTubers or other YouTubers.
No.
That you've said something in private.
From this point on, no.
Okay.
Yeah, genuinely, I say.
From this point on, no. To me, chat, that's an admission of everything before. That's an admission. It's very easy to look at the context, how that was phrased. That's an admission.
That's from the bottom of my heart. I'm not talking about Radia.
From the bottom of your heart, do you think you will Radia an apology?
I think I am sorry, genuinely, that it came to this and that we hurt each other and feel these ways. Because that's not cool. And that's what I feel at the bottom of my heart. Is that we did both hurt each other and broke each other's trust. And I think that's the best for at least at the end of the day. It's best if we just move on.
I'm sorry that it came to this, bro. I hate this. I'm sorry that you feel that way.
I'm just happy to bury the hatchet and we can just coexist.
Bro, you literally got outed that you doxed them. Like, why can't you just apologize? Remember, chat, even in this document, although they've taken a very, very itty-bitty amount of accountability, they still have never apologized truly.
That's all.
Really did save the best for last. Holy shit.
I mean, I'll say this. How exactly can we bury the hatchet and move on if there's no level of trust between the two of you? I mean, it's fine to sit there and say,
we broke each
"I'm ready
other's
to move
trust at
on,
the
let's
end of
bury
the
the
day.
hatchet," but you keep saying that, but how?
My actions?
What
No.
actions?
I won't be talking about Radia. I haven't been talking about Radia for weeks.
Yeah, that's because Veggie's holding you at gunpoint to literally stop this behavior.
No, I just don't
Because
talk
it
about
is. No. Adora, stop. Stop it, right now. I had a conversation with the man. That's why I'm even here right now, is really on behalf of him, because he mentally can't handle anything else at the current moment, and doesn't want to see this, like, erupt further.
Right. Radia, I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. You have nothing to worry about from me.
I'm not even gonna, I'm not even gonna say it. No
Is
words.
there anything else?
No words.
Why? Why now suddenly change your mind?
I just don't understand when they keep trying to end the call. Like, they're like, okay, anything else? Anything else? They want to get out of that call so badly.
Your behavior over the past couple
You
of
can
months.
tell.
I've been this way
Why
for the
does
past
Radia
month.
have-
I have wanted to have this conversation for the past month. I'm so happy we're finally actually having this conversation.
It got worse. It got
Then make
worse.
an
It
active
absolutely
effort
got
to
worse.
actually engage in that, not just my lines are open, because I'm going to be honest. With what was done to me, I don't necessarily want to have communication.
And that's fine. That's why LP is here right now. And that's okay. But we don't need to communicate now from going on, because we're not going to need to. Like, bury the hatchet and move on and coexist does not mean we need to keep talking. It'll be fine. It will be okay.
Okay, then am I free to explain what was done to me publicly? Because
It was a
it's
private matter
incredibly
between
heinous.
us, Radia.
Oh, no. You keep thinking they're talking about all the other stuff. They're talking about you doxed them, dude.
We hurt each other. We broke each other's trust.
Oh,
It's nothing
goodness
need to be known to the public.
gracious.
It's a private matter at the end of the day.
We've established it wasn't a private
It was not a private matter, and this is a long and storied history of you continuing to perform actions such as these against various parties. This is not just the first time.
I've done
This
no
is a
such thing.
problem.
Yeah, drink.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I say once again, if there's anything else, I'm genuinely happy to move on. And I am happy to bury the hatchet.
I would have loved to move on, maybe a week after this entire mess transpired, when it was still possible and there were things I could forgive with much difficulty. We are not in that. You feel no sense of remorse over driving someone to deep points of grief. You feel no remorse over the hospitalization or anything else. You feel no remorse over having Alicia decide to rip me and her part in her Discord based off slander. I don't see any remorse. I don't.
At the end of the day,
At all.
I just want to move on. Bury the hatchet. That's all it needs to be.
Drink.
We know we've said that 9 times now, but again, as I'm trying to explain, there needs to be
Lisa's killing me. He's like, bro, there's been 9 times now. Like, He's keeping count.
Some sort of level of trust between you, and that starts with admitting wrongdoing.
I have said specifically, we hurt each other and we broke each other's
No,
trust.
you haven't. All you've said is we
You
hurt
haven't.
each other. But again, I'm asking you, how did Radier hurt you? This is your chance to explain it to me now.
We've already talked in the past in
anyone
a
else's
private
involvement.
manner. We've already talked in the past.
So here's the thing, chat. If you go to a conversation where you have somebody in the middle, the whole point is to discuss the private matter. You know, yes, it's a private matter, but you have to divulge those things and have a conversation. I truly don't believe that Adora really had it in her heart and mind what Pretty did to her. I don't think she really knew.
I've made that clear in the past.
Is that the only thing you're going to say from this point on?
Anything else? I'm very happy to just bury the hatchet.
I know you are. If this conversation was a drinking game and I was taking a shot every time you said bury the hatchet, I would be fucking dead by now.
I cannot, bro. I cannot. I'm glad there's a laugh or two in here, man. Because I'm about to go insane.
Ready to move on? I have moved on, actually.
Okay.
I hope we can all move on together.
Let's ask a different question then. What is it about today that has made you want to move on?
Yeah, she knew.
that
She
you
knew.
couldn't
I have
several weeks
wanted.
ago?
I have wanted to several weeks ago.
Okay, so why now? What's changed?
Because she contacted me and accepted my olive branch. That's all.
Okay, but she's
I
been
understand.
accepting your olive branch for the past 2 months.
Yeah, I've been incredibly kind and gracious in keeping this private and relegated, which you have not offered me the same respect at all, in any way, shape, or form.
I have never spoken publicly about this, and I'm going to continue to never speak publicly about this. It's a private matter between us.
That's
I'm not talking about you at all.
They're talking about the doxing,
Keep it in
homie.
private.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That doesn't really change what you did before. That's great now. That doesn't change what you did.
That's the issue. That they just don't understand.
And you have to understand from our perspective. You've lied to me. You've lied to Radia. What is to say that you're not lying now?
I'm not lying.
If you want to
Yeah,
bury,
we know that's
if
a
you want to
lie.
bury the hatchet, and
Well,
move
that's a
on
fucking line.
at the end of the day, from the bottom of your heart, then there needs to be a level of trust.
Trust is gone in this situation. We've hurt each other, and we genuinely don't trust each other at the end of the day. I'm so happy to move on.
So how do we move on?
Once again, quietly coexist. Easy.
That would be great if everyone could do that. But why was that a thing that could have been done?
So I do want to say that Adora said that she went monitored because she was threatened with a lawyer. She wasn't threatened with a lawyer. She just said a lawyer was involved. There was no legality threatened or even said towards you, right? They just said I involved a lawyer. That could mean a bajillion things. Right? It could be like, hey, I involved a lawyer because I'm buying a house. I don't fucking know, but you get what I mean, guys. It's a very explainable way.
A month ago. Why has this kept going and going and going and going?
I haven't said anything in the last month since my hiatus. There's nothing going on
That's a
right
lie.
now.
And you know that's a lie. So you've lied to me again.
Is there anything else? Once again, I'm saying it now.
No accountability,
I'm
dude.
not talking behind your back.
Yeah,
There you
you were talking behind her back. Come on. I even heard the stuff that you were saying to people at Off-Kai. I even heard that. And I'm not even part of this.
Doesn't really resolve that doesn't resolve everything before. At all. And if you're wanting to move on, you need to actually apologize to me, not just we hurt each other. No, you did criminal activity towards me. You engaged in slander.
Is there anything else?
You engaged in doxing me, Adora.
Holy gracious.
I have multiple individuals who have told me this is not a game.
I'm just repeating once again.
You stepped
I'm happy to
stepped
coexist
too
and
far.
move
We're at the last page.
Over the line. And this is the reason for, at this point, multiple years that you have not been privy and to transparent personal information, because when I've been transparent, it comes back to me from other people. This is not
That's true.
uncommon. This is an issue that spreads across various individuals at this point in time. This is a problem.
I think we've said our piece. I'm happy to coexist, Radio. I'm happy to move on.
Dude, no.
We can move on.
I'm dying, dude. I'm dying.
It'll be okay.
There's no
Uh-huh.
peace.
Is it okay that for 2 months I have had to, almost 3 at this point, suffer immensely? Is it
Yeah, we
okay
were
that
both
this is
hurt.
almost...
We were both hurt.
How were you hurt?
I have never tried to systematically undo your life. At all. In any way, shape, or form. You purposefully, with direction and malice, executed that. Upon me. You don't just get to bury this silently, because you never engaged with this being a silent matter.
I'm just gonna say once again, I'm happy to coexist. I'm happy to move on in this way. That's all. Private matter. I say this till the cows come home, but I'm ready to bury the hatchet. And I hope we can do that.
It's like you ever get like a Buzz Lightyear or a Woody, and you just keep pulling the string. It's like, you're my favorite deputy. There's a snake in my boot. 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 This town ain't big enough for the both of us. There's a snake in my boot. Well, howdy, partner. Like, bro, it's like the same 4 phrases over and over.
But how do we move on and how do we bury the hatchet?
I've said already.
You haven't.
I have.
You've repeated the same 4 lines over and over and over. Those are thought-terminating cliches. We don't resolve things by just spouting helpful phrases at people. We
I've
actually
already
have to have
said.
communication.
I'm not
I
saying
know what you
things.
said.
Yeah.
I know what you said. I'll link you up to my soundboard so I can press the button, and that might help save your voice if you'd like. But there needs to be a discussion, an actual dialogue between the two of you, because Radio's very upset. Radio's been hurt to an extreme degree.
We have both been hurt.
And I don't see how you've been hurt. Because
Well, here's the thing. So, Radio's gone through this, and Adora's been hurt, right? Okay, that's cool. But why do you keep repeating that and not looking for a solution, you know? I'm sorry, my voice is cracking. I'm losing it. But why are you not looking for a solution? You just keep repeating it over and over. Like, even if you came to, you said, oh, I extended the olive branch to try to resolve things. You're not trying to do it.
She's been hurt financially. Her relationship's been hurt. Her relationships with friends have been hurt. Socially, she has been hurt. Her career's been hurt. And she's been physically hurt. You seem fine. And I'm trying to understand how you have been hurt.
LP.
Not even to the same degree, just in any way, shape, or form.
Kind of worried this is not going to be a very productive conversation going on, so I'm just going to say it again. I know you said it's broken record, but I'm happy to bury the hatchet. Radio, you have nothing to worry about. I'm saying that genuinely from the bottom of my heart. And that's all. And my line of communication will still be open at the end of the day. I genuinely mean that. I'm just happy to move on. We don't have to
I
be
know
friends.
you're happy to move on, but nobody else is.
We can just move on.
Oh, gosh.
Is that the only thing you're going to say?
Wait, can we get the meme where it's like we're all out of
Anything else?
Is that
No, I don't really have anything else to address. Because this is an effort in futility. I very much see that.
Take care of yourself, Ray. Okay. Thank you.
It is oxymoronic to the highest degree, but I will take it.
Take care, okay? A lot of people care about you. You have your support network. Okay. I'm happy to go our separate ways. All right. Thank you all.
Oh, they knew they were cooked after that. They had to know they were cooked after that, dude. Like, after that conversation, I'm like, oh yeah, it's over. GG's. Oh my gosh, chat. Wow. Wow, dude. How did they feel like this was gonna help them? How did Adora look at us and go, this is gonna help them? All right, give me the finale, sweetheart. We're on the last page. Hit me up.
In the call once again I reiterated I wanted to move on, and was not talking about her. Unfortunately, they did not take it to heart and dropped their document.
Because
And
it's
now
not
we
true!
are here. Throughout
It's not
this
true!
interrogation, I was accused of everything from causing her attempt at suicide, her roommate dropping out of college despite me not having talked to her roommate in over 6 weeks in any capacity, and other claims when I hadn't talked to her in weeks or about her as well, and called a liar despite shown no evidence that I had been talking behind her back since my hiatus began.
Okie dokie, let me, tell telling me, dear. Tell me all about it, because my voice is about to explode.
The only times I had ever talked about her was with third parties to try and reach out and mend this
That's not true.
situation so we could both move on. I will not be naming these third parties out of respect for their health, as they were only trying to look out for both of us.
Holy gracious, chat. Holy oh, ready, everybody, get ready to drink. Get ready to drink, chat.
In conclusion, two friends genuinely had hurt each other. Both had attempted suicide and were toxic for each other, and in the end it would have been for the best if we both just moved on. But Radia decided
Not when
to
you
come
dox
after
somebody.
me with a document instead, despite my best efforts to keep communication open.
Not when you dox somebody. You
Nobody
lose the right
committed
for
a crime,
communication.
and this should never have had to be written. We both messed up and were not good friends for each other in the end. I don't know if having asked her to explain her education background when I found out would have changed anything, but in the end I just want to move on with my life and have since my hiatus over 6 weeks
Are you
ago.
serious?
She continued to speak in her document that she had been willing to move on from this for months, when in reality she had threatened me with a lawyer as well as never responded to any
she
of
didn't
my
threaten you.
communications or attempts to reach out after I
She
had
didn't
no
threaten
longer
you.
been speaking about her for a month and only wanted to move on, as well as sent me the only message of
Only message of I will never forgive you. So there's two things in here that I want to point out really quickly, chat. Number one, I don't know if asking about explain your education background would have changed anything. You should have asked to begin with. You caused a problem over something that you never seek actual evidence for. What do you mean? You should have asked her to start with. You could have avoided all of this had you actually bothered to ask. Oh my gosh, and she never threatened you. She never threatened you, dude. Oh, that's so disappointing that they think that. That's actually genuinely disappointing. That sucks.
Thank you to all those who tried to reach out and mend this so it wouldn't go public. Your hearts were in the right place and I know you tried your best, and I hold no ill will against any of you for trying to make communication happen. I am not going to debunk every testimony against me that is without evidence. Believe in the end what you want, because I cannot give evidence for things I did not do.
I'm not going to debunk every testimony against me that is without evidence. Believe in the end what you want, because I cannot give evidence for things I do not. So, I know that I need to disclaim a lot of this stuff, but I'm not going to disclaim it because I didn't do it. Let's keep going.
Yes, I
I'm
talked
sorry, I'm
with
out of
my
words, chat.
friends, and Radia did with hers, which she also admitted to in the second call. Looking to friends for support is not a crime.
Sure.
Many
But
people
doxing
giving
people is.
testimonies against me have never asked for my side, declined to hear my side, or asked for my side in bad faith. Their minds were already made up. But I am giving you everything I have here, as well as my entire side of the events and all
Sure.
recordings and screenshots I have, whether
mean, I do
good-looking
appreciate
for
that.
me or not. I did not
I mean, that is
manicure
appreciated.
or curate this document to make me look good. I wrote it to tell the truth.
I mean, if that is the case, then you, by your own admission, admit that this document makes you look bad. I mean, there's things that it's like you say one thing, but then the evidence proves the other. So you say that, oh well, I didn't do this document make me look good, but it makes you just look worse.
As for anyone else who has made statements about me, my communication lines are open if you want to talk and settle things or have issues with me. Before
Okay.
this point I already was about to have to make a financial decision to potentially leave content and return to being an engineer in order to pay my bills. All I want to do is move on with my life, and have been for the past 6 weeks. I know I messed up, but so did she. Let's just move on like we should have a month ago, like I wanted and asked for. Thank you for reading and listening.
Look, the whole narrative is, well, I messed up, but so did she. Listen. The degree that you say that Radia messed up, which I will give you the concession that she did mess up about, a very vague generalization about you guys. Yes, she did, but that is nowhere nearly as egregious as the other things that you did to her, the things you put her through, the things that you said behind her back. One thing does not equal the other. Absolutely not. This is not an eye for an eye situation. Not even close. By a mile. That's it, chat. That's it.
Congrats for getting through this, L. Laura. Time to
Thank you for the
decompress and
500
time
bits.
for Arby's.
Bro, my brain is fried. I legitimately, I never drink, and I need a drink.
We
Holy
all
shit.
need Alcoholics Anonymous session after
Yeah,
this drinking game.
actually.
The aggressive, invasive need to shame
Holy dude.
like a verbally
Oh
abusive mom. What?
my God.
Random feelings that she is not grateful enough. Good lord, it looks bad. You can't be for real. A misuse of friend/friendship and coexist and bury the hatchet. Stop. Just stop. This escalated too harshly for Radia, someone who had
Oh my
already been
God.
and still is struggling with bad health issues and other taxing things.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Chad. I've been through a lot of stuff in my life. I've done a lot of reports, right? And this one right here is wow, this was not only long, but it was very mentally taxing, guys. Holy shit. I just hope that you would take from this. You take a moment and support Radio. Wow. Wow. I just don't have words. I have words. I don't know what else to say, Chad. I feel like I've said it all along the way. I'm just, my voice is dead. Like, of course. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. That's very sweet of you.
And get this shit out of my brain.
Actually, look, I'm literally gonna go downstairs and like go on a run or something. Go get some food. I'm like, I have such brain rot after this, guys. I hope that you have learned what we needed to learn about this as we went through it. I know it's a lot. I want to say thank you all so much for going through this with me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to all of the craziness. Shadow Tag, thank you for the 5. I'll get your wheel spin tomorrow. Okay, all right, maybe we won't raid yet. Maybe we won't raid yet.
Adora, do you not fathom how bad you fucked up? I genuinely
I don't think so.
preferred a ukulele.
I genuinely don't
I'm
think so.
tired, boss dear.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Sorry
Yo,
to
thank you for
bother
the 2.
Adora. In my opinion of the whole
I gotta get this wheel
situation,
spin. Thank you so
I'm
much.
very
Oh, shit.
disappointed at Adora. This
I am
response
too.
is not There's no way she would cover all of this. It's just sad.
Let's see what you get. Oh, 1 minute. Let's go. Wait, what? Why is his face frozen? Why is his face? We got 7 hours of good VTubing. And you just had to do it to me, didn't you? You just had to do it to me, didn't you? You just had to do it, didn't you, chat? Wait, what? 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 Why is it frozen? What? Why is it frozen? Did you break? What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck was that, dude? What was that? It is like stalled out. Oh my god.
The TLDR in Fortnite terms.
Okay,
who can't read
TLDR in
Google
Fortnite
Docs
terms. Wait, hold on. Let me look here. Yeah, let me see if I can get this. Hold on. Yeah, let me see. Hold on. Okay, oh shit. Okay. All right, so here we go. So this was a 1v1 that ended up being a battle royale. And in this battle royale, one of them went AFK, right? While the other one was toxic to the player. And so anyway, the other person storm pushed one of the other players into the storm to win. And they ended up... I hate it here. I tried so hard, chat. Okay, so the Fortnite, one person went for the victory royale, but the other person played really, really toxic and cheated behind the scenes. And because of that, the person who was supposed to win did not get the victory royale. That's right. And I just wanted to go to and then they died the end. And then they died the end. Oh my god. Bro, I couldn't think of anything. Couldn't think of anything. Bro, my voice is gonna be so dead. I have been like chugging tea and all cut. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Why is the monkey doing that? I'll fit a brain beat most of 7 hours, bro. I'm gonna ask Aya if she wants to go get some food, because I'm dead, dude. My brain is fucking fried. Guys, please, please, please. Give some support to Radium.
Fortnite.
Throughout all of this. Wow. No. I appreciate you all coming up and, of course, just coming along this journey with me. I appreciate it. That's so we're gonna rip it there.
Brain rot. Bro, I just got jump scared by a sentient jar of pickles wearing Yeezys. Tripped into the back rooms, but it was just a Chuck E. Cheese in disguise. Shrek handed me a USB stick full of screaming noises. My spine did the Harlem Shake in 144p. And now I'm legally married to a Roomba named Kyle, while SpongeBob plays the kazoo in my shower. Anyhow, the cuss word for today is dictator.
2 out of 10, not enough skibbity. 2 out of 10, not enough skibbity. Bro, I've already lost enough brain cells today. I've already lost enough brain cells. Yo, Demon Beef, thank you for the $15 gift card to DoorDash. Thank you so much, Leah. I really do appreciate you. Let me add this time. Hold on. How many would that be? Let's see. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate the hype train at the end. Y'all are amazing. Okay, now we got radioactive. Thank you guys so much for coming on this chat, this journey. I know it's a lot. Appreciate you sticking around. Tomorrow we do have reacts. I'm probably gonna keep it short to protect my voice after 7 hours of chatting. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate all of you. Have a great rest of your day. Holy shit, I'm gonna go rest. Okay. Bye everybody. Have a good one. Bye YouTube. Bye Twitter.